No offense, that came out wrong, but I think you know what I meant. Let me work my way to you, brother. Beautiful. You know what? While I got you on the horn, let's do you, boo. Did you hit record and it went away? I got you. Thank you. Got you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh my gosh.
Are we for real already?
Huh?
Are we for real already?
Right? How do we have, if I have a live view, if I have a Starlink unit there that's supposed to see the world, why the fuck am I only getting 396?
Legacy Racing Vision Wheel Baja Off-Road Nevada race. I'm Brad Callen and I'll be your trackside reporter all day today. I'll be bringing you the story and sharing all of the action-packed events live on the race course throughout this duration of today's 650-mile race. In just a little bit, I'll be introducing you to the man behind the mic in the studio, Mark Wright. He'll be handling the play-by-play duties and filling you full of information from our sponsors, as well as great personal information for you to get to know some of our top competitors. My producer and I will be out chasing the action live, giving you trackside updates on course. But first, this is race number 3 in the Legacy Racing Series. This is sure to be a challenge for all of our competitors with 650 miles of grueling terrain through the Nevada desert. This is the second annual Baja Nevada race, although rather than a 2-day race, as it was last year, Legacy has decided to run this entire race in 1 day. That day is today. The motorcycles started out this morning at 4 o'clock and are already deep into the race. But the big trucks are about to take the green flag in just a few minutes. We've got Robert Campbell up on the mountain performing some of our weatherman operations and relaying messages across the course. The man who will be waving that green flag, as well as who designed this course start to finish, is Donald Jackson. And where he is, I'm not exactly sure, but we will get with him here in just a second. As far as the heat goes, we're not real hot today. So as far as overheating, engine temperatures, transmission temperatures should be pretty low. We'll see how the day turns out and how the race goes throughout the rest of the day. Rob McCachran, how are you?
Good, how about you?
Not too bad. How do you like today's format in racing?
No, it's really cool. You know, I was on the way up here drive this morning. I was thinking about the first time I raced Vegas to Reno, or this type of race in this area, and it's been a long time, early '80s, honestly. But you know, it's cool. 650-mile race here in Nevada. I'm chasing. My son's driving the end of the race with Brent Fox, 6146. So hope they do well, and I'm gonna be a chase guy.
Do you guys have any setup programs as far as shocks go? Being that you've raced this so many times, do you guys have some insight into that going into this today?
Well, I'm not really into what Brent Fox and those guys do with their truck and their setup, but typically when I come here, you know, it's a lot of fast graded roads and sand washes, a lot of rock, stuff like that, but you kind of really want to lower your truck down, get it down low, and you know, just make it rail the roads as fast as you can. You know, I typically lower my truck probably about 3-4 inches, and maybe firm it up. You know, I typically lower my truck probably about 3-4 inches, and maybe firm it up just a little bit to go fast on the roads. That's
good. So as far as you being able to race this as many times as you had, have you talked to Caden very much about what he can expect today?
Well, a little bit. I mean, he's my son. He's just turned 20, and you know, at this point he listens quite a bit, but you know, he doesn't reach out directly to me. I think he really wants to prove he can do this on his own without my help, and you know, stand on his own 2 feet. And he's been doing really good. He's been racing works and doing well there, winning championships, and he races in the Score Series with Jagged X Brandon Schuler, and he's done well there. This is his first opportunity to drive with Brent. He's been riding with him for a year and a half, and they've done pretty well and everything. But yeah, he listens. The thing I appreciate about, or I understand that you know, he's done really well, is he's actually been listening, you know, whether I'm directly talking to him or not, but he definitely listens, and you know, he applies it well.
That's good. For him to make his own path is going to be really beneficial for him, as well as you guys being a father and son. It should be a good day for race day, and I appreciate you guys being out here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad the wind's blowing. It's going to be good, and you know, Donald, Liz, and everybody do a heck of a job, and you know, I'd like to be in the race, but you know, it's also really fun to chase, and you know, wish my son Cade and Brent Fox as good as they can do, as well as everybody. So it's going to be a good race, and it's going to be fun being here.
Well, it's good to see you. I appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. Thanks, Ron. Yeah, thank you guys. Have a good day.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's Mark right here in the studio. Bradley Callahan out there on the track. The day promises to be an incredible day of racing here at our second ever Baja, Nevada here at Legacy Racing Association. Very excited. I'm sure we're going to start off. As I'm sitting here, we'll give you a list of events that are going to be coming down. Here, starting here very shortly, we are going to get first truck starting here at 10 a.m. Very excited to have that here. And 10:08, the first truck should be off the line, and that is more than definitely going to be the unlimited trucks. I'm trying to get all my paperwork together here in the studio. Very excited to be on here at the VT construction site. I'm sitting at Liz Marshall's desk. Really cool little setup we got out here, and it's going to promise to be a great day of racing. Motorcycles that you heard Bradley saying earlier got off to a great start here early this morning, and you will be here for the rest of the coverage. And then Bradley will cover the podium here live. And special thanks here to Hurling Racing for making this live track feed possible here for the 2022 Vision Wheel
really good.
Baja Nevada Legacy Racing Association. It is our second one. As you heard Bradley say, that this is going to be a one-day event, as last year we had 2 days for a very exciting
Here with us
race.
at the
And,
start line, we've
we'll have
got
more coming back
Donald
to Bradley.
Jackson here, race director and course designer. What can these racers expect today on this 650-mile race?
It's going to be exciting. I mean, right now we got a little bit of wind helping out with the dust. It's going to be dry. We've had a little bit of rain the last couple days, but not enough really to make a dent. So the wind's definitely going to be a benefit today. 636 miles, right close to that 650 mark, but I don't want to stretch the truth too much there,
Yeah.
But 636 miles, awesome stuff. 200 miles plus. It has been raced since 09. So it hasn't seen a race tire since 09. So some of these guys, like your UTV classes, haven't even raced on this type of a course before. So it's going to be a pretty exciting day. The lead bikes are right about between 8 and 9 on the course, and the tail is just coming up on pit 5. So the bikes are out front. They started there at 4 in the morning and got them out there real early, and yeah, everything's going good so far.
That's good. What kind of safety measures did you put in place to keep everybody going the same direction on the course, making sure everybody's following the correct lines and not getting lost out here in the desert?
Well, we pride ourselves in our course marking. We do a really good job. We market the course really heavy, make sure everybody knows where they're going. These cars and trucks, the UTVs, they got the GPS, so a little bit easier for them, but the bikes and quads, they're just reading the terrain. So we mark the course really heavy so they can understand where they're going, mark the dangers really well. And then obviously, like the safety side, that's why we started the bikes so early, is to try and keep them in front of the cars and trucks so we don't have the overlap.
I know it's been a really big struggle getting the permits to run through BML.
People to work with, we deal with 3 different offices on this event, and just started the process, almost a year ago to make this event possible, and just went through the process, the environmental study, and then to repair the roads afterwards. We'll come back and blade all 636 miles back to the conditions they were before the event, and that way the general public can use it. That's the cool part about the BLM land. It's not just us that's using it, the ranchers using it, the deer hunter, and the enthusiasts that are bringing out their family here, and the wildlife people that come out and like to see the wildlife. So we try and restore it back the way we found it.
That's awesome. As far as safety communications, I know I've heard some rumors that you have people up on top of mountains relaying messages across. How many people do you have involved in the safety communications throughout this race? Because I know we're going out quite a ways, and there's absolutely no cell service in some spots. So what did you do to ensure the safety of all these guys?
Yeah, so we have 2 mountaintop relays. That's what we call them. So they're up about 10,000 feet, and that way they can cover the entire route. Then in addition to that, we have another 350, 400 volunteers on the ground. They have radio communications, helping keep the public off the track, making it safe for the participants. And also, just in case there's a medical issue, we have 16 pit areas, so all those are manned with medics, full-on EMTs, plus we have another 10 EMTs rovers that are chasing along with the event. So there's a lot of steps to it, but it's pretty impressive that you can get within 50 miles at a time in this long of a distance. You have a medic every 50 miles. It seems like a lot to maybe the general person, but when you look at the grand scheme of things, it's pretty close. And then the way the course is laid out, it only goes within 120 miles of Tonopah kind of each direction. So we stay really close to a central location, and that's where our other roving teams come in to jump in and fill in those gaps.
Well, Donald, as you are the man with the plan, as much experience as you have, I'm sure everybody's going to stay safe, and I'm super proud of you that you guys got all this planned out, and should be a good day of racing.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. Thanks for tuning in and watching, and we'll see everybody there at the finish line, and enjoy the footage today.
Mark, right? In the studio, we will pass it off to you. Hopefully you guys can fill everybody with all of the action-packed adventures that are going to happen today. Me and my producer will be out chasing the live coverage, like I told you guys, on the race course. So anything happens, we're going to be there, and we will let you know how it unfolds.
Out slugfest, and each strategy definitely has its strong points. I tend to take it easy on the beginning, get used to the truck, get used to the pace, and then I like to pick it up at the end, kind of like second wind of any kind of event that you have to be use the strategy in place. Some people that I know like to come right out of the gate and just go all the way and all out, all the way to the end. This is going to be a great event. We're starting with the unlimited trucks. Our class champ, Eric Husted, will be out of St. George, Utah. He will start. The first truck off the line, though, will be Jonathan Brenthal out of Murrieta, California. Already having a hard time with Murrieta. I had a hard time last time. And then right after them, we'll start the Class 10 cars. And Preston Brinkman will be first out of there, out of Lay, Utah. And then we'll have the Class 1 coming up with Nicholas Carolan starting out of Tucson, Arizona, making the trek out of here to Las Vegas. Followed up by Blaine Conrad. And as we're sitting here in VT Construction's office, Lad Gilbert will also be the top 3 there, starting in Class 1. The Trophy Lights, a strong entry list out here, at least of 7 trucks out here. Andrew Anderson out of Mesquite, Nevada, will be starting the Trophy Light class. And Class 6100, what a race this is going to be. Fastest qualifier, Connor McMullen, was the fastest qualifier yesterday. And we'll see what his strategy is going to be right out of the gate. And if I know Connor, if you guys haven't been paying attention to off-road racing lately, Connor McMullen, and I listened to the live track feed last time, and I said young Connor McMullen over and over and over. This young man, no longer can I call him young Connor McMullen, as he is decimating the majority of the competition in the unlimited truck spec class. So it's going to be exciting to see how Connor McMullen shapes up today, as he has to exercise a lot of strategy here with a very strong field. And that field also, Travis Williams out of Arizona as well. Qualified 4th yesterday with Luke Knupp Racing handling the prep on that. Amongst your top qualifiers as well was Chasen Gaunt, and I'm looking for everybody's information here. Chasen Gaunt, I do believe qualifying 2nd fastest, and that would lead, I'm trying to find, I believe it was Travis Chase in 3rd. So I could have those 2 messed up, but let me get in my groove. As you see right now, Eric Husted, we're back on the line, and we're going to watch Eric Husted take off here, and he will be the start of the unlimited trucks. As you see Donald Jackson there holding up. Now that sign's very important. That reminds you one last time before you take the course of how dangerous off-road racing truly is. And you see that sign, you know at that moment you have everything in check and you are ready to go racing. So we'll let you guys watch this. I'm going to get some things back together here at the studio as I get network in here, and we'll be able to tell you who our class leaders are, our point leaders are, and who qualified where yesterday. I'll let you know. Eric Husted, your fastest qualifier for yesterday. of racing here so far. If you guys been watching, we just watched Adam Householder, your current points leader, take the start here at the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada from Legacy Racing Association. And what's some great footage that you have here as we're watching the Johnson car. That is Jake Johnson. And race mile 12 is what you're seeing here from the drone footage. And as we said here in the studio, we got a helicopter, so we're going to see a lot of aerial footage here from this race. Fluid Logic, truck number 6131. And that is the truck. Let's get the number here quickly. And of course, there it is. Michael Osborne out of Los Angeles, California. And this is one of my favorite trucks out here. Longtime racer here, the 6154 truck of Alan Levinson out of Blue Diamond, Nevada. And loving the footage here at the starting line, right down in the cabin with these guys. And you can see a little bit different there in this 6100 class. If you don't know what these are spec unlimited trucks, and these trucks have a few engines that they can choose from to keep it up to spec. The chassis is open though, just like the unlimited trucks. This is due to try to keep the cost of racing down and make it a little more competitive in this class. 19 entries so far in the 6100 class. Adam Householder at the top of that list. Connor McMullen with just a few points behind him in the points chase. Travis Chase, speaking about Chase, in third place there in that points. Chase and Con, fourth, and Travis Williams, longtime favorite out here. He is fifth place in points for the 2022 racing season. As we see the 6192 truck. I saw this truck yesterday in contingency. Looks like we have 20 entries. Kevin Curtis out of Las Vegas. He's a local here. And this truck beautifully prepped. Sounding great yesterday in contingency. Contingency was just flawless yesterday at the M Resort here in Las Vegas. Not doing an advertising for them, but if you have never been there at the M Resort, I also can say, wow. I mean, I was trying to say this is one of the nicest resorts that I've been in a while, but I started thinking this might be one of the nicest resorts I've ever been in. I mean, there were 4 swimming pools visible from my window alone, so it was just quite a thrill there to be at the M Resort. So here we go, race mile 12. You should start seeing the 6100 trucks. So probably see Travis Chase here, or Connor McMullen. Connor McMullen with a new livery here for this race. He switched to the orange. His Dayglow yellow was his signature color here for the 2022 season. And here we have the 6184 truck of Andre Lauren out of Tiny, Ontario. He's make the trek all the way from Canada, come down here and race the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada. Brought to you by Early Racing. Early Racing, I can't say it enough. Making sure that we have everything we need covered here for the live stream at Legacy Racing. And just the weather here definitely on our side. Back to race mile 12. You can see that there as we tag on the screen here. And that is, I almost had it on 5176 or 1576 rather. It's a class 1 car. That is going to be, or is it 26? That is going to be Nicholas Carolyn out of Tucson, Arizona. 6155 here, getting ready to take his start. That's Kirk Harkley. Kirk Harkley normally with the green here in the livery, but he's got his gray and white here for this race. And Bradley Callahan coming on here for this race. Bradley Callahan here, a local side-by-side racer, so it's great to have him for the live coverage here at the track. He'll be coming on throughout the day to give us race reports from his vantage point here, being out on the course, and he will be covering the podium, and I'm sure he's going to do a great job where he'll shine out there on the podium. Being in the studio here, getting things covered, kind of miss being out there getting dirty and talking to these racers and actually hearing the trucks. Nothing like that in the world. Watching off-road racing here unfold as they go across the desert here. The Unlimited RV.com truck. This is truck number 6151. And this is driven by Stacy Clark out of Kansas City, Missouri. Kansas City, Missouri, all the way coming all the way here to Las Vegas. That might be the longest trek, or unless that's the longest. Andre Lauren out of Canada, but making the trek all the way from Missouri. That's quite a run. So the 6100 class firmly on the way as they have two trucks here from the UnlimitedRV.com stable, and the 6141 of Valerie Clark. Now, I'm going to assume here, and I'm going to take a stab in the dark, probably a little bit of journalistic intuition, I guess we'll call it. Stacy Clark out there from Kansas City, and Valerie Clark, a young lady, in a 6141 truck out of Independence, Missouri. So very excited. Love to know the story on that one. This is the first time that I've seen this couple of trucks out here at Legacy Racing. So, and Paul here in the studio said his hometown, Independence, Kansas City. Wow, learned something new. Right, I'm out of California, so being out here, I'm an Arizona transplant now. Been in Arizona since 1990. So, blessed with my presence here in the studio. Steph, you said you're from Cali? Where from? Northern Cali. Okay, well, that's more, we call that the Bay Area. That's the Bay, yeah, Bay Area. Boy, we're just getting crazy here in the studio already. San Jose. And, all right, and got to tell you here, we're going to have some in-car camera here. This is going to be from Travis Williams, unless we have another car that I'm not aware of. Travis Williams sporting the in-car camera. I cannot wait to see that, because if you've never ridden along in an unlimited spec truck at 140 miles an hour, today is your day, so make sure you stay glued to your screen, no matter how you're watching it. I got a lot of people back home in Arizona signing on. You can find the link at legacyracing.net. It is the very first thing on the website there after the buttons. So scroll past the buttons. The very first tab you'll see is the live stream. But if you're listening to me say that, you probably already found your way to the live stream. Vision Wheel coming on board this year. Very excited to have Vision Wheel here as our title sponsor here to the Baja, Nevada for our one day of racing, as we see the 6181 truck getting ready to take the start. And this is the truck belonging to CR Deterrent. See that suspension unload as the truck comes under power. And a great windy day today. You can see the flags going off the course, and that clears the dust for the next competitor, so that way they have clean air. Loving that World War II star on the side of that truck, with the 6193 truck. I have a big airplane, but this truck belongs to Josh Horschel out of Springville, New York. So now we might have our longest distance traveled so far, all the way from New York. And I'm really loving this World War II theme here in the black and white, the 6193. I think the black and white, highest contrast. And this is a rental truck, probably a rented truck. The rental industry will rent trucks for you guys to come out here and get it. These will do everything for you, prep the truck and get it out here. So Josh Horschel making the long travel distance all the way from Springville, New York. Now back to the Class 1 cars. I'm sorry, this is the Class 10 car. Already making a mistake. That's my first mistake I've ever made right there. Ever. I'm sure there's going to be a few more. All right. You got to love it right there. Travis Williams sporting the in-car. Taking it a little easy there into a technical section there. You can see all the cameras here. One on the hood. That's going to be for his personal videos. If you haven't seen Travis Williams' videos that he posts after each race, this man is very knowledgeable on how to bring the energy and excitement. As we watch the 1087, and I do believe this is going to be one of the first 10 cars off the line. And that is the car belonging to Bryce Patrick, Arizona local, coming here, making his trip all the way here to Nevada. I'm going to continue here looking at it in the Class 10. Let's see who is leading in the points there for Class 10. As I am looking to bring it to you here from the studio. Class 6100, Class 5, Class 2, Class 12. Class 10, Kent Perkins leading in the points here. Car number 1017. And Mike Coulter, 1035. And this is 1097 of the Class 10, belonging to Hank Winter out of Tucson, Arizona. So Hank Winter getting that clean course thanks to the wind out there at 1071. Michael Lane, Las Vegas, local here, with Garrett Lane sitting side by side, making it a family affair in that beautifully prepped 1071 car. That car looking like it has never been one day in the dirt. Beautiful prep job on that car. As Vision Wheel coming on for the 2022 Baja, Nevada. Very proud to have Vision Wheel on as our title sponsor. I became aware of Vision Wheel due to my man Todd as I spent the summer racing with the short course team for the Hummelcock racing team at Daily Pinnacle. So I got to meet all the boys and girls over there at the Vision Wheel corral, if you will. It was great to rub elbows with them and get to know about their product and what a solid product Vision Wheel has. And they are the title sponsor here for the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada, brought to you by Legacy Racing Association. And here is the car we've been talking about. Mike Coulter, second place in points in the 1035. And Mike Coulter, this car is about as perfect as a Class 10 car gets, in my very humble opinion. And back to Jurgensen right there in the unlimited trucks, unless I do believe Jurgensen is in the 6100. Let me confirm that here before I... Yes, Todd Jurgensen at 6144 out of Oak Hills, California. As we watch him at race mile 12. Back to the start, 10:35. Mike Coulter. And you can see how that dust now starting to become a problem as the wind, Mother Nature, make up your mind. Let's have clean course or let's have dust. Looks like aerial footage of Travis Chase here, and I'm just going by the color of the livery. Did not determine the numbers. You can see another competitor coming into frame, as we love out here the great drone footage we always have out here at Legacy Racing. 1098. This is the car of Dane Miller out of Salt Lake City, Utah. And the always classic clean white body. And not many people on the side of that car, so that's going to tell me that this person pays for everything out of their little pocketbook that they have. And Class 10, what a competitive class to do that in, as it is a limited class, pretty much limited to a certain engine displacement. You take your pick, and then the car around it. You don't want to have too much car. In other words, it'd be pointless to start with a Class 1 chassis and throw a 10 engine in it. But definitely could. The 6137 spec unlimited truck comes into frame. As you see, a great job here of our drone footage staying with that truck. Now back to the starting line. The 10 car there, you can see a very different setup 10 car. As the 1028 car of Ryan Edler out of Villa Park, California. Is it Villa Park or Villa? We'll go with Villa. Like, that's the way to say the village, the villa. Or is that, a villa is one resident in a village, right? Like a villa, yeah. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. So it's one area, yeah, so that's what I think it is. All right. Villa Park, California. The 10 cars showing up in full force today. Let me see how many here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 10 cars here for the longest race in the continental United States. As we see, as I said earlier, we are at Liz Marshall's office here at VT Construction, one of the sponsors here for Legacy Racing, and yeah, but it seems to be some sort of water handle or something. So, and love sitting here at Liz's. Liz, I don't know if you're listening to the live track feed, but yeah, we're just going through everything.
Nope. No, you're not.
All right. I think I know better. Liz would have me for sure. All right. And looking at all the pictures up here, he's very proud. Got some of or Steve Olagus rather, Rob McCachran has the Concrete Motorsports truck up here on the wall. So a great year of racing here, and she has the Legacy schedule and a big poster on the walls. Built on a strong foundation. That is a 10 car. I thought that was a side-by-side. And I was in contingency yesterday seeing that car actually come through, and I did think it was a side-by-side. So, could be an interesting story there as they stuffed a 10-car engine and we're able to watch or get into Class 10. All right, great times here at the studio. And I was talking so much that I did not give you a name on that car, so we'll let you know how. Back to race mile 12 here as we have the aerial view and another one of the Brent and the Fox construction entries. As we know, Brent Fox competed at the 6100. You can see the library here, and let's see if we can get it. Preston Bringman out of the as they will take the start of this long race. So, all right, let's talk about some of the sponsors that make this happen. Click on to the page here. Sea Devil lights. If you guys have never seen these lights, these things are incredible. It's an inflatable unit that is very bright. You just put it up on a pole, and these things are incredible. Diamondback Materials, one of the big sponsors here of the 6100 class. Liquid Moly, the official lubricant. You can see right there the air display up there on the starting line. Liquid Moly. Motorsports Safety Solutions on board, making sure that all our drivers and competitors stay safe out on the course. Vision Canopy, the official canopy of Legacy Racing. We couldn't do today's live track feed without Hurling Racing, making sure that all these images come through live, and you can hear my beautiful voice along with Bradley Callahan out there live on the track. Very excited to have Bradley on. You saw him starting with the opening ceremonies here. The 2022 did an excellent job out there, Bradley, if you're paying attention. As my voice goes a little high right there, so. But looks like you're having fun out there. Got an interview with Rob McCachran and learn some of the things he's out here, as his son, Caden, is in the truck alongside Brent Fox here in the 6100 truck. All right, aerial footage here. Looks like we have, that is the drone operator out there from Turn 2 Productions, another sponsor making this happen out here. CST Tires. And Roger, if you paid attention, he told me to give you, I finally got the tire on the bike, he told me to give you a review. That tire works exceptional, so I've been able to actually try the tire out myself, and it is amazing. So, CST Tires, racingjunk.com. If you guys have never seen Racing Junk and you are looking for used race parts or even new racing parts of all sorts of racing, flat track racing, dirt track racing, roundy round, off-road, I mean, just go on there. They have so much stuff at racingjunk.com and all over. So they're global. So if you're in New York, make sure you sign on, even though that we're talking about it here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Beck's sunglasses. I don't get to sport my Beck sunglasses out there on the course today. They are polarized, and polarized really makes the Beck sunglasses stand out. I always love to say they make me look so professional. 2169, looks like we're into the side-by-side class. I know Bradley's out there, and he knows literally almost everybody here in the side-by-side class as he competes in another racing organization's GP event. That's why I said another one. In fact, I told him to make sure that's what he said. So here we go, 2901. That's going to be the car of Nolan Williams out of Lompoc, California. And he's going to be riding with it in a class. This is the UTV Unlimited, and we just saw Mike Leslie and Joe Fidos. I really hope Joe made it off the line. Joe Fidos making the trek all the way from Florida, but he's got Wellington AZ listed as probably his Arizona address. So Joe Fidos, definitely, I am a fan of Joe Fidos. Would have liked to have seen him competing in the Trophy Light class, and hopefully we'll get to see the Trophy Light 100% spec class come up here as a great field of 7 trucks on my list, up to date. Gary Clough out there as well, big shout out to him, helping here the Turn 2 Productions, helping Bradley get all the facts straight out here as they deliver them. And there's the Joe Fidos entry right there, and man, oh man, I don't know any other way to call Joe Fidos, but just what a playboy. He is just so, he is the ultimate bachelor. He goes racing, he invests, he's a great guy, a great all-around guy, and he's racing. And look at that car. I mean, Joe Fidos, that is the way he does it. That is the way he does business right there. And he is just, wow, gotta clear my throat on that one. I have a lot of admiration for Joe Fidos. Got to meet him racing the Trophy Light Series. And what do they call that, a man crush? Do I have a man crush? I'm not sure. I'll say it. I'll open up and say it. I have a man crush on Joe Fidos. He's living the life. He's living my life. He's living my best life. There we go. 6100 CR right there, CR Guitar. And look at this drone footage right there. You just do not get any closer to this. It's so amazing how just a decade ago, how far the drone footage and the clarity that they have, and the pilot, what do we call that? The pilotism? How about that? There's a word made up for you, the pilotism. The piloting. And you have to put a dash in there because that's not an official word. Pilotism. Mark Wright, the official trademark here at the 2022 Vision Wheel Legacy Racing, Baja, Nevada. This is an exciting event. As I told you last year, we did 2 days of it, and that gave the team time to regroup in Pahrump, Nevada. You should have seen, or not Pahrump, Tonopah rather. And Tonopah looked like one large city of pit, because in every parking lot there was another team, you know, fixing their car from the day one of racing, and it was just awesome. All right, this is the young entry. This is Husted. This is the turbo class of the T938. Of Colton Husted. This is the son of our current reigning unlimited truck champion. And Eric has been known to ride in this car with him. And you can see this car, it is all business. And this young man, quite the competitor here at the Legacy. Let's see where he stands in points. Pull it up here for the 938 as you see him get his green flag. And man, what a long list. Colton Husted now second in points in his Can-Am, right behind Jeremiah Scott. So we're probably going to see Jeremiah Scott, the 9116 turbo car, come up here pretty soon. Back to race mile 12 here though. So now we're getting in my groove here and everything's calmed down, and now we can get it. The first is always the hardest. I really love this truck right here. It's a 6100 Brenthal entry, and being a World War II airplane buff, you know, I built tons of the models and read about them all pretty much growing up as a child. I love, I'm going to say it again, I love that livery on the side of that truck. So the T924 car. This is Garrick Lastra out of Mesa, Arizona. You can see there him choosing to turn a 4-seater wheelbase into the 2-seater. This is the popular setup here in the turbo and unlimited class. And let's see where he stands in points. And I don't have him in my points chase, so. Oh, yes, we do. Sorry. He's only third in points. I missed that one. So, Garrick Lastra, third in points here for the 2022 season here at Legacy Racing. The 993, the T993. You guys can see that designation there, that small T. This tells you that this is the turbo side-by-side class. So, you can quickly at a glance see, and this is the 993 entry of Justin Key out of Hurricane, Utah. Utah has a city named Hurricane. It's almost like, but I don't think you can officially have a hurricane. Or is that it's like you're saying it's a hurricane, or do you have to have water involved? So it's a hurricane, right? Okay. See, we just turn every day here in the studio into class, into school. Well, no, I mean, I'm saying it on my part, not your guys' part. That's why I'm asking you guys, hoping you can tell me. See, this is why I'm a race announcer and not a scholar. That's Paul says that's the only reason why. All right, I do got to open up the tracking here. Thank you. That's in fact, that's what we have my computer on here for. So let me get the link here as we watch the Romo car, the 991, getting ready to take the start. And that's Sierra Romo out of Henderson, Nevada, a local here. And in fact, we'll read off the. If you guys want to follow along with the tracking, that website can be found at Tracks. I'm assuming the X. So Racing Tracks. Score live. Oh, they're all dots. We're gonna go to Racing Tracks first. Let's see what we got here. And I'm being vocal about it so I can pull it up. Oh, right off the bat it came up, Racing Tracks. If you guys just type in right now Racing Tracks, that's TRAX.com, you will be able to follow the transponders in every vehicle, and they will give you up to the moment of where these cars are at. And we're gonna have it here here in a second. This is what I have my computer for here in the studio. We have it connected, so when I start talking about what race mile we're looking at here from the Hurling Racing live track feed, Hurling Racing making sure that the images brought to you here at the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada is a good one. And this tracker, as I'm reading here, is mandatory on all race vehicles. And I'm clicking on it, and I'm not having any satisfaction watching it. So, view it online if you'd like to go over. All right, Vision Canopy sponsored. This is the Turbo 812 car of Kyle Ahrensberg. Kyle and everybody there. Now wait a second. I was just gonna say that's Kyle from Vision Canopy, but that's gonna be Kyle then in that car. So all right. Vision Canopies, as you know, the official canopy of Legacy Racing. And we'll get back to the racing tracks here. I can't click on the event. Is there something I gotta, is there? With them, the turbo car of Curtis Walker out of Anaheim, California. Great livery on that car with the Maxxis Tire sponsored car. Curtis Walker with Allsup Racing there predominantly displayed on the brow of the car as he takes his green light. His time starts here in his bid for the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja Nevada race. Right. So we were talking about that drone footage there that we saw at race mile 12. I'm gonna pull it up here, and man, I gotta zoom out here and look at this course. Paul, do we have an official mileage of how much this race is? Do you know? I think we're talking 650 some odd miles. But let's look here. I'm sure we can get it. So I said 650, and indeed 635 race miles, making that officially the longest race in the continental United States. What I've heard, so if I'm saying that incorrectly or that is false information, if it is not the largest, it is definitely one of the largest. So let's look in here to the live coverage. Let's see. As I look here on racingtracks.com, that's TRAX. You can see in them, we actually started in Bonnie Claire as we ended there last year. You can see them starting, and that is why that is such a beautiful start right there. As the first thing that they'll have, you'll see that long straightaway, a very long, flat lake bed right there that those competitors get to go through. And you can see right here the start of the race. Trying to give you guys the best view of the live racing tracks. It's not giving me an option here for Google to. All right, welcome back to live coverage here, brought to you by Hurling Racing. Hurling Racing making sure these images coming through. Love this T924 car. Got to see that car in contingency yesterday, built on a 4-seater chassis, and just an incredible car driven by Gary Glastra out of Mesa, Arizona. As we see the Bolton entry of the 1957. And this is the car belonging to Joe Bolton. As you see the A Bolton on there, there's a couple of the Boltons out here racing. But looks like the driver of record for today's race. There it is again. You can see that long wheelbase of the 4-seater Polaris. But they keep it a 2-seater, change the chassis a little bit. And that can happen here in the naturally aspirated 1900 class. Side by side, I know Bradley is out there standing at the starting line, if he hasn't already booked it to the next pit stop, where we will see him to continuing live coverage here on the race course. Very lucky to have Bradley Callahan, right? I'll make sure I say it right. We're able to get him out of a personal friend of mine, Chris Johnson, another motorsports announcer. Would have loved to have had Chris Johnson out here, but Bradley comes with great recommendations from Chris Johnson, another long-time off-road racing legend. You see the 1910 car, Lucas Cassidy out of Norco, California. And loving the fact that out there in Bonnie Claire, get our start where we ended the race last year. And you can see the race mile 12 and how we got over 635 race miles. So, all right, back to Travis Williams now. And check this out. He's definitely a very technical section. Travis behind the wheel, and Pete Toller will probably take some time for Travis, and Travis needing a break. Or Travis and a lot of the drivers that I heard may Ironman it and just be the lone driver all the way to the finish. As I look here at the race course, they're going to be finishing in Tonopah, just up the road with what a long weekend of racing for the Chase teams. And I do believe that's the 1937 car of Mia Chapman. I was able to watch Mia Chapman in her race career from its infancy stages back to the in-car camera of Travis Williams. And Travis Williams, you can look there, a little treacherous section to his right. That's going to be Pete Toller in the car next to him. And this is what it's like to ride along in a spec unlimited truck. All right, now we have the live racing. We have the entries now. Let's click on and see where we are at. As I look here on the map of racingtracks.com, bike number 1X coming up on pit number 11. So that's going to be race mile. So our first earliest competitors off the line, all ready to race mile 410. Bike 1X out of the lead of the 190 bike. And I better get some lights here. I've talked about trucks all day. As we see now some of the limited truck classes here. Was very excited to see these at the last race that we had at the shootout. So I'm very excited to see that these trucks have returned. I would love to see a large entry of 1450s. As you see here, this is a 1450 entry. The Toyota that raced last time, 1486 truck. And there we have your leader. I'm going to go out on the limb and say it. That is Eric Husted, your current ranking points limited truck champion. He's going to have TJ Flores driving with him. From wire to wire, so we'll see how that shapes up. Eric Husted literally top shape yesterday during contingency. So can he Ironman it and get that truck all the way that 635 and keep that truck out top? We'll see how that develops. Definitely glad to have Eric Husted, your current points champion. Let's see where he's at as we look here on Racing Tracks. come all the way back into here. And we're back on board with Travis Williams, and this is what it's like. You can see, you try to not stay very busy on the steering wheel. Now, if you look closely on the steering wheel, you're going to see a little red stripe. Now, that red stripe will try to stay at 12 o'clock. That would represent that the truck is level and straight at 12 o'clock. This helps the driver kind of negotiate where to have the wheel in the event the truck becomes airborne. As you know, the truck cannot turn while it is airborne, so you have the red stripe on there so you can quickly return to neutral on the steering wheel. But once it's not combo, let's see. We've already got trucks. Let's zoom in here. So Eric Houston already to race mile 70. So you just saw that images that were brought to us, and here we are back to race mile 12. Blaine Conrad right there in the Class 1 car, and he's definitely in a technical section there. You can see the car lifting up on two wheels as he puts that car into the corner. Now Blaine Conrad, let's see where he's sitting in points right now in Class 1. As our current reigning champion. Jake Johnson. So Blaine Conrad firmly in second place in the points chase. And that 15-12 car. Back to aerial footage. And I just love it. Unlimited UTV 929. That is Bill Baker out of Stevenson Ranch. He is in the Can-Am. The U938 side by side. You can see these competitors ready to go well into the night, especially taking here to start at 11 o'clock here in Nevada. We're also along with the Arizona time. So taking these competitors well, you can see now Jake Johnson now coming into frame. And he's got his sights set on Blaine Conrad as Blaine Conrad and first off the line. But here we are back to the 929 car of Bill Baker. Or my apologies, this is not Bill Baker, this is the 938 car, rather, of Tyler Stewart, a local out of here of Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Polaris. And loving that big light array that he has from KC Highlights. S915, this is the McIntosh, Craig McIntosh entry. Now this is a beautiful thing there, as you see the co-driver. Craig always has a veteran, a service veteran sitting next to him, and more than likely the veteran sitting next to him has never been in an off-road race. So I love Craig McIntosh's story as he's getting ready to take his bid at the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada, brought to you by Legacy Racing Association. And it's great to have Vision Wheel on as the title sponsor. And we could not do this live track feed without Hurley Racing. Hurley Racing, making sure Hurley and Jerry and Joe Hurley out there with Fusion Off-Road in their stable, making sure that these images come through loud and clear and visually spectacular with Turn 2 Productions at the helm of this. The Lone 11 car. Now we were able to look at this car in contingency. If you have never seen an 11 car as we are on board with Travis Williams, an 11 car is about as bone stock as a vehicle as you can get. The Class 11 car is a stock Volkswagen Bug, and as we see that car with the awesome gray and red livery with the, again, World War II painted teeth and mouth that you see there right behind the rear wheel. But if you look at this car, it has, in fact, an interesting thing that you have to have in Class 11. You even have to have the stock bumpers. Now, obviously, you'll see that the bumpers are repops. More aerial footage. Boys and girls here at Turn 2 Productions doing a fabulous job making sure that bringing you these images throughout the day. There are so much better. And I thought we only had one 11 car, and here I am. Again, there's my second mistake. We got it. We got two now. Two mistakes. I wonder how many 11 cars we got now that I'm talking trash here. Let's look at it. Class 11, there's only two now. So Gary Levin. Or it's going to be Gary Levitt out of Pahrump, Nevada, and Eric Driscoll out of Las Vegas. Both 11 entries right here from Nevada. Great to have them on board. And we were talking about that class 1450. That was Joseph Kamens. He was at the last race that we had in Nevada, the shootout. So it's great to have Joseph Kamens bringing that Toyota back out. As our two-day event in Prim at the shootout. Didn't fare so well in day one, but day two came back and was able to get that car across the finish line. So 635 miles to go for the 1450 entry, the lone 1450 entry of Joseph Kamens. Another of the cars that I'd love to see, and that was the last car off the line. All right, very good, and that's generally how it is, the Class 11 cars. And we will be waiting for them as you're watching the live track feed. And we're watching the Trophy Light truck. Let's go back to that. I do believe that was the 6181 of Larry Schmauser. The only two trucks that I think it could be are Larry and Chad Woodruff out of Flagstaff, Arizona. And there again with that great, look at how beautiful and picturesque that drone footage is. As you can see the competition in the background. Back on board with Travis Williams here. And this is a little more of a high-speed section. You can see how well the unlimited truck, spec unlimited truck, takes the rough course. As you see that this is what we call a power line road in off-road racing. You can see the power line there to the left. And these roads, most of them were engineered to have the power line there, or vice versa. There was a road that they needed to get power to because these roads eventually became traveled. But either way, in off-road racing, you call that the power line road. And a lot of these course sections that you see here can be found on the power line. And some of the major power lines actually become that in traditional off-road racing courses. So here we are back to racing here at Race Mile 12 as one of the Trophy Light trucks. And this is, let's see if we can zoom in here. But you can see these Trophy Lights. Let's talk a little bit about the Trophy Lights now that we have them on screen. Trophy Lights, if you notice this truck, we've heard about the unlimited spec class, the 6100 class, but the only thing limited in that spec class is your engine. So this keeps competition costs down, and this also brings up that it makes it a driver's class. Well, in contrast to the Trophy Light class, this is a 100% spec class, as we're back on board with Travis Williams in that 6100. But the Trophy Light spec class, these are purpose-built chassis that are all 100% identical to each other, with the exceptions of where they locate, fire extinguishers or the racing treads that they have to get them unstuck. But you can change certain things, how you mount the spare tire or what have you. But everything else about the truck is 100% the same as your competition. They have the same Ecotec GM engine. It's a 4-cylinder engine putting out just under 300 horsepower. Truck weighs well under 3,000 pounds, hence why they call them the Trophy Light series. But then you can see our helicopter right there, helicopter. We're very proud of the helicopter here in the studio. So the helicopter right now on Travis Williams. And Travis Williams now, you're actually seeing him negotiate a little more technical as he's back on the power line, and you'll see the speeds pick up here. Back to the Trophy Light class here that we see at Race Mile 12. We can see the 6173, or 6073 rather, or 75. Thought that was a 73. It could be a 33 of Aaron Grohl out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. And what we were talking about with the Trophy Light class, 100% spec. These cars are 100% the same in every aspect. Same engine, same tires, same shocks, same fuel cell. About in the shocks, but you use the same wheels and the same tires of the Yokohama tire in this 100% spec class. Now what this does, this absolutely 100% makes it a driver's class. Now you think about it being a trophy light, well these basically are mini unlimited trucks. So this gives you the sense of a 4-linked SLA spec course as we're looking live at race mile 69 here. And you can see some of the cars now already 70 miles into our 635 mile race course. Hurling Racing and Fusion Off-Road, Jerry Hurling and Joe Hurling making these images so awesome here for the live track footage that we are bringing you. Check it out. Sign on to YouTube or just listen to my voice. Hashtag or tagline of 2022 Legacy Baja Nevada live stream. That's what you can look for on YouTube. But here it is. We're going to have a lot of this in-car camera. Love having this live. Travis Williams doing a great job. Oh, and you see Pete Toller there dusting off the camera. That is a great shot. I am loving that shot. Pete Toller, I'm going to give you a lot of time making sure our camera's clean, boy. But Pete, what an awesome. Now, that could be Luke sitting next to him, but if I know Travis Williams, he is definitely one. Pete Toller giving us some love there, making sure that camera is clean. And it did help out quite tremendously. So, good job, Pete. And I met those boys at a trophy light event that we had at Glen Helen. It's the first time I got to meet Pete, and absolutely a stand-up team right there. Luke Knupp and Jeff Knupp, I know them from the days of racing short course when I was able to announce there for quite some time. I was actually able to watch Luke Knupp and Connor McMullen and Mia Chapman, as you saw Mia Chapman in the UTV class. So great to have all these kids now grown up and seeing where they're at. Mia Chapman signing inking a deal with Red Bull early on in her career, doing a fabulous job as her career is just simply taking off, just like Connor McMullen. Connor McMullen, the fastest qualifier in the 6100 class. Travis Williams got his sights set on him, but barring no problems, Travis Chase coming into frame there at our Hurling Racing live track feed. My volume is on my phone here as I'm watching the track feed. It's like 30 seconds behind from the latency. All right, let's go back to live. I'm going to check it out here. Well, we do finally have the transponders up and cooking. Eric Husted now well into race mile 80 as he comes into the Montezuma Peak over there. Actually heading back to Bonnie Claire where we started, and great little side-by-side portion of the course here as they come into race mile 95. But let's zoom out here and take a look. Let me go back to my Chrome and see if I can see him there. Hit me some refresh. Oh, I see why this is just the map. So I gotta go back. Stephanie, where did you click on that? Oh, that's an order form. Was it live map? Because I didn't have the transponders there. Oh, all. It'll look for all. Oh, beautiful. And let's go back to expanding this. Okay. I got it. We got a long time. Race mile 69 here, you guys see. As you see, one of the one cars here. I do believe that was Nick May out of Las Vegas in the 1503 car. And let's go back here. We're going to click on the unlimited class and limited trucks to see where Eric Husted is. As I click on him, not having satisfaction. All right. Back on board with Travis Williams. And this is great. A lot of in-car action here so you guys can see what it's like. Seems to be a little slow through this section here. So I'm wondering if that's telling me that there's a problem. Or if, no, they're full race speed. Okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell what their pace is when you can't see the ground literally coming by. This is Connor McMullen. And we were talking about Connor McMullen and rivalry, but I do believe he's the one. Let's see if we can click on him. So Travis Chase. Oh, they got him listed by numbers, and 6173, Connor McMullen. Not allowing me to just click and solo them. So let's zoom in. So as we saw Connor McMullen, we got him at race mile. He's right in the way of it. 65 is what we just saw. So nearly 70 miles into the event right here. You can see where my hand is here. That was Connor McMullen, but we have a 6100 car up here. So as you see here, this is the difference between corrected time. Now what we call on the road is their position that you see right here. You can see the 6177, 6101, and yeah, there are two transponders here of Travis Chase. So I'm going to see what we can find out with that issue. But what I'm talking about is you can see that they are within striking distance. Now, in a perfect world, if you start off 30 seconds at a time, the time sections here would be 30 seconds apiece. But if you are able to bridge that gap and go under that 30 seconds, you now are in what we call corrected time. So depending on where you're at physically on the road, if you're in the same order or you have passed, you more than likely are in the lead or in the forerunner on corrected time. And that's how desert races happen. We let a vehicle go every 30 seconds, and you can take up that corrected time, and that's how you win a desert race. You're still racing on the same course, and you definitely try to reel in the competition, because as you see here from the drone footage brought to you by Hurling Racing and Turn 2 Productions, you can see the competition in the dust there. So like this straightaway with this UTV as it comes into top of our screen there, that competitor can actually see the car in front of him, barring that they are within that 30 seconds of corrected time. And when you're in that steering wheel, that gives you that drive to either bridge that gap or learn how you can reel in the competition. You can hear that phrase, trying to reel in the competition. Well, that's or chase them down. So as you see that UTV, back to the race course, this looks like, it looks like you're in Houston. That is a Brenthal truck, and that is a 6100, and I do believe that was the, all right. Let's stay on board here with Travis Williams. It's very interesting. You can see just thumbs up by both driver Travis Williams, and each pit area that these competitors come into, you can see right there at 25 mile an hour. They absolutely have to obey the pit speed limit, because this is where you can get seconds actually subtracted at that corrected time that we were just talking about. And this could be devastating if you have won a race, within a few seconds, and then you take a penalty for doing something silly like speeding through the pits. And you can see that they are just going through the pits. Thumbs up, a visual thumbs up. They do know that they're okay, as radio communication is absolutely solid between all these teams out here to keep safety and each team on the race course. All right, my live map is back up. Got it open in Chrome so I can full window it. Let's go back to, I got my points up. I guess we can just keep it on my live map here until I go back to the points. Travis Williams, let's see where he's sitting at the points chase for the 2022 year. He is in 5th in points with a difference of 134. And our leader, Adam Householder, with 145 points, staying consistent. And that's going to have Adam Householder stick around for the rest of the season. And let's talk about that Legacy Racing's leftover schedule. We already did our shootout where we are for the Baja, Nevada, the Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada race. Our next race coming up October 7th through the 9th at Cedar City, Utah. This is side-by-sides, quads, and bikes only. This is Dirt Revolution, and last year's race was absolutely incredible. It was Utah for my first time, and it is everything they said it would be. VT Construction Battleground happening in Jean, Nevada, December 1st through the 4th, and this is going to be trucks, cars, side-by-sides, quads, and bikes, and this is going to be the season finale as we see our current 6,100 points leader coming in to the live track feed for the first time, Adam Householder. And that is quite an off-road racing story. I just remember watching Adam Householder in the pre-runner that he had painted with that blue and orange color scheme, and now here he is sitting atop of the 6,100 points for the 2022 Legacy Racing Association's Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada. Here's back with Travis Williams. Travis Williams, gotta love all this live streaming time that he's gonna have. The sponsors, keeping the sponsors happy, because in desert racing, all you can wish for is the most coverage you can possibly have in your truck. Race mile 69 here, and the 6,100 trucks as we go back and forth from Travis back into it. This gives you an idea of the increments in between each truck. So some of the resolution issues there kept me from seeing that number. That's been the one I've been chasing here for 60 for a while there. It's not Connor McMullen. He's already been through. Travis Williams is probably going to be coming up on race mile 69. Let's go back to my map here. I'm just going to keep this one. So the 6,100 class on physical time, 61:77 out front. And that is, now wait a second, that's Travis Williams. Travis Williams, okay, I was going to say, there's no way he could have been, but he is in front of Travis Chase. So Travis Williams did start behind Travis Chase, the 61:50. I got to keep going here. Okay. Wow. All right, so our leader, as you see here on my full screen here, Eric Husted down here coming up on race mile 100. And he's got 3 Class 1 cars in between him. The number 1512 car of Blaine Conrad right on his heels, and the 5146 car of Jake Johnson, and the number 1562 of Vlad Gilbert. As I'm sitting here at VT Construction learning the whole rundown here, it's exciting to see them. But if you look in to the ominous distance right there, the 6158 of Chasen Gaunt, and Chasen Gaunt on fire, but he has his hands full with 6177 of Travis Williams. So Travis Williams, now with that being said, Travis Williams, your fourth off the line, I can venture to say on corrected time. Now this is completely unofficial, so anything that I say is just an observation that I have made here at the studio. I'm looking at the same screens that you guys are looking at. It's just that you guys get your information, with the exception of the live track, the racing tracks tracking. You get my live track feed with latency about 30 seconds to a minute later. So, but with that being said, I have to tell you everything that I say is unofficial, as I am just in a studio looking at it, observing it, and calling it as I see it on my multiple screens. I have at least 3 screens here as I watch our producer. He has probably about 7 to 8 screens over there, so I can look over my shoulder and actually see it as it happens. But as we transmit over the network and get it to YouTube so you guys can view it, it's already been mauled around. Mia Chapman here, well off the pace at race mile 12. So Mia Chapman not having a good day of racing. I'm sitting there looking, and I know Mia Chapman. So, and there you have it. Mia's actually going to pull off, and we were actually watching this here. So Mia Chapman, that's probably going to end her day unless she can get that car back on the road. And this is incredible footage here as we're watching her day come to an end, more than likely. And again, unofficially, I'm not saying she is coming to an end, but it does look like she definitely has a problem with that car and is pulling over. So back to where I was saying here, back at Racing Tracks, we got so many things going on. I've gone off on so many tangents here. But with Travis Williams being 4th off the line and him being in the dust of chasing Gaunt, that is that corrected time that we're talking about. So more than likely, your leader right now of the 6100 Unlimited trucks is Travis Williams.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
only time would tell them, 'cause I know I'd prove them wrong. I was made to be a legend, for the kingdom, for the throne. This is the moment I've waited for all of my life. This is my legacy, this is my moment to rise. I was born to win. I was born to win. I'm going up levels, I come to the top. Keep going and I never stop. I was born to win. I was born to win. From the first day I stepped in, I knew I would heed the call. I was destined for glory, rise above and never fall. This is the moment I've waited for all of my life. This is my legacy, this is my moment to rise. I was born to win. To win. I was born to win. I was born to win.
Years of working in off-road, we got asked by a sand drag group in 2008 to start following their entire racing series, and that's when we decided to start Motorsports Safety Solutions. So when we first started in 2008, we had 6 people who were pretty much dedicated to following the different races that we did. We're well over 60 active members right now that help. Sometimes they're there for 2 to 3 races throughout the year. Some of them are there almost every single weekend. Different expenses we come across, fuel is obviously a big one, hotel accommodations. If you're taking 40 people to a race to help people, there's 40 beds, you've got to find a place for people to sleep. So hotels, medical equipment, extrication gear. Our team has been extremely fortunate over the last several years to have great financial donors who have helped us step up. The off-road community has built this truck. They've built another one matching it. They've helped equip 6 other rescue trucks with everything from suspension to rescue tools, firefighting capabilities. We've got UTVs, we have motorcycles, we've got a trailer to cool people down and act as a first aid station. The off-road community is what has 100% made this possible for us to be as successful and have the great equipment that we have.
All right, that's live at Race Miles. No, no.
Soar over the dunes with the Sandblast by CST Tires. This lightweight, dune-engineered tire delivers maximum flotation and high performance. The size and tread design of the front tire creates excellent flotation and turning ability, so transitioning from dune to dune is effortless.
Back to Race Mile 69 here for the Hurling Racing live stream from the Vision X in Baja, Nevada. For 2022, this is our second event out here. Last year's was a 2-day event ending in Tonopah, starting in Pahrump, ending in Tonopah. Not ending in Tonopah, ending the first day in Tonopah. And then we raced from Tonopah down to Bonnie Claire. So a lot of this course that you see here shares it with the other famous off-road race and our course from last year. So great to be out here returning to some of this footage that we know, but an interesting twist. We started where we ended last year. So we started in Bonnie Claire. All the vehicles now off the starting line and firmly into the race. Let's go to our racing tracks at racingtracks.com and let's see what we can determine something to talk about here, or we could sing about it too, I guess. There's the third mistake here for the day. We're just keeping tally here, or maybe I am. All right, let's look back into the bikes. You can see the bikes here well into the race, and let me refresh here. Somebody has their transponder into the car and they're already out of the race. So let's determine where Eric Husted is. I'm going to zoom in here. There it is. Eric Husted now coming up on race mile 125, and he's got his hands full with the car 1456, the Class 1 car of Jake Johnson. And the 1546 car, so, and you can see right there, watching the same thing that you can watch as they come into pit 3. 1562 now, a little bit off the pace there of Lad Gilbert. And there was 1452 in there, so we'll wait for the next refresh. But Lad Gilbert, great to see Lad up here for one of the first times here as we talk about him for the Hurling Racing live track feed. And Lad Gilbert, great to have him finally here on to the footage here as I'm sitting in the office here at VT Construction. If you guys haven't seen this, I'm sitting at Liz Marshall's desk out here at VT Construction watching all the girls get things done here, and I can actually hear my voice echoing through the hallway, so I know that they're watching it as well, unless that's just the one that we have here directly next to me. So it's great to be here at VT Construction. Great facility out here. Haven't got a tour yet. We got here this morning, set up, and off to the races. Literally off to the races. All right. Let's see who we have here as we zoom in here and check out car 1601. Appears to be, now you can see this grouped up bunch of 1600 trucks right here. So let me try to make sense of this here. 1601 physically on the road. That is Travis Chase having a great day. Right on the heels of 1526 rather of Nicholas Carolin out of Tucson, Arizona. But you can see the 6158 truck now pop on here, the racingtracks.com. So let's try to make sense of this. 6158 is going to be the truck driven by Chasen Gaunt, as we saw in the commercials there. What we just had, as we say here in the studio business, paying some bills. Chasen Gaunt's video there as #1 overall at the 4-wheel parts challenge here for Legacy Racing. But Chasen Gaunt physically out front, according to racingtracks.com. And once again, I got to remind everybody, my observations are unofficial. These are just me calling it here as I see it here with the computer right in front of me. But 6177 of Travis Williams now picking off it. Got around the challenges of Travis Chase rather. Now Travis Chase, something's kind of funky here because you can see that there are two 6101. So I'm wondering if there's a transponder deal there that we're actually watching 6101. The other one is, I don't see 6173. Oh, there it is, of Connor McMullen. So Connor McMullen, I do have a 6173 him, but you can actually see here on racingtracks.com where he is. So with your #1 qualifier, that's going to tell me that Travis Williams is more than likely in the lead right now, starting 4th off the line, being the 4th fastest qualifier and already on the heels of Travis Chase in the 6101. That's going to tell me that more than likely Travis Williams is in the lead here as we come in to race mile 100. Oh, actually come out of. They'll be coming into race mile 115. Now as we look here on the screen, let's see who we're looking at here. Great footage from Turn 2 Productions, and we have cameramen everywhere out there shuffling around trying to get the best spot to bring you here for the Hurling Racing live coverage. Can't say enough about Hurling Racing, doing a great job here at Fusion Off-Road. That is the 1055 car that I earlier thought was a side-by-side. But Hurling Racing there, and you can see a great graphic there over the helicopter blades. Paul, the producer, did a great job out here. Look at that. We've been saying it all day. Get to the chopper in the studio. We just want to do that. Like we have a helicopter now, so it's always great. Hurling Racing there. Proud to have Turn 2, and we're all airplane. But Paul, are you an airplane buff? Do you like helicopters and things? No, not really. I like movies. Trophy Tractor. The boys and girls that make sure that all our dirt and areas stay dust free. At the Prim Race, Trophy Tractor really earned their stripes as the course was a looped course, and Trophy Tractor, man, they must have had 20 tractors out there at all times grooming the track, watering the track. It was just a nonstop. And if you guys were watching that race, we had a tire blow on one of the water trucks, and you know those tires are huge. I think they're what, like 7 to 8 feet tall or something, and they only have like 10 pounds of air pressure in them. And when that tire let go, man, it sounded like a bomb going off. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. It was easily an eighth of a mile away from me, an eighth to even over an eighth of a mile, and I can still feel the concussion of that tire blowing up, or coming off the rim, rather. Rugged Radios, the official radio of Legacy Racing Association. Rugged Radios out here in full force. Lance and the boys were out here missing my boy Franzi Rodriguez from Rugged Radios, just bigger than life, and my man Kalani as well. Love to have Rugged Radios out here show up as our graphic, as they are the official radio of Legacy Racing Association. And now this is kind of funny, either the chopper is slowing down, or because of the frame rate, it's actually speeding up. So you can, yeah, and as you see it lift off there, it's sped up. So the frame rate, because if you can see, earlier we saw a lot more blades in there, but the faster the blades start to move, the frame rate will determine how much you see it. So it looked like that actually slowed down. So pretty cool how that happens in video deals there. So the helicopter is airborne. So now we're going to really start seeing some of the more of the high-speed aerial footage here that you'll see. And you can see the footage there over the dry lake bed, pretty much flat. And that road there, the unlimited trucks will reach, I mean, up to 140 miles an hour down that straightaway. So Hurling Racing, it's a family thing, as we're sitting here at the VT Construction mobile studio that we've made here on Liz Marshall's desk. Did she know we were doing it in here, or no? So she does now. I'm gonna say it. I've been digging through her desk the whole time. Liz, I'm totally kidding. So if you can hear out there, you're watching or listening. Yeah, I'm sort of kidding. Motorsports Safety Solutions, the guys and girls making sure that all our racers are safe out here. Doing a great job out there. You'll see the trucks come up, commercials here. They go the extra length out there. Many trucks out there for Motorsports Safety Solutions, and I've had the honor of hanging out with a lot of the people over there at Motorsports Safety Solutions, and they are top-notch, best in the business out here, making sure that our racers are safe. Loving the aerial footage right now from the chopper. Are you trying to say like, or are we trying to talk like Arnold Schwarzenegger? My Arnold Schwarzenegger accent is horrible. That's the only word I can say, chopper. All right, there it is. The T924 car. And that car enjoying a lot of the coverage here. That is the turbo class belonging to Garrick Lastra out of Mesa, Arizona. Beautiful car, as you see that. We are back to the helicopter looking out here. And we're at race mile 69 here. As you see the dust and some of the cars come over the horizon. All right, so I told Travis Williams during contingency, it's going to be great to be sitting in the studio and seeing the live in-car camera. Tuba Art Films, man, if you guys have never logged on and seen Tuba Art Films, definitely do yourself a favor sometime and check out all the great videos that he has compiled. And this car, definitely a different setup on that car. You can see a lot more compression travel on that car. The car's sitting pretty high, but it's a short burn. And that's the Romo entry of Sierra Romo out of Henderson, Nevada, in the Polaris. And you can see a lot of different setups up there. I tend to like droop travel, so I like my car to sit generally a little lower. A little better handling characteristics, but not quite as smooth in the rough stuff. I prefer to think that desert racing is won in the turns, not necessarily in the rough stuff. But that is just two different strategies out here, how you set your car up. As you saw Sierra Romo coming in, and her car sitting up a little higher than most. I had a business partner in racing, Nacho Lucero. We built him a truck, but he preferred to have his truck sitting a little high with a lot more compression travel. So or up travel. But I remember watching Robbie Gordon the first time that the now marked Post trophy truck or unlimited truck. I can remember how low it set comparatively to all the rest of the trucks in line there. You know, Rob McCachran's truck, the Venerable Racing truck, it sat pretty high. Larry Ragland's truck set pretty high. And somebody mentioned earlier to not bash Ivan Stewart, so I don't know how I'm trying to remember back. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it, how I bashed Ivan Stewart. He's probably going to comment again, listening to it. But I might have said something about Ivan Stewart racing against somebody, and I picked one of the two. So I'm a big fan of all the classic desert racers, so whoever made that comment, that's awesome. I love sitting here, too. We were able to watch. I probably... Since we're going to have a long time here in the studio, we should probably respond to some of their things. So if you guys want to have a question here, we'll try to read most of the questions here, and I'll try to answer them here on the air. So that's going to be new for me, being a motorsports commentator here in the studio. So if you guys want some questions, ask the questions. Stephanie here will make sure that they're delivered. So who gave a shout out to 6192? Caitlin Curtis, so the 6192 of the Curtis entry. Caitlin's saying, hey, so now she's getting here. See, that's what you do right there, is make it say up there. Let's go Nick May says Maxwell. All right, so Maxwell, keep them coming, and we'll try to get you a little shout out on air from the Hurling Racing live track feed out here for the Vision Wheel, Baja, Nevada. Legacy Racing Associations 2022. All right, guys. Back here in the studio here at the BT Construction for the Vision Wheel 2022 Baja, Nevada here for Legacy Racing Association. We're looking here at race mile number 69. Hey, guys, if you are listening to the stream, and there are a lot of comments you can make there in the chats, throw your questions or concerns or things you'd like to see. And if I can answer your questions live on the air, I will. We will be throwing it back and forth to Bradley Callahan out here. Bradley, new to Legacy Racing Association. He's a longtime racer up here in car Canada from Travis Williams. And it's great to have him. And you can see he's in a hurry here. Travis Williams, very conservative, and unofficially, according to what I can combine by all the data that is coming here to me, Travis Williams is looking like he is in the lead right now in the 6100 class, the Spec Unlimited truck. And I talked to Travis. He would like to be able to drive it wire to wire, but if not, Travis Williams has got Luke Knupp in standby and Pete Toller. Luke Knupp, an equally experienced driver that is capable of getting in this 6100 truck and get it to the finish line in a hurry. But Pete Toller was able to race in the last race here at the shootout here at Brent. So Pete Toller now with some seat time. So Travis Williams needs a break from the driver's angle. Pete Toller or Luke Knupp both qualified to get in and take this truck on home as they come into Tonopah here. They're going to be coming in late. I'm going to assume that as we get right into the dark, the first trucks and cars at this rate, just before dark, Eric Husted, barring no problems, will probably be coming into Tonopah long before dark. So didn't see lights on Travis's car. You can see he doesn't have them on there. You can actually see the light mount sitting there with no lights in them. So that's kind of a way to say it. And back to coverage. Let's look right here, race mile 69, as we have one of the trophy light trucks coming into view. But once again, yep. Saying great job on broadcast. Thank you, well done. And say hello to Gary Clough. You know, a crazy story. I'm going to tell you the story about Gary Clough because I was able to spend quite a bit of time with him yesterday. We were getting Bradley kind of acquainted with some of the racers and some of the things that happen here at Legacy Racing Association. With me being appointed here now, my second year here with Legacy, as I've been here wire to wire, and I'm very ecstatic that they have chosen me to be. It is, isn't it? That is actually. This is a good deal for you, exactly. Hurling Racing and Legacy Racing Association. We are the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada, brought to you by Legacy Racing Association. Very glad to have Vision Wheel on board as the primary sponsor. But the story that I was getting ready to tell you about Gary Clough is on our very first event in Pahrump. They needed to have a producer with me being the announcer, and we were trying to figure everything out. And Gary Clough had came up here with Jason Cobb. Jason Cobb also working here with Legacy Racing directly. And Jason Cobb, as you know, he is one of the masterminds behind the now Trophy Light Series that is thriving here in Legacy Racing Association. So Jason Cobb definitely pulling double duty out here with his hands full. Well, anyhow, Gary Clough, and I got to tell you this story this way because it kind of, you know, you guys have made the comment that some of the racers talk about themselves. Well, I'm going to talk about myself here in a little bit, but most of the time we're going to be talking about Gary Clough. So Gary came on as the producer for me in my inaugural running here with Legacy Racing Association. He was able to give me and feed me all the information that I needed to commentate about. So I became very well acquainted with Gary Clough, but as the events went on, Gary was continually hired here as one of the producers, helping out with everything that he could. So he kind of switched roles from the Trophy Light camp and came on board here to Turn 2 and really stepped up his game and has been incredible. So I gotta say a big shout out to Gary Clough for what he does here to make sure that the live track feed and all the data that we have, Gary just runs his tail off. And this is where I was going with this. Come to find out, Gary Clough is a long-time Baja racer. He has raced all these races that we talk about with other racing organizations and things throughout the years. And yes, he did race motorcycles as well. So come to find out, we talk about your Ivan Stewarts, we talk about, Walker Evans, we talk about, Jim Connor, we talked about quite a bit. Spencer Lowe, we talked because we're talking about Nissans. We talked about Willie Valdez. We talked about Jason Cobb. Jason Cobb, a very accomplished off-road racing, just a big name in off-road racing. Well, I dabbled in Class 7S because I came on with Jason Cobb, so I got a race. We'll come to find out, Gary Clough is a freaking 7S legend with Nissan and Datsun. He came on and actually bested some of the names that I just gave you. Willie Valdez, Manny Esquera, Roger Mears, Jim Connor. I mean, he's beat them all. So Gary Clough, what a great person to have on board here to make this production incredible. So Gary Clough, there is your 2 minutes of fame, man, and I am absolutely glad to have you as part of the Hurling Racing Live track stream. So this is incredible. Here we go, back to racing. Enough about Gary, but Gary, we love you. There's the 6172, or 6072 rather. I do believe it, the Trophy Light series. Now you see there, race prep, sales, rentals, and parts. Now let's cover the rental area. If you've ever wanted to break into off-road racing, a very competitive and extremely fun event to get into is the Trophy Light Series. They actually have cars that you can rent. They prep them, they get them to the race. All you have to do is show up and drive. Put your sponsors on the side of the car, as you see there. Tons of sponsors get their coverage, and that's the way to do it, is have the sponsors pay for some of that bill. You can actually purchase a Trophy Light chassis, either new or used, and you can come out and show up. And that is the way to keep racing down. Metro Print Nevada, doing all our print needs here at Legacy Racing Association. Metro Print Nevada, been on since pretty much that I've known since day one. They handle all our printing needs. That can be quite a big deal in off-road racing because we got to print the arrows, we've got to print the letters, the numbers, the signs, the banners. I mean, everything that we have. Thank you for Metro Print Nevada, and I hope we're giving you the time that you need here, covered here on this long 630-mile race that we have known as the Vision Wheel, Baja, Nevada, brought to you by Legacy Racing Association. I'm Mark Wright in the studio here, and Bradley Callahan out on the track. Bradley coming on. This is his first race here on Legacy Racing. Roger and all the boys over at CST Tires. Roger was able to give me a product here to test out on my dirt bike, on my 450. And man, I can now see what all the hubbub is about CST Tires. And I got to say this one for Gary Clough. Yes, it's a 19. It's a 19-inch rear wheel, not an 18. And if you know what I'm talking about, if you're a dirt bike rider, you know what I'm talking about. 19 usually for motocross and supercross. And the 18-inch wheel more for enduros and GT races and or GP races rather, and a lot of the off-road, what we'll call off-road desert racing, they run the 18-inch. But Gary Clough, hear this one, 19 forever, son. I was throwing a gang sign too, if you guys couldn't see here in the studio. Not really a gang sign, it was the I love you horns. So CST Tires, can't say enough about them. Great product. I was finally able to try one out, and just great. All right. Let's see here. Sherco USA official. Gary is so awesome. We just met them in our opening round race at one of the other ones in Page, Arizona. He showed up and helped our pit with fuel stops, etc. Handed gels and drinks. Well, that is just great to hear about Gary, and I'm glad. And I'm glad he has firmly edged his. I know no better way of saying it, but firmly edged his legend or his legacy in off-road racing. I mean, Gary Clough, I was absolutely clueless to who Gary Clough was until the race. That's why I went through that story, and sat and had lunch with him and Bradley yesterday. It was just awesome, and you know, it's crazy to meet somebody. It'd be like meeting Ivan Stewart and having no idea what his history is. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't be starstruck. You just meet this guy named Ivan, and then he turns you and says, well, I'm an off-road racer. And you're like, you are? Oh, I've watched that before. Like, I like that guy in the Toyota. And he goes, yeah, well, that's me. You know?
That was me. I was the orange car.
Yeah, there you go. Because that's exactly the story with Gary Clough. I mean, here on my phone, he sent me pictures of his Nissan or his Datsun. And, I mean, he's told me stories of some of the people. He actually won his first race, and he was still in high school. That's what is a crazy story. So I can't say enough about Gary. He is definitely an off-road legend. All right, back to racing. T918 just coming by here at race mile 69. This is one of the turbo cars, and that is going to be the car of Tim Fitzpatrick out of Wheatland, California. Let's talk about the UTV since we're here. UTVSportsMag.com, one of the sponsors coming on. If you guys want to know about all the sports, all the up-to-date sports with UTV, go on UTVSportsMag.com and find out how you can get your copy of UTV Sports Mag and all the latest updates on UTV coverage right there. UTV Sports, check it out. Can't say enough about Hurling Racing, making sure that our live track coverage is coming through here. We are at their mobile makeshift studio here at VT Construction. The Gilberts and
6192, this is their first legacy race.
6192? Mm-hmm. Let's talk about that. 6192 coming in here. That came from Caitlin Curtis. So that's going to be one of the Curtis deals. I was wondering what's going on there. 6192, the driver of record, Kevin Curtis out of Las Vegas, Nevada. That car came in through contingency kind of late. Definitely looking great coming through. It was a beautiful looking truck. It was orange with black trim. Sounded healthy, sounded neat, and it did catch my attention. So Caitlin Curtis, I am assuming you are home watching this with Kevin at the wheel of the 6192, the unlimited spec truck. So it's their first race. Well, good luck, guys, and we will see you in Tonopah's finish, and I hope that you get to talk to Bradley, because if you talk to Bradley, that means you not only did you make your first race, but if you get to the finish line, and I've got to tell you, very unheard of. So, Caitlin, I wish you guys the best. First legacy race, but definitely not first race.
The all-new Apache by CST Tires. CST Tires' first steel-belted offering for the side-by-side market is designed for heavy loads, long trips, and smooth rides. With an aggressive, light truck-inspired tread pattern and ample sidewall protection, the Apache is built to withstand the toughest conditions. From dry desert lake beds to Rocky Mountain trails, the Apache will get you there. The all-new Apache by CST Tires.
We fight through fire and pain, and always get up again. There's nothing we can't do, and we're about to prove. We get stronger as we go. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it, do it. This is how a kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. On and on we go. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it. This is how a kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. Laying low, waiting for the day. Like hide, you can try to run. I caught the scent, I smell the blood. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
All right, there it is. Back to race action here at the Hurling Racing Association. We are live at the VT Construction Studios. We're getting the hand signals down here, like, in the 3, 2, 1, go. We're having a good time up here. We got a long race to go if you're just signing in. Now, let's go back to my Racing Tracks map here. Now, I've got a couple things I want to cover here. When I talk about what we're viewing or who's out front or who's leading the pack, I have to drill this in, and I have to drill it home. I am unofficial. Now, there are a lot of things here that can happen in the studio. You guys are looking at the same screen. You can actually see me moving the hand right there and hovering over some of the numbers here. That number 1 is Eric Husted, and if you look right behind him, now within striking distance, Eric Husted's number was just behind as we zoom in. Eric Husted was sitting here on the road just a second ago. So there are a lot of things like the transponders on board that have to communicate here with Racing Tracks. I can only go by what my page refreshes here. So with that being said, you'll never hear me talk about who's in the lead or who's up front. We're just going to talk about it in a way that I can deliver it to you guys. So let's zoom in here. What appears to be from racingtracks.com that I'm looking at here, the same footage that you guys are looking at. Eric Husted is in the unlimited truck, and he appears to be one of the first four-wheeled vehicles after the bikes. As we zoom out here, you can see the last of the bikes. The bikes out here, like bike number 906. And in fact, let's look at some of these bikes that we're talking about. Bike number 906 out there is going to be, as I'm looking here on my list, maybe it's my very last bike that I have out here. Indeed it is. Michael Slusky. And Michael Slusky is in a really odd vehicle out of Texas. It is a quad that I've never seen one of these. It's one of the original Aces that Polaris made. It's a smaller than the RS. It's a much smaller four-wheeled vehicle. You can see here at the top of my map there, the number 906. So that is the last of the bikes. And you can see that the bikes are already way up into pit number 6. And actually, the majority of the bikes are actually already done with a quick little 600-mile jog for them, apparently. But here you go. I was going to say, so some of the bikes here all the way into Tonopah. Let's zoom in here, unless these are, okay, so these are cars actually that have returned to Tonopah. So nobody has finished or come across the finish line yet. So let's zoom out here and continue to look at Racing Tracks and try to discuss this. All these are bikes. So every one of these, and the 1X firmly, according to racetracks.com, apparently is out front. See, we got to continue to say it that way because I am unofficial. I cannot press that enough. I'm simply calling it as I observe it here. So with that being said, let's go back to vehicles and let's see, because one of the questions that came across on the live track feed on YouTube is 6177 Travis Williams out front. So let's zoom in. That's going to be in this area right here. We're going to zoom in. We can see Eric Husted. And the only other truck that Eric Husted has to battle, and I don't think he knows whether in the race or not, is the number 26 truck of Jonathan Brenthal, of Jonathan and Jordan Brenthal. Well, I see no 27, or 26 rather, here, so I can only assume that the Brenthal truck, the Brenthal entry, has run into problems. So let's zoom in here. That's going to make the next truck available, and looks like there is a race forming up. And there is Eric Husted right there. Pretty interesting color schemes he's got going on here. We got the yellow of the ELE on the side and the purple roof choice there. So that's pretty interesting. There is Eric Husted. He doesn't look like anything is slowing this car down. That car is an all-wheel drive vehicle. So he is, according to racingtracks.com, at just left race mile 160. So he is probably about 170 miles up. Oh, no, not even 175 as he's coming up on race mile 165. So he's roughly at 162 race miles, and you can see him right here coming up at 165. Back to this action in the field, though. Travis Williams starting in 4th position. According to this, that puts Travis Williams in the chase right now to probably take over that coveted position we're talking about. As we zoom in, you can see the 6177 marker here, and I'm curious what the red is here. But with that data being transmitted to us, let's zoom back out. The 61 trucks have got around some of the 1 cars, and I'm gonna have to let this refresh here. In fact, I'm gonna pull out of this scene here, and let's see, escape. We're gonna refresh this. So give me a second, and we're gonna refresh this here if I can. Where are we at? There it is. We're gonna refresh this whole thing. Hurling Racing, making sure that this live coverage of the Vision Wheels 2022 Baja, Nevada, brought to you by Legacy Racing Association. There we go. Refresh one more time. Go back to our screen and let's zoom it in. So I refreshed and now all my racers are gone. The joy.
Okay, so yeah, that's the last guy that way.
All right, back to some of the sponsors. Let's talk about Rugged Raiders. Oh, back to my map. All right. We had coming into race mile 165, so we're going to go down here. The racers now coming up into race mile 165 right here. We'll allow this, we'll allow it to get caught up. The transponders again have disappeared, but they'll be coming in here just by Fish Lake Valley Cemetery right there. You'll see them, and then the rest of the classes coming through there. Eric Husted, though, and we have no sign of the Brenthal entry, being the 2 lone unlimited trucks out here for the Baja, Nevada, but over 19 6100 spec unlimited trucks. And what it visually looks like for me, Travis Williams now, one of the forerunners, and he has his hands full with Travis Chase and Chasen Gaunt, the 6158. So it still could be anybody's race. The man that I need to see in the mix, though, is the 6139 of Adam Householder out of Yorba Linda, California. Adam Householder, your current points champion. And we'll come back here to this race. But right about now, all the racers, 4-wheeled racers, are coming right here to race mile 165. You can see it. And that's going to say to me, with a... If I could see the button, I would know. I don't know where the problem is. The problem with racing tracks are our transponders. Because look, I don't have anything.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. Got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
We are built on our core values, quality work that comes from the safety on our job sites, the teamwork that makes it happen from employees that are guided by integrity, and making a commitment that we are proud of at Stronghold Engineering. Our values have been instrumental in our success and ability to build or facilitate anything imaginable. Stronghold Engineering, building construction excellence since 1991.
All right, back to recent action here at the Hurley Racing live track coverage here of the Vision Wheel Legacy Racing, Baja, Nevada. We used to have it, last year was a 2-day event, but now watching the grueling event unfold in the matter of 1 day. Quite a different deal for last year as we were able to have a 2-day event. Raced out of Pahrump into Tonopah. Tonopah ended up being the overnight where you could gather everything and fix what broke or change things in the truck. As long as you made the curtain call on the next morning, we raced down to Bonnie Claire. This year's event starting in Bonnie Claire and ending now in Tonopah over a 635-mile circuit here this year. So quite a grueling race, and right off the top of my head, that does make it the longest off-road race in the continental United States. So only to be overshadowed by a race that we all know, but now the Baja, Nevada takes that top honors of the number one. That's right. So Legacy doing a great job here on their second year here. Is that sophomore? That'd be our sophomore year. And very excited that yours truly, Mark Wright, is able to bring it to you. Bradley Callahan out on the track. Well, hopefully we'll be able to get some live coverage from him. He is able to set up and see if we can get some live footage of him. I know as the day continues, we're going to continue right on into the night, as we'll have bikes and cars and everything. And we assume that there'll be cars going all the way into Saturday. Rugged Radios, the official radio of Legacy Racing. Rugged Radios, they are the choice of champions. Stephanie, one of our producers in the studio here, she just said Rugged Radios now into side-by-side. So Rugged Radios now just dominating all markets and facets of off-road racing. All right, back coverage here in the studio at VT Construction. Let's get back and let's thank some of the people that make it happen out here for us in a grueling 635-mile race out here known as the Vision Wheel, Baja, Nevada. Let's talk about some of the sponsors here that make these races happen here at Legacy Racing. First off, I want to thank Rugged Radios, the official radio of Legacy Racing. S&S Off-Road Magazine coming on board for the 2022 year. Treadlightly.org. If you guys want to learn more about how to take care of the land that off-road is done on, learn more at treadlightly.org. Trophy Light. If you guys want an interesting way to get in and break into off-road racing, Trophy Light, race prep, sales, rentals, and parts. And we've been talking about Trophy Light for quite a bit during this broadcast. You can buy a car, you can get it prepped, you can even rent a car to show up and race. You literally just show up and race. Wordco BC Inc. Making sure that we've got everything covered for our heavy transport. They've come on board. UTVSportsMag.com. You guys want to know more about UTVs and what's happening in the UTV world, check out UTV Sports on board. Trophy Tractor. Trophy Tractor with their hands full at the last race that we had, as we had a loop race down at the Prim, as we know about the shootout. Trophy Tractor making sure the track was perfectly groomed. Everything was just simply awesome. Every racer loved the track, as you saw Adam Hausholder, one of the commercials there, ended up rolling the truck on the last turn, going all the way from first all the way to third place in that one. So, all right. Let's talk more. Sea Devil lighting. Sea Devil lights, if you guys have never seen these are an inflatable light that has an incredibly bright element in it. You'll see a lot of them at the dunes and at the Imperial Dunes there in California, but these lights are incredibly bright. They will light up. I promise to light up. They'll light up your camp and keep you well lit in the event. Diamondback Materials coming on for the 6100 class. Diamondback Materials. You see one of the 211 cars. It's very good to see that they are still going out there. That is the one driven by Gary Levitt. Very dusty out there. The wind comes and goes. You can see the dust leaving the course promptly. So hopefully that gets things rocking and rolling. Vision Canopy, the official canopy of Legacy Racing. Vision Canopy. Kyle actually in the race, this race from Vision Canopy. So it's exciting to see Kyle out here racing. He's racing a Turbo UTV. That would actually make sense to why I didn't see Kyle yesterday. That means he was in the pits making sure that everything is going to be perfect. I was able to spend time with Kyle. As I told you, I spent some time in the short course racing world here for last summer with Daily Pentacle. Here's a view of the racer map and a lot of the other sponsors here. Turn 2, VT Construction, great enough to let us have the office belonging to Liz Marshall, one of the officiants here at Legacy Racing. I'm actually physically sitting in her desk. She's listening. Am I on mute right now? I was going to say. But that's all right. She's hearing this, knowing that I am literally sitting at her desk. So, and we've been joking, saying that I've been going through everything, and that's simply not true. I actually value my job and my life. and I don't know which one's more important there. All right, very good. All right, so let's get back to live race coverage here. Let's look at it together on the map. I'm going to switch here to Google Chrome here so I can give you guys a full view. So this is what I'm dealing with here in the studio. So I do want to just give you guys a refresher one more time. My commentation on all my comments that I'm going to make here are 100% unofficial. I don't want to hear anybody come back and say, well, the announcer said. I just have these tools available to me, and we've already figured out that through the great internet that your view of what you have at your network connection can be different than mine. There are tons of variables here, so I'm just going to call it as I see it here with the map that you currently see across your screen. It may not match yours, but this is how I'm going to call it. So here we are. We're zoomed out here. You can see where all the vehicles started here in Bonnie Claire. You can see some of the vehicles didn't make it that far, and they're stuck there, or they're figuring out what they got to do, like the 1535 car that we discussed earlier. Bill Zemek, he is already out of the race. As we were looking for Lad Gilbert out here, VT Construction, we were looking at where Lad Gilbert was, and we were able to determine that the 1535 car was already taken out of the race. So as we zoom in closer, you can see a lot of the cars. Like there's the number 26 of Brenthal. We were looking for the 26 car. As you see, the other unlimited truck of Eric Husted, our current points leader, is well along the course here, up amongst coming up here in race mile 190. But let's pay close attention here to our premier class here with 19 entries in the 6100, which is an unlimited spec class. And let's zoom in here. Now, the only problem we're going to see, there's a 6100, and I don't know where the error was, but we have two 6100s, so I can only assume that one is Travis Chase and the other one is Chase and Gaunt, unless we have a 6158 of Chase and Gaunt. And we can see here where the Travis Williams and Connor McMullen, the 6100. But let's zoom in here. So right off the bat, you're going to see the dual 6100. Now, 6101 is the car belonging to Travis Chase, and he's enjoying an absolute flawless day of racing. But right behind him is the 6177 of Travis Williams, and there's the 6158 of Chase and Gaunt. So if you look at this, we've talked about corrected time and physical, or what we call on the road, as we enjoy some in-car footage with Travis Williams of that 6177 just out of race mile 175. This is in-car camera. But now back to where we were at. Chase and Gaunt right here. So each car starting 30 seconds apart. So what's going to happen is if you best that 30 seconds on the person in front of you, that means you've caught that person and you are now reeling that person in. So with Travis Williams starting in 4th position and now on the heel of who appears to be in front of the 6101 of Travis Chase, that puts Travis Williams in the lead on corrected time. So it's going to determine that. And again, I'm saying it again. I'm going to say it every time. It is unofficial what I just said. I'm only viewing the map, the same map that you see on your screen at this point. So more than likely, with this position, now that he's chasing the number 1 car, that more than likely puts Travis Williams up front. So, all right, let's keep going back here and look at some other classes. Let's look at some of the Class 1s. I don't see any of the Class 1 cars here with these forerunners of the 6100. That would tell me that the 6100 class promptly got around the Class 1 class because Class 1 started right after the unlimited trucks. So you can see right here the lone 1512 Class 1 car. First on my map is Blaine Conrad. Blaine Conrad in a single-seater 1 car. You can see this car throughout the coverage that we have of the course. And 6122 now up there in the mix in the top 5 of the 6100 class. That is the car belonging to Connor Pyle out of Draper, Utah. And here in the white, you can see the 5126 car of Nicholas Corland. And the one we're looking for is the 1562. But let's keep going. And let's zoom in here and see if this is the 1562 car of Lad Gilbert. It is the 1503 car belonging to Nick May. And Nick May having a lot of fans out there watching this. So Nick May doing great. And there is, where is the 1562 car? We're looking for it as we're sitting here in VT Construction at their office buildings with our studio. Let's zoom in here and see this 11. There it is, 1562, still stuck at pit 4. So Lad Gilbert could almost be safe to say that they are having technical problems. So we'll keep you posted on how that transpires throughout the day. The back end here, the last one we covered. Now this is kind of crazy seeing the 6177 here. And we got it here. And we got it up here. So, all right, we'll see how this is going. All right, let's go back to YouTube. We were talking about, we just covered the sponsors. Let's go back to YouTube. We're going to answer some of the questions here. Let's see what I got as I click here. We will delete some of these things here that have really been annoying.
Shout out to MBS Racing, Brian Schiebel.
I'm actually going to pull it up here and we'll go directly here. Stephanie doing a great job making sure that I've got all. I'm just wondering how these continue to make it through as they filter through all the comments. All right, let's go to the updated one. Shout out to MBS Racing from Brian Schiebel and the number 6110 car. And the driver record here that I have on the 6110 car. Make sure I got them all just right. Yep, Brian Schiebel out of Georgetown, Texas. So check it in to, okay, and JC Silva here pointing out that the transponders that I might be seeing might be chase trucks. So that is a possibility. I would wonder why I guess they could have multiple transponders. So JC, that is quite the suggest. Good to suggest that. Lily says go 6177. So Travis Williams having some love out there from some of the fans. It's a neat idea, but you're got to have that filtered out for your announcer. Okay. I'm going to have to continue to look through there, but we're ready for a commercial. All right, guys, stick around. I will keep you posted. That was a really neat effect there that you saw, and we'll come back to answer some more questions from YouTube, so keep them coming.
our core values, quality work that comes from the safety on our job sites, the teamwork that makes it happen from employees that are guided by integrity, and making a commitment that we are proud of at Stronghold Engineering. Our values have been instrumental in our success and ability to build or facilitate anything imaginable. Stronghold Engineering, building construction excellence since 1991.
There's nothing wrong with looking good, but when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
The all-new Apache by CST Tires. CST Tires' first steel-belted offering for the side-by-side market is designed for heavy loads, long trips, and smooth rides. With an aggressive, light truck-inspired tread pattern and ample sidewall protection, the Apache is built to withstand the toughest conditions. From dry desert lake beds to Rocky Mountain trails, the Apache will get you there. The all-new Apache by CST Tires.
All right, guys, back to live coverage. The Hurling Racing Vision Wheel Baja Nevada Legacy Racing Association, the live feeds here coming in from Hurling Racing. And yours truly here, Turn 2 Productions. Well, let's look here at the racing tracks update. You can see some of the racers now coming in. As you see, the number 1 unlimited truck of Eric Husted coming into race mile 205. And this is going to be a very interesting little pit here. Let's zoom in here and see how this is going to go, because this is a great deal here for some of the pits here coming into the Esmeralda County School District here. It's pit 3 and just leaving into, let's back out here. So our last pit was pit 2 back here. And racers had to contend with another at least 30 miles of this loop to get in, or a lot more than 30 miles. Let's look at it here. Race mile 70 at pit 2. So this is a cool little thing. Pit 3, pit 4, and there it comes finally, updates into pit 5. So racers already now, Eric Husted, first four-wheeled vehicle in through pit 5. And now, interesting to see these numbers here, if we can zoom in. And what number, lo and behold, it is the 6177 of Travis Williams that I see here. Travis Williams, or at least the transponder and everything else. I'm going to go with JC Silva saying that could the 6177 that we see right here be in the chase truck? So that leads me to think, does Travis Williams have more than one transponder? And is the one in the chase truck here in pit 5 giving us this false, like, I guess what we say, false flag? So, JC, I think you've nailed it. I think you have found the mystery that we have been looking for on what is getting me some confusing thoughts here on the 6177. So, touche. I'm glad you pointed that out. And if we look at it, that is a lighter shade of blue. So, that is more than likely the chase truck. All right. So back to the course, a 6101, and in fact, if unless we zoom in, and there is a battle going on between Travis Chase right now. Let's continue to look up because we have been following the 6177 of Travis Williams, and he has been our in-car camera, and I do not see the 6177. I'm going to zoom in right here, and there it is behind the 6131. We're going to stay right here for just a second and see how Racing Tracks updates here. It apparently, according to what I am looking at right now, Travis Williams has a problem. So we'll keep you updated as we know more. I'll have the producers. We've been talking about Gary Clough and everything. Let's see if we can get the story on Travis Williams. He seems to be down. 6131 now getting ready to come around him, or 6131 has stopped to help. 6131 is the car belonging to Michael Osborne out of Los Angeles. So let's see how that shapes up. Now, there's one of the road crossings that you're able to see at race mile 380. So this race just going down in the history books as one of the faster races. If they're already up to, the Class 1 cars are already up to race mile 380, we will definitely have our first car in long before nightfall. So that's going to be an interesting development as this race progresses. But at this very moment now, you see the 6131 car already now being able to check out. And according to racingtracks.com, everybody, I don't know if you're paying attention to this, but the 6177 car has come to a stop. Wow. Interesting development there. Let's check in on the racing phenom in the 6100 class, the 6173 car belonging to Connor McMullen. So as we're continuing here racing on the racingtracks.com, it would appear that now 6173 is in the chase. The only two cars ahead of him, and again, two cars, but there is three physical cars here. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and try to make sense of this here. First of all, the 6101 car is Travis Chase. Travis Chase, and we're gonna come out of this here for a second. Stay on me, Paul. We're gonna go into the points chase, and we'll go back to my other browser. So let's go to the 6100 class. Here is your leaders right here. Adam Householder now with 145 points. Connor McMullen with 132, and Travis Chase at 138. So that puts Chase and Gaunt. Oh, what do we have here? Points earned. Well, that's kind of crazy here. I don't know if we have a misprint here or if I'm just reading them wrong. So that would put Chase and Gaunt in the points lead, Adam Householder in second. Connor McMullen well down there with 138 coming from Travis Chase. So I'll have to find out what's going on with that too. Back to the map. I had to put it on Google Chrome here so we can get the full screen like what we have right there. So, okay, a little bit of information there we'll have to sort through. But here we are back to the map. The 6158 car, there should be another 61 here. And now they're catching all the cars here. I am glad that JC pointed that out, that a lot of these numbers, since you see a lot of the same numbers here, like the T995 here, T916, and these are the Chase teams. 6101 coming in, though, that is Travis Chase. And Travis Chase, with where he's at, that is a good, firm showing that he is indeed in the lead over the 6158 of Chase and Gaunt. So let's continue here, because another one that I'm going to want to look into is 6146 of Brent Fox, and there you can see Connor McMullen. Now, Connor McMullen has that is definitely, as we're looking at these two right here, that is definitely not a 30-second deficit. So that would mean that there is a battle right now between the 6158 car of Chase and Gaunt, and Connor McMullen now more than likely has Chase and Gaunt's dust right in his face. So there is definitely a battle going on right there. Or about as close as you can get it here in desert racing. And now this could be anybody's. We'll keep this one updated. But let's go back to look at Brent Fox, 6146. And look at that. I was just talking about Brent Fox. And look who popped right into screen right here. There's Connor McMullen, and I do believe right behind Connor McMullen. Let's zoom in a little closer here. And let's see if I can click on it. I just saw Brent Fox. And I didn't know I could actually click on these and do that. So now you can have it on your screen as we sit here and talk about it. But let's go back to look for that 6146 of Brent Fox. I hope the update just didn't put him well ahead of Connor McMullen, but it might have. So let's continue to find this one. So 6122, Carson Pyle, and there's Travis Williams. Now I had Travis Williams back over here and down, so I might have miscalled it there. And Adam Householder now well off the pace. He is, I did believe that he was our points leader, but as I did more research here, just showing it to you guys, I didn't look over and see that the points were actually listed. So I will get a hold of that and make sure that that I announce that correctly. So for any of the confusion that might have caused, I'm openly apologizing. Okay, so Travis Williams now a little off pace, but now with the update, that puts him ahead of 6131 belonging to Mike Osborne. But Travis Williams, though, he is more than likely recovering from an issue that he had because he was well on the pace to be up there with forerunners. So I'll keep you updated and let you know. You can see my computer adjusting after every ping comes through. I can only imagine what that's like there on the course. It just must be right here at this section. It's just got to be, for lack of a better word, just a battle happening right here. So if you're standing outside of the course watching this, you definitely got your hands full. The one cars are coming through. You can see here, this is going to be the car of Nick May. A lot of people watching Nick May out here in the 1503 car. You can see everything on the YouTube of people supporting Nick May. As you see, Travis Williams here come up abruptly here with Connor McMullen. So we'll see how this goes. Let's take a break from this real quick. And I told you guys in some of the text that I would answer some questions here from YouTube. So let's go to YouTube and let's answer some of those questions out here. And now I'm going to get a hold of this here because I didn't see these points earned right here. Oh, here we go. So there are more points given here, and here are the total points. Okay, so now I understand. Adam Householder in the lead, 286 points. Connor McMullen in second place with 282 points. So this race, Connor McMullen needs to finish as high as he can to try to stay within reach of the 6100 championship out here for Brenthal Industries. I think that's going to be a great year. But let's go back to some of these questions here on YouTube. I told you guys I would look back here and try to answer some of these questions. I got to get rid of these silly little things here. I don't know if you guys can see them, but they're definitely coming through on my computer. Stephanie said they're coming through on hers too, so please bear with me as I get rid of these deals here. I've reported them. I don't know why they're not on top of it yet, but that's all right. So JC, you indeed, I 100% agree with you. They were transponders in the chase truck. Let's see here. All your light blues and chase truck, your chase trucks is for display. Click on the chase truck tab and hide all there. All right, perfect. Thank you, Sick Nick. For getting, hey guys, that's me. Which chase truck is going to win the chase truck race? Now that I filtered all our race cars, I've invested in the pit race. Now, since you brought that up, indeed, Michael, that is quite a thing. I don't know if you've ever been part of a chase crew here as we are watching from the helicopter or the drone. That is the drone. You can tell by just the movement of the camera. At race mile 203 and 205, we'll let you watch this as I answer some of the questions here. But the chase teams are equally as important as the race vehicle. The chase teams have to get to the next pit that they have got in their logistics or on their chase sheet. And indeed, the logistics it takes to pull off a a proper chase it can be more chaotic than the race itself. And being on both sides of it, I've been the racer, I've been the chase for some really big teams through the year, and I can't even express to you enough that when the race is all done and you all get together and you take that picture, just seeing the finish line is quite an accomplishment, and watching it all come together, it is definitely a team effort. So you joke around about watching the chase truck race, but no, Michael, there's something to be said about that. So all the chase teams out there, they are the true unsung heroes behind the racer. So Travis Williams, Jason Gaunt, Travis Chase, all those guys, Adam Householder, the Householder crew, a second to none chase. Incredible. So, all right, Travis, Theobad 622, you were asking about the position of number 622 belonging to Connor Pyle. So, Michael, at the last chance that I looked at there, he is definitely top 5. Well, not definitely. He is within top 5 according to Racing Tracks. We can go back and forth here to this one. And I can update this one more frequently, but this is not the full screen that I've been using here to let you guys see it. Let's go. Next question. Michael says, let's go 1035 car belonging to Mike Coulter. And that Mike Coulter car, the 1035 car that you're talking about, Michael, what a beautifully prepped car. Every single race that I've seen that car in, it looks like it doesn't have a scratch on it. It looks like brand new out of the box every single time that car shows up to at a race. Now, at our last looped race that we had at the shootout at Prim, that car not only looked beautiful off the start of the race, when he finished and I got to interview him at the not the shootout race, but the last Prim race, that car looked just as good as it did when it started the race. So Mike Coulter and that entire crew, they definitely know how to keep that car in a race and keep it looking show quality. So Michael Coulter, tips to you guys for just being so awesome. Mrs. Holeshot 1035. So you're saying Mrs. Holeshot there. I'm wondering if there is a young lady behind the wheel or everything like that. So, and let's go to 1071. Rick Lance out there. He said, let's go to Michael Lane. He's a local here out of Las Vegas. So Rick Lance must be out there. Did I say Lance or is that Lane? Yeah, we have it as Michael Lane. So there you go, some of your questions. Michael, thank you for the great compliment out there. And I think Sick Nick got me in shape there for the chase truck there and some of the confusion that I was having here in the studio. So we'll keep rocking that. Number 1, still in the lead. Yes, indeed. Eric Husted seems to be just having a very uneventful race. It would appear that the Brenthal entry of Jonathan and Jordan have retired. We'll go back here to the race map. And let's close out some of these windows. Somebody was asking about the 6122 car. And I love the way that we can click on these and find out where you're at. Travis Williams at the 6177. And there it is. Carson Pyle actually now ahead of, according to this, ahead of Travis Williams. Connor McMullen, though, you can see him here. He's heading south. He is coming into pit 5 here at last update. So loving to have this. I better full screen it again. And there it is, fully screened. And let's pull back here. And let's get a look of Eric Husted and how he is out here. This is a beautiful thing. You can now see up to 16 pits, pit 16 being the last pit before we get into Tonopah. So let's zoom in here and see if some of the bikes have come across, or we can get some information here to see if some of the bikes have finished. And it would appear that some have. And as we zoom out, but that not have finished, it looks like this bike number 769. Let's see if we can get a name to the number. 769, Zachary Turstrick out of Las Vegas. He's already waiting in Tonopah, so that would tell me his day is over, because if you look right here coming into pit 15, the 1X bike belonging to Danny Cooper. These guys have been tough for all the races here since even our inaugural event starting here at Legacy Racing. That Cooper race team has been one to stop. You know, a notable mention out there, Thomas Tengadal out there, he is probably more than likely listening to the race here and listening to me over the air, and I'm still going to give him a shout out because he broke his finger and was not able to race, and I ran into him at contingency, and he is one sad young man that he couldn't race. And I mean, he is so passionate about his racing. So it broke my heart to see that he, to see that he realized he wasn't going to race. So, all right, so let's continue here. Out front, the first guy to take the green flag, rather, the start of this race, that number 1 car. We'll zoom in on it. Let's click in on it and see if we can do a match of both. Eric Husted, he's doing 72 miles an hour right now. He's headed southeast, and he is flying it. And there you go. I was just going to say, can we see if we can see some of that footage? And there is some footage from the drone. We've got a helicopter out there. We've got a helo out there as well. Some great live coverage right there. Brought to you by Hurling Racing and Fusion Off-Road. Jerry Hurling and Joe Hurling. I can't say enough about those two gentlemen making sure that we are able to bring you live coverage, play-by-play action as I see it here in the studio for you guys while you're at home watching it safely. Lots of people on here from all over, and it's a pleasure to have you guys on here and listening to some of the things that are going on here in the studio. I am in our studio here at VT Construction, one of the sponsors here for the 2022 Legacy Racing season. And let's go back here and let's look and see if we have any more questions here coming from YouTube. And then I'm going to plug some sponsors here. Let's pay some bills. James said, will you be showing the finish line and discussing the open amateur class? James, that is actually a good question. I think the first vehicles that we're going to be talking about, as you see Hurling Racing graphics come across your screen. Can't say it enough about Hurling Racing. But James, that's going to depend on Brad and how we get it here at the studio. But with a 600-mile race, there are going to be competitors finishing for probably, I'm going to say 4 or 5 hours straight. So that's going to be interesting to see how much of the coverage that we're actually going to cover here, how much of the footage we can cover. So I'm sorry I don't have an answer for that. Just stick around and continue to watch, and you'll see how it winds in there. But we keep going at this rate. Eric Husted is going to be right up there, and we'll probably be at the podium here within a few hours. So, all right, Rick Lance, 5 Class 10 cars within 5 miles of each other. Right now, per the tracker, shaping up to be a good race. All right, the Class 5 cars that we have out here. Let's look at our slip. The bikes, what was your question?
Show some love for the bikes.
Show some love for the bikes is what somebody said. Absolutely. Because the bikes, it's been kind of rough on the bikes. Joe Fido's out there for the last one of the UTVs, and let's talk about some of the bikes. Danny Cooper, been out front here on the 1X here. He's out of Las Vegas. He's got his hands full of the 61X of Tyler Harvey and Tyler Stevens out of Ogden, Utah. And in the open expert class, Brett Aguilera out of Las Vegas. We got a lot of Las Vegas residents out here at the race in the open amateur. Robert Sanchez and Dave Toller. I do believe it's going to be Toller. Out of Apex, North Carolina, Dylan Tondro. And he's out of Las Vegas. So Dylan Tondro, that team right there, I'm going to miss talking to them on the podium. And Beck's sunglasses here. You see the graphics coming across your screen at this point. Beck's sunglasses making me look so professional, but I'm in the studio and I don't have my Beck's here on. The Beck sunglasses, they are polarized, and if you guys have never seen these, do yourself a favor, a very high quality very high quality optics for your eyes. The polarization definitely changes things. It is a game changer. The only bad thing that I found, it's not a bad thing, but it's very hard to read your phone with a polarized set of sunglasses on. So that's the only thing that I can say, but that is a deal with polarization. Diamondback Materials, as you know, Diamondback Materials put up $100,000 to the Class 6100 trucks, and they said if anybody can get it done, win every race of the season, there would be a $100,000 bonus for that person. And up to the point, it was Chase and Gaunt, and it came down to the last race. Could Chase and Gaunt get that race? He was within 2 races that he had to win, this race and the one that we got coming up in December. All he had to do was win 2 more races, and he would have been that $100,000 richer.
6081.
So way there when I was away from the mic here, I had to get my bearings down here and see what was going on. You just saw Travis Chase, not just saw, it's been a couple moments ago, but Travis Chase coming into the frame here at race mile 239. Travis Chase, and we've been having some inconsistencies here with the racingtracks.com, but we'll dive further into that, and I'm trying to make sense of it. Well, just now sitting over, I just realized I should have looked over my shoulder here, as I actually have the camera feed. The feed that you guys are actually seeing are what's processed into a video mixer, and then I comment on this vision that you see right here of Chase and Gaunt coming into the picture. Now this is Chase and Gaunt. He's going to be your third place 6100 truck. Now the reason I can say this is I just saw Travis Chase come in, and he well above the pace of Travis Williams, but Travis Williams was in second place and has already got around Chase and Gaunt. Now Travis Williams started, he was the fourth 6100 truck to start, and Travis Chase was the first one to start. So the bottom line is where I was going with this now. Unofficially, without looking at any of the data tracking and everything, Travis Williams physically on the road is right behind Travis Chase. So draw your own conclusions there, but do the math. If you start fourth and you're in second place physical on the road, and you're in second place, you can pretty much draw the conclusion on what place the car number 6177 is. You heard me call it earlier that 6177 was having a problem. And as it turns out, there was no problem for 6177 Travis Williams. So Travis Williams well on the pace, and I've said it a couple times unofficially, but I'm going to say it again, unofficially, it appears that Travis Williams has set a great pace, and that Travis Williams is going to be your winner of the 6100 class. Unless something happens to them. So Travis Williams putting in an incredible race. One of the other 6100 trucks that I'm going to be anxious to see here is the 6173 of Connor McMullen. And it's been great to say Connor McMullen this entire broadcast, because I haven't said young Connor McMullen once. So, because he's not so young anymore. I do believe I've had a beer with him. So it's interesting to see that I have interviewed these kids since literally they were, 8 to, between 8 and 15 years old, as they got their wings in short course off-road racing. And Mia Chapman, Connor McMullen, some of these kids, Brock Hager, they're all grown up now. Daly Pennico, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And now they're out here in, Connor McMullen, for example, sponsored a Brenthal-sponsored driver. So Jonathan and Jordan Brenthal actually hand Connor McMullen a unlimited truck with a spec engine in it and say, hey, kid, go out there and see what you can do. And it was crazy to see Connor McMullen, his career transpire as he started off in a Class 10 car and moved into the Class 1. And now here he is into the very prestigious class of unlimited trucks. So watching these kids evolve into the racers that they are today is just what a great thing that I've been able to witness being an announcer in a motorsports announcing world. So good job to all those kids out here. So I'm waiting to see over my shoulder here, and I think I'm going to have what I'm talking about as I look over to see our producer's footage right here. I can actually see the camera. And let me see if I can see what I'm talking about. I do believe this is going to be Connor McMullen, unless this is the Curtis entry. Let me look here. No, it's not the Curtis entry. It is Brent Fox. I am going to have to do this more often and look over my shoulder here. And there it is. You see Paul now. He's showing that footage. Brent Fox now. So let's recap. We saw Travis Chase come in, we saw Travis Williams come in, we saw Chase and Gaunt come in, and now physically we just saw Brent Fox come through. Now, unless I missed a truck out there, Brent Fox also now showing that he is coming up here. And actually, you guys should be seeing that footage here in a second. So Lake Conrad right there. This apparently is one of the really cool portions of the course. You can see a lot of flat ground there, and how varied the terrain is of this grueling desert course that Legacy Racing has provided. 635 miles of racing here at the Vision Wheels, Baja, Nevada, 2022. All right, let's go back to some of these questions we have on YouTube. Kara Clement says, let's go number 169. And then Rick Lance, I wanted to address this with you. Rick Lance, you said, I want to know what's up with the tracker showing the first open amateur bike being fourth on the road. Well, what I think you're seeing there, Rick, being fourth on the road is the expert class. I'm going to look here at my sheet here. The expert class, or the pro class, what's called Open Pro, of the 1X of Danny Cooper, Tyler Harvey, and Tyler Stevens. They were the first three bikes off. They are generally the faster riders, and they don't want to have to contend with a slower class, so they give them the free air. But that's 3 bikes ahead of the Open Amateur, and the next up would have been the Open Expert of Brett Aguilera out of Las Vegas. But the Open Amateur started right after that. That would have been 4 bikes ahead of Robert Sanchez and Dave Toller. And you would physically see, if there's no lead change, if the Open Expert and Open Pro were capable of keeping the other classes behind them, that's the way you're going to see it, is they will be physically on the road. If no lead change happens, the Open Amateur will be fourth on the road throughout the race, unless one of the experts or pros has an issue and the Open Amateurs will get around. So I hope that answers your question, Rick Lance. Thank you. Show some love for the bikes. Okay. I can only give you the love as far as what I can see and read from the racetracks. We are trying to keep the coverage to the vehicles, but we'll definitely take that in consideration, James, and I will talk to powers that be and see if that's something we can get in and get production coverage on. But thank you for the compliment. Great job with the stream. Thanks everyone for working to make it happen. The people that make this happen is Hurling Racing, Jerry and Joe Hurling. Doing a great job here at making sure that you guys have one of the most top-notch live stream coverage that we can have here at the 2022 Vision Wheels, Baja, Nevada, here at Legacy Racing Association. Hurling Racing, I cannot say enough about their support to making sure that we are able to bring this coverage to you live. Sick Nick said the mic is on out there. Yes, sometimes the mics are left on as the cameras sit idle. Depending on how we switch it here at the studio, you will hear some of the mic chatter in the background. But that, unless you hear my lovely voice, which we're trying to mix a little bit of both. Trophy Tractor, making it things happen when we need dirt moved, when we need the dust taken care of. We get water trucks, big dozers, excavators, whatever we need. Trophy Tractor, the official tractor of Legacy Racing Association. Let's go back to this. Mrs. GB Racing. Racing Tracks has an unofficial leaderboard that might help you know. Indeed, and Miss GB Racing, that's exactly what I'm looking at. But now that I look over my shoulder here and see the actual footage that the cameras are broadcasting here into us in the studio, they also tell me a little different story. As we just heard about the what I physically saw with the camera. Travis Chase in the 6100 class physically on the road first. Travis Williams hot on his heels, which would tell me if he started fourth. He's looking at some serious corrected time there. So Travis Chase is going to have to literally run the race of his lifetime right now to keep Travis Williams out of that number 1 position. But it's going to be great to see how this goes. So Michael McGoffin and Miss GB Racing, thank you for the compliment and the comments there. And where can we find the link to the live tracking, says Nick Copeland. So Nick Copeland, if you're out there, you can do one of two things. You can go to legacyracing.net and you can see the very first thing you'll see there is a video. You can click directly on that and that will take you to the link that we show as YouTube being the provider of it, or you could type in at YouTube 2022 Legacy Racing Nevada stream. And that's you already seen that because you're on there. But you want the coverage and the position they are, go to www, or just type in your browser racingtracks.com, RACIEING, sorry, TRAX. That's Racing Tracks with an X.com. It is the first event that you click on. You'll see it there. Legacy Racing coverage. It'll have a live map, and you can actually enter the number into any of the vehicles that you're looking for, and you can actually find out where they are with their transponder on racingtracks.com. And that is actually the map that I use here at the studio. So it's the same map that you will see on your screen when I go to talk about it here, and I'll click on it right now. But racingtracks.com, that's TRAX, and that will give you the live coverage from the transponders. And again, as somebody pointed out, that is unofficial. So, all right, let's keep going. Tons of questions coming in. Rick says he started in front of the Expert 30, 40, 50, also the 40 Pro class. I'm just saying this is an open guy is moving. Okay, I understand what you're saying. He did start in front of the Expert classes, but he's gonna be fifth on the road. So amateur guys moving. Oh, okay. So you're just saying that you're looking for some love from the guy at the Open Pro. Well, he's either sandbagging or, sometimes an amateur can be, you got to think about it. All the big riders were once amateurs. Jeremy McGrath was an amateur. Jeremy McGrath came from a BMX career, and he just got a motor on his bike and just, when he was an amateur, nobody could touch him. The Loretta Lynn's, nobody could touch Jeremy McGrath. He might not only have been the fastest amateur there, he might quite possibly have been the fastest rider there that day, but he had to race amateur. But I think it was because of his age, not because of his skill. So yes, sometimes these open amateurs show up, and I mean they're going to be the next pro racers. So that's a good point out thing. Barry Pinelli, Tuba Arts is doing a great job. However, where are the girls? Okay, I don't know what Tuba's got going on, but Tuba generally does his own thing out here. His Turn 2 Productions handles all that you see here. Stephanie, Paul, Aaron, and everybody here, and all the camera people that we have out here scattered on the race course is what's bringing you the production that you see right now. And Hurling Racing, they're fitting the bill for it, so they're making sure that you guys have live stream coverage of today's event. Let's keep answering these questions. Watching from my car in... Oh, Doug. There's Doug Hayduck checking in. Doug's in Kentucky right now. Doug, miss you, Bubba. I hope everything's good out there. Doug Hayduck, a longtime photographer of racing. He's a rider himself. So Doug Hayduck, good little shout out to you out there. Thank you for coming on board, and thank you for watching. I hope it's a little different, Doug. Back when me and you were covering this race last year, I was out on the field. And there you go, Hurling Racing, the graphic that we needed here, bringing you the live coverage that you guys are here. We have 148 people watching right now. That's a good number, 148 people. We would love to see it up in the thousands, and that's telling us that we're doing the job correctly here if we're keeping you posted for what you see. Let's continue to answer a couple more questions here. Oh, Stephanie, she just put the link there. If you're on YouTube right now watching this, go to the comment or the top chat section right there, and you will see the live map, racingtracks.com, number 113. You'll actually see the link. Just go ahead and click on that. And you have to do more than that. Make sure you pull down the menu and type in or hit the button for each class, expand, or if you're going to do like I do, here I'll give you guys, if Paul will switch me into the race map here. You click on this box here, and you'll see it right here. And click on all racers. You can expand the classes here so you can see the name. You can click on your favorite rider. You can collapse classes, which I'll do there, but click on all racers. Now you can see every racer that has a transponder right here. You can do a few things. You can find you were looking for that open amateur. Robert Trevor, and there, somebody said the run 69 of Robert Trevor wanted to show some love there, and David Toller. So David Toller, social MC, you can keep going here. 399 expert of Dylan Tondro, and it goes on and on and on, and you can just continue to go and find that corresponding number here, and you can zoom in and you can see the 302. He pulled it to the front there, and same right there. You just saw it pull Dylan Tondro, the number 202 right there. So this is the way that you can use this, and you can see this one just clicked on Travis Wells and Brett Aguilera. But we're going to zoom in here. Wow, look at this. You can see how that's actually, if you look at where it started down here in Bonnie Claire and where it is all the way up here at the top, man, that's 1/6 the length of California. So that should give you an idea of what 600 miles looks like, and it's fairly looped as we continue. We'll go ahead and zoom in here, and you can see it is a fairly big loop. So we're talking 300 miles at least from the upper course down all the way here to Bonnie Claire where we started. So let's zoom in here and see what it says here. We're gonna exit out of this. I'm gonna actually go into my Chrome here because it seems to give me the best screen. All right, there's Travis Williams. We've been talking about him. He's been getting a lot of time here in the studio and on the live stream. Can't say enough about him. That dust that you see up there in the horizon, that is Travis Chase in the 6101 car. And Travis Williams, again, unofficially, it would appear that he, or I'm going to say it this way: if everything that I'm seeing, that I'm being fed to me is correct, I would be safe to say that Travis Williams has the lead. So, again, unofficial. I cannot confirm that, but I'm not going to deny it because, man, he definitely came through. Right on Travis Chase. Now, all the top guys, as you saw, Brent Fox has won one. Travis Williams has won one. Travis Chase, he has just gone crazy with it. In fact, he has won some races, and your top 5 competitors, along with Connor McMullen, the 6100 class is just dominating in this race right now. So 6100s, hats off to you. Okay, but let's go back as we're looking at race mile 335. We're probably well into. We'll see if Eric Husted comes into here. But if we look here on the map again, we see that the trucks are really staying very well bunched together here. Eric Husted, we're going to zoom in on him. He is into race mile, just past race mile 270. So looking here at race mile 335, we might be a little premature there. But Eric Husted with Travis Chase. And you know what I'm going to say here is the 2 transponders we're seeing, there's one of them is going to be Brent Fox. So. All right, and that one looks like it's going to be Travis Williams here again, unless that if I see some blue on there, that's going to be Adam Householder. And what a great shot that's Adam Householder, I do believe. And I'm sitting here watching with you guys as that Adam Householder indeed. I guess I could tell it's Adam Householder by that little flashing yellow light that he's got there on the passenger side of the truck. But Adam Householder right now leading in the points chase, and he's well off the pace if he is just now coming into this section at race mile 239. So Adam Householder probably going to relinquish his points lead here to one of the other, to Travis Chase or Travis Williams. So we'll have to see. But Connor McMullen in second place firmly with the points. He's only following by 4 points. So with a little more than half to go in the 635-mile race, can Connor McMullen take over the points lead here? And Travis Williams, he's going to be the one that throws a wrench in this whole thing that I'm talking about right here. So Travis Williams getting the in-car camera. And going to love talking to Travis here when we're all done with this broadcast, saying, man, dude, from my vantage point here in the studio, you got the most coverage of any other car, and that's looking good, Travis. So thank you for carrying on that in-car camera there. You guys always wanted to know what it was like inside. The only thing you're missing right there when you view that, when you see the in-car camera, is the smell, the dust, the heat. You're strapped into that truck. It's constantly punching you in the kidneys. And, you know, everybody says, what are you talking about? You know, you think you're just riding in a truck. All I can tell you is a 635-mile race is like 7 hours of a boxing match with Mike Tyson. That's all I can tell you. I mean, yes, right. Oh, goodness. Good times here at the studio. Glad we love to have a good time out here. Beautiful race mile footage right here coming in. And let's get back to the map here. Eric Husted just doing as he does, man. I don't think this, and I don't want to jinx him, man. I cannot recall the last DNF that Eric Husted handed to Legacy Racing. I do recall that that is an all-wheel drive truck, and I do recall him losing a rear drive line and having to drive into the finish with just one of the drive lines. So more chopper footage. So you can always tell it's the chopper. And see there, you can see the blade speeding up, and then they're going to slow down again as they synchronize with the frame rate of the camera. There they go. You can see them just once in a while. They'll come in and out of phase if you understand frequencies. There you go. See how it just like appears to stop right there. Now it's going backwards, and again, that happens as it goes in and out of frequency. That's how it happens. Pretty cool. Don't ask me how I learned that. I just figured it out. All right, back to more questions here on YouTube. I really like this interaction, and I think this is a great idea, and I wish I would have discovered this at our last race. That I'm sure there were tons of questions that coming in. Ken Flippin chimes in, says this style of coverage is fantastic. So Ken Flippin, I will definitely say thank you on behalf of everybody here in the studio. I know there are a lot of passionate people here that love off-road racing, and love to have you guys happy and tuned in, because that's how these races continue to happen, and that's how they grow throughout the years. Is, you know, the growth is what makes this sport incredible, and I do believe that everything is in a, you know, some sort of a shift right now, that things where technology that we have, like we have available to us, is definitely going to make it part of the race. So thank you for the compliment. That is awesome. I know the people here at Legacy Racing have all worked very hard to bring you guys a show, a safe race, and make sure that the racers and everybody are treated fairly and have a great race as well, because that's why we are in this sport. So appreciate it. Mrs. GB, she says, thank you for the coverage. Super cool. And she's loving it as well. And Rick Lance chimes back in that, yes, a sandbagger. Maybe he switched last minute to expert since there was only one. Okay. Yeah, maybe. James chimed in and says, any cameras at race mile 600 and up? So James, that the question is a no. So what's going to happen is, once you see the last car come in, more than likely there's already going to be somebody at the finish line. So unfortunately, we will not be able to record the rest of the classes come in beyond race mile 600 for sure. So you're probably going to see the last car come in somewhere around the 550 mile mark or somewhere. Where's going to be our last camera?
Our last camera is going to be at 6:21.
So at 6:21. So there will be one. But the reality is, the unlimited truck will already beat, you know, you're probably at 6:21 only going to see maybe about 6, maybe 15 of the next cars. And then it's gonna come back right to the podium. Hurling Racing, Jerry and Joe Hurling, they 6100 racers themselves, in conjunction with Fusion Off-Road, making sure that this live stream happens to you, and all these great comments that you guys are saying about the live stream, it is brought to you by Hurling Racing. Hurling Racing, we are very proud to have them as a partner in the 2022 year, and our ongoing coverage continues due to the folks at Hurling Racing. It's a family thing, so Hurling Racing making this live stream happen. As we see the helo, we're on board of a helicopter, and you can say, well, how can you tell this isn't a drone? Well, look at that skid right there. Look down in the bottom corner right there. That's the helicopter skid. But we actually physically saw the helicopter out of Travis's cab of his truck looking out from the live track feed that we have in his truck. So beautiful coverage here. The helicopter now going to get some great coverage and bring it to us. Hurling Racing, it's a family thing. Don't forget, those guys making this live track feed happen for you. More questions here. This coverage, Michael, I appreciate that, and I like who you, the Martelli brothers. I'm glad that you brought them into it. I know Matt very well, and maybe this will spark things and get us all on the same page and being able to bring this kind of racing here. There's a Boomer Wheeler, okay, says Will Wing. Michael, you're there. Mark, you are an astronomer talking about frequencies and stuff. Well, thank you very much. Frequencies, since we're talking about that, we'll get off racing for a second, Michael. Everything resonates at a frequency. Everything. Nikola Tesla discovered that there is a resonating frequency of mass on a molecular level. So I wish I was an astronomer or any of those things. I'm not any of those things. I am still just an announcer. I think you spelled announcer wrong. I'm just a know-it-all announcer. Sit tight. I was going to get there. All right. Yes. Frequency has to do with matter. We're sitting here giggling and making sure that we say it right here and that we're all corrected. But yes, everything has a frequency, even the stars, since you brought up being an astronomer. Everything resonates at a frequency, and if you synchronize with it, you can actually, that's where, I don't know if you heard of Nikola Tesla. He said he could bring down a building with a death ray. Well, the death ray matched frequencies of anything that he found, it, so on and so forth. I don't know the science behind it, but yes, back to racing. So thank you for the cool stuff. All right, wicked chopper footage. All right. So back to the chopper. All right, that looks good for the questions. We're up to date there. One thing I haven't talked about, let's talk about the schedule that's coming up here at Legacy Racing. Our next race is going to be the Dirt Revolution right here that you see on your screen, the October 7th through the 9th in Cedar City, Utah. And let's, I think I must have clicked on it earlier. But let's not forget about the race after that. The Dirt Revolution, October 7th to the 9th, will be for side-by-sides, motorcycles, and quads. So that is going to be right here, the Dirt Revolution. And our final race for the 2022 season is going to be the VT Construction Battleground, December 1st through the 4th, 2022 in Jean, Nevada. You can find all these schedules right here at legacyracing.net. Make sure you check out all the other options that you have. Definitely check it out. It has the rules and classes. It has results and points. It has both 20, 21, and 22 in there. You can click on it just like I did, and you're able to see their points that they have here. I was a little confused here as we had Adam Householder in the points lead, but I finally saw that the total overall points are calculated here in the right column. So you can find all kinds of. Also, one of the hot things while I was walking around contingency yesterday was, where do I get Legacy Racing apparel? Man, we got some cool hats and shirts. I don't know if you saw them yesterday. We had one that actually had actual cork on the thing, and what a great hat that was. My favorite. Which one was it? Did you get we had the glitter. We even had I don't even know what else to call it. The Scottsdale wore out pink hats for the girls. We got them all, man. I mean, so much cool swag. And I love it. I love it when we're colder and we whip out the beanies. So it's like a beanie war. And so far, Donald has had the best beanie. Like it was a bright green. So Hurling Racing, the ones making sure that you guys have the live stream coverage. You guys are giving us those beautiful compliments over. And, give us some suggestions, anything you guys would like to see. And here we are at the chopper. The chopper's trying to chase down some of the trucks. And it's just cool that we got a chopper. Or AKA helicopter. And there's the course. If you can't see anybody on the course, you can at least sit there and look at the course. VT Construction. We're actually here at the VT Construction headquarters right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I am sitting at Liz Marshall's desk with all the screens, multiple screens, within arm's reach and able to look and see all the stuff that I'm bringing to you guys. Hopefully we're going to have some coverage here from the race itself. If not, the next person you will hear on the microphone is going to be Bradley for the rest of the day, unless I will still be going back and forth from the podium to live race action. But VT Construction, one of the proud sponsors here of Legacy Racing and the Vision Wheel, Baja, Nevada here for 2022. All right. So let's click on the results here. That's going to be the same thing. And let's look here. I guess that's the only thing I'm going to see is this one. All right. So James, yes, you were talking about having coverage of the bikes. As I addressed that earlier, I will definitely bring that up, and I'm sure everybody here can hear me speaking about it here in the studio. But that's just a matter of making sure we have the resources to cover everything. The bikes are they're plentiful and they're fast and they're early. So keep you updated on that. But at this moment right now, the live stream covers the four-wheel vehicles here at the Baja, Nevada. But look for that. I will make sure that gets to the powers that be for that suggestion. I can almost 100% guarantee, though, they are already aware. But I'm sure you can imagine the logistics to have choppers and everything to cover the bikes as well. So that's about my answer to that question. Let's keep rocking. Let's go back to the map here and look and see where we're at. I'm going to clear this. I'm going to clear the board here. We're going to go back out and get rid of the Connor McMullen tag here if I can do it. I'm here clicking the X and it just won't close. All right, well, let's zoom in. All right, well, it's not letting me close that. Talk to me more about that, Stephanie.
There was a bet, but I don't remember who it was.
Okay, so the bet was, I do believe it was $20 for Connor McMullen, if I remember correctly. So somebody can, here, let's go back to that and actually look at that. So let me zoom in on that question here. Come back out of the map. So what we're trying to find right now is somebody chimed in and said that I got a $20 bet that Connor McMullen wins the. I do believe it's Connor McMullen. I'm going to look at it up here. I'm going to go back up through the comments. This is great. 6:33. Let's go, boys. Go get them. All this was Let's Go 1071. Michael, you got the menu bar. That was Rick and Michael. They've working it all out. Ironman is single seat 1,000 miles. Okay. No, Jason, Ironman does not just mean single seat 1,000 miles. Ironman means that you are the only racer to drive that vehicle in, no matter how many miles. So 1,000 miles doesn't matter, at least in my racing experience, and I've only been racing since 1994. So. So a little bit of sarcasm there. All right. Please don't ever disgrace Ivan Stewart again. Oh, that's what it was. So we had a thing here, don't ever disgrace Ivan Stewart. No, Ivan Stewart got the name Ironman Ivan Stewart because he single-handedly raced a lot of races, not just one in particular. The word Ironman did come into off-road racing, but it ended up becoming his nickname because he frequently was the only driver of his vehicles, whether it was his the Toyota, the original PPI 7 open Toyota, which is being redone right now. I do believe somebody purchased it and is resurrecting the original Ironman PPI 7 open Toyota. So that's going to be interesting to see that. But Ironman simply means you are the only one to do the racing, so you Ironmanned it. It doesn't matter the mileage. It doesn't have to be 1,000 miles. So now we have uncovered to disgrace the word Ironman. It is a nickname to Ivan Ironman Stewart, but it is also a term in desert racing to tell you are the only driver or rider of the bike, and no matter how many miles. You can Ironman the 500. You can Ironman this 635 miles. Yeah. There's a lot of young ladies that Ironman, and I've been able to interview them and say the same thing, and their crew or Gary will let me know, hey, this girl Ironmanned it. You know what I mean? So that is I strongly disagree with your statement about it being 1,000 miles over. I could be wrong. Maybe in other words, it's been adapted to that sense, but I don't think I am. So I'll go on record and say that I could be wrong just because I'm not a know-it-all. Can you believe that? 2 already. All right, let's keep it moving here. But let's go back and see if we can find this $20 bet, because at this moment I'm wanting in on that. So, all right, we're gonna take a short break here and let's watch some live stream action.
surprised I haven't seen more dust here. That's pithy.
All right, man. Oh, we were just discussing some strategies here in the studio, but look at this development right here as we are on the in-car camera of Travis Williams. They got the hood off. They just threw it off into the desert. I have a feeling they are not going to be worried about putting it back on. Pete Toller has the fire extinguisher in his hand, so that makes me wonder if there was something leaking out onto the headers that caused that car. Now, this is absolute. This is pure tragedy for the Williams effort right here, as I said. And let's look into the right there, or the course is, if the course is to the right or the left here. But we got to pay. The course appears to be to the left, so we got to pay attention. You should see the next car of Brent Fox coming in, past Travis Williams, and that can spell. That is not good. So we'll let you know. Keep that updated. But Travis Williams, at this point, both drivers are out of the truck, and we have no clue what's going on. But I'm just commenting on what you guys just saw. Travis Williams has some mechanical failures here that have prevented him from carrying on farther. We'll let you know, and we will definitely keep you posted, because that camera is going to be transmitting the whole time, literally until or unless the batteries fail. So we will be along with Travis for the rest of the race. Let's hope that car gets back to moving. But there we go, the 10 car, number 1024 car, as everybody loves to hear the coverage of the rest of the classes, and I'm very proud to bring you that. So the class 1024, that, or is that going to be 1004 rather, of Cade Garcia out of Santa Fe Springs. So that's great. But here we see another one of the trucks here coming into the frame at race mile 239. And let's see, and I do believe this is going to be the truck. Oh, well, we'll just have to wait and see here. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, this is one of the RV trucks. These are the Clark trucks, I believe, if I remember the name. And let's look down here at my list. It is, and that is 6141 of Valerie Clark. Now, I did not see the other 6151 of Stacy Clark out of Kansas City, Missouri, but this one is a 6141 of Valerie Clark. Both of them making the long trip all the way from Missouri. And let's see, this is going to be another 10 car coming in. And you can hear that 4-cylinder Ecotec or Toyota engine. And that's the Fox entry. 1015. Oh, on the rev limiter there. It's such a great sound to hear that. And I do believe that is Dane Miller. Or let me see if I get this right. I'm gonna have to. Let's do this. I do believe that's Dave Miller in the 1098 car. All right, this is a great place to be at race mile 239. As you can see, the race pick. Look at the train right behind them. That's going to be all 10 cars there, and they're literally within 3 seconds of each other. As we see one of the other trucks coming in. This is going to be one of the 6100 trucks, the unlimited trucks pretty much, and the lone Toyota that we have out here, the 14. That's all the trucks. And this is the other Clark entry, and that's the 6151 now coming in of Stacy Clark. And Stacy Clark, if memory serves, started ahead of Valerie Clark. So great to see them coming through and be within close. Now look at this train that we got going. I was just talking about the lone 1450 truck, and there it is now coming into frame. I was just talking about it, and I call this the train because these are 10 cars right here now, and they're within each other's dust. And there it is, Mike Coulter of the Rigid Industries light, of the Rigid Industries car, 10 car. And now the other car lost in the dust as they come into this dry lake bed. Cameraman doing a great job there as another 10 car blows the corner, and that's going to make it nearly impossible for the next two competitors to even make their way through. All right. Oh no! So Natalie just came in and said that Travis Williams was on fire. And they're waiting for medical. So that's telling me that one of the drivers got burned. Pete Toller didn't look like he had any injuries or sustaining injuries. Travis Williams wasn't moving too fast, so I'm going to speculate that, and they were on Travis Williams' side. So, okay, 61-77. This is unofficial, but I'm just telling you. Okay. Travis Williams at this moment is out of the race, so they're waiting for medical, so they're going to see what's going on. I'll keep you updated on that situation. A very sad day. Absolutely a devastating development in the Williams pit. So if you guys are conveying back, Williams out of the race.
Everybody has that same set up so that can leak out and make an IP. That's pretty silly. So do they have, where's your power source? Generator right next to it. And of course, yeah. Plug my camera in the power battery. I have one more battery. Yeah. One of the guys that here to oh, okay. And in the dark. Oh no, it's 5. And you should there's something. Copy, I just wanted to let you guys know that 10 area or whatever. Same place where you're at tonight. Don't know. That Comfort Inn, like to the Burger King, gas station, Burger King. Correct. Checked in. I'm like, oh yeah, got a bit of like. See a little rubber there. So I could do it tonight. Yeah. Right, sure. Thanks for checking in early. I'm like, oh, damn. Yeah. Otherwise, you may not have found anything. Oh. Look it up on the itself, so I really haven't paid attention to it. And the weird thing is this leveling system is set up in 50s. So 30 miles, going 100 miles an hour, 120 miles an hour. Won't be too long before he's here. Liking this wind, right direction and everything. Yes, I mean, at the time trials, it was driving me crazy. Holy cow. Because of where you were at. You're always loving it. This way, this way, this way, and then this way, and then I'm like, come on. Yeah. I was in a perfect spot. I really lucked out. The camera got really dirty, and I'm like, dang it. Yeah. But I forgot to bring a towel. I cleaned it when I got it.
Just over 635.
I saw some dust on the other side.
35.
I couldn't tell if it was a race or not.
How long will it go? Probably till like 9 p.m.
And then only 3 waiting had hit it. Yeah, I was gonna say, I've never been held up with you. But did you head to your second spot after you went out?
Alright guys, here's what we're going to watch right here. If you look at the in-car cameras, this is a replay. So you can see that Travis Williams now starting to get a little squirrely on the wheel. And the producer said that he saw some smoke. Travis is now looking down at the floor. So I'm going to assume that things are getting hot. He can probably feel it. The race shoes that you have on are very thin. They are fire retardant. They are not fire resistant. So you can still feel the burning through the shoes if the car is on fire. You can start to see some of the smoke there, unless that was dust barreling over it. Travis is looking down. So he's probably wondering what's going on. You can see the helmet angle now is definitely looking down at his feet. And this is the replay. He's looking down firmly, but still trying to keep his eyes on the road at this high speed section of the race course. So I'm wondering if something is intermittently dripping in. You can see his hand up in the air now. He's looking down, wondering what's going on. And I'm assuming it's some of the temperature increasing. I would love to hear the radio chatter here of him and Pete Toller talking back and forth. He's probably saying, I feel it getting really hot underneath my feet. Let's listen in for a moment. So no radio chatter here either, all right, we're going to come back to this replay here and see if we can catch the actual moment that the car caught fire. And to give you an update on that situation, they're waiting for medical attention right now, and they're going to have to get whatever did catch fire as we're looking at Colton Husted, I believe this is going to be. Nope, that's not Colton. That's my man, Joe Fidos right there, coming into your screen at home. Joe Fidos, we've been talking about him here, about some of the people we admire. VT Construction has some people here that Stephanie looks up to, and we're talking about my man right there, Joe Fidos. So this is to be the Sierra Romo car, and Sierra's got her hands full. Now, I'm not certain. You can see some good racing. Sierra Romo going wide, and that car behind her going to the inside, looking like it was going to slide out. But all right, so now back to the replay of Travis Williams. You can see Pete Toller kind of putting his hands in the air, not knowing what's going on, and they're in a technical section, a little tight and twisty. So if there is anything that is going to catch fire here, you're going to be able to see it here. And then you see the glitter, the glitching that you see right here. This is a network during transmission. So That's right. And now I don't see any evidence of it that's necessary. There it is now. Oh, right up into the engine. It's actually on Pete's side of the car. Oh, and it's actually coming into the cab with them. Pretty horrific right there for both drivers. That is a clear. And I wonder what Travis was. I hope he wasn't pulling the in cart. So earlier they were on Travis's side of the car, but Pete now took a big face full of it and came right into the windshield and around the firewall. So the firewall did its job. And let's see how they're trying to get the fire extinguishers. And so they were at mile marker 240, and you saw the fire come into the cab with them. Looks like they didn't discharge any of the fire extinguishers, so the fire must have put itself out. Now, in my experience, what could cause these things, possible causes, are any of the fluids that are in the truck. Most notably is the hydraulic fluid in your transmission. The transmission fluid has the dye and a detergent in it that makes the hydraulic fluid have a low flash point to where it can catch fire like that, and most notably if the transmission fluid drips onto the headers. For an oil fire, straight up petroleum engine oil fire, you really have to get hotter than the headers can produce, in my experience. But we'll have to see what was catching fire there. I'll keep you guys updated. Were they losing fuel? Was fuel dripping from the fuel rail? Most of these engines in the spec trucks are the Chevy LS engine, spec engine. So they have fuel rails, so I'm wondering if any of the fuel ended up dripping down in and catching fire. Fuel, obviously a little more volatile than any of the petroleum-based fluids in the truck. So we will keep you posted. I wonder, you know what? I think we did this last race. I'm going to try something here. Let's see. I'm going to see if Travis actually has his phone on him. And I'm going to actually call him. We actually talked to him at the last race. And let's see if they have service. So here we go. Live call from Travis Williams. Let's see if he answers. So.
Yeah.
We'll try to get Travis or whoever has Travis's phone. We did this last race, and I actually talked with Travis.
Not live, though.
To get the.
He's not live. He's just footage.
The 411 on
and then I do the live and the footage.
On what happened here, so.
Hello, Travis Williams, back in Cheryl. Sorry, missed your call.
Doesn't matter.
Your name and number to message that to the phone, and I'll call you back.
All right. We'll keep that updated. Oh, that's Travis calling in. All right. Hey, Travis, you're on speakerphone again. Tell us about what's going on out there. Everybody okay?
Yeah, everybody's okay.
All right. What happened out there? Travis? All right, hold on, Travis. I know reception's pretty bad out there, so I can't hear you. Try to move a little bit, but you're oh, hold on.
That better?
There you go. Try that again. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, so the tranny got hot, which is the torque converter got hot. It started, the torque converter just started gaining pressure, and because of the heat, and then it just blew apart and started on fire. So we pulled the pin on the fire thing and got that out. And so our day's over, unfortunately. We were running exactly how we wanted. We were just,
exciting.
Running the dust of the guy in front of us and just keep tight to the end.
We should have less than 10 miles away from me.
Gained a minute on us. So we were a minute down to Travis Chase. He's running a great pace.
You hear that, Paul?
You know, we let our plan.
All right, we're getting a little digitized. There you go. Keep going.
So, yeah, no, you know, we're out of the truck. We're safe. We're just waiting for someone to come out here so we can get pulled back. So we're just hanging out, mooning everybody that comes by.
That's what I figured. I just wanted to call to make sure you guys were both okay. That looked pretty crazy. We actually did the replay on it here in the studio for the live feed, and it looked pretty crazy. It did come right into the cab with you guys.
Yeah, that's the first time me and Pete have had to deal with fire.
Wow. Yeah, that was a little scary, but I'm glad you guys are okay.
We're good.
You were definitely running a great pace. From the studio here, it looked like you were in the lead there because if you started where you started and you had Travis Chase in your side, he's in the lead. So I mean on physical on the road, but that would have put you in first place. But wow, what a terrible end to a great day of racing.
Yeah, we're pretty bummed. You know, we came in with a completely different game plan. Me and Pete, we were more ready for this race than we've ever been for a race, and I felt we both actually felt really good. We were planning on we planned on switching drivers at some point today, but we were just clicking off miles and we were in a groove. We felt great. So I planned on staying in all the way to the end, and we were pretty easy too. So it sucks. That's racing. You know, that stuff happens more than it doesn't. And but hey, at the end of the day, we get to go home with our families. You know, I want to say thanks to both of our families. You know, they're all at home watching the live feed and all that stuff. And so, yeah, no, we have great people behind us. And you know, my girlfriend Hannah at home, and Lily and all that, and my mom and sister and everybody. So yeah, yep, we're disappointed, but hey, we're going home safe to our families.
All right, well, you know how this goes. If you want to get your sponsors talking about who makes your race day happen, you finish your race or you crash in a race, or in your case, catch fire. Tell us who makes your race program happen.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely, you know, Jeff Knupp, he's an awesome prep guy. He does all the prep. This had zero to do with prep, you know, it was a part failure. So, you know, he does a great job at getting us, you know, together at these races. So, you know, Ultra Wheel, those guys have been on board with us since the beginning, and so they're phenomenal to work with. And I want to give a special shout out. He worked with us for like 2 hours to get all from our radios and working the right way. And you know, they are huge for the off-road support for the racers. And
what
so,
radio was that again? What radio?
Rugged Radios.
All right, very good. Rugged Radios there. It was cutting out there for a second. I'm surprised you have coverage there, but I'm glad you did because it's making for some great video here at the studio.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you everybody. Yeah, we're good, and appreciate everybody watching, and thanks Legacy. I mean, it was Ken and we almost made it halfway, and we were super excited. It was fun. It was fun and fast.
All right, brother. Well, we're glad everybody's okay, and I'm sure we'll see you here at home. So we'll keep you posted, and it looks like you get to listen to the rest of the broadcast.
Yeah, right. All right, buddy.
All right, Travis, take it easy. Tell Pete I said I'm glad you guys are okay.
All right, thanks.
All right, bye-bye. Well, there you have it. Live interview there. He had footage out there. Both drivers are okay. It indeed was one of the, I did call it as the transmission fluid. That's generally the first one that catches fire like that. But thanks to everybody at Legacy Racing here. Travis Williams is safe and okay. And what a great job that was, and that I had the insight to call him again, and we got that interview firsthand, and you guys got to hear it. He's out on the course. So, Hurling Racing, bringing you this live footage, and there you have it. So, we're taking a break, and we're at mile 335 here, and we have UTVs already at 335, so this race, very shortly, next couple hours, we've got our first 3 bikes to finish. The helicopter is headed to Tonopah, and they're trying to drop off some footage there. So I have a feeling here shortly we're going to take it to the podium with Bradley. So sit tight. We'll take a break.
Was that a race vehicle?
It was a race vehicle, but I don't know what the story is.
Yeah, it wasn't number 1.
Was it 929?
I didn't notice. It went by pretty...
I got it on video.
Okay.
accidentally hit the cross instead of the tool button, so call off emergency 1.
We'll have rescue 1 coming here.
Oh, okay, they're not.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
They must have all been in the pits.
Several years of working in off-road, we got asked by a sand drag group in 2008 to start following their entire racing series, and that's when we decided to start Motorsports Safety Solutions. So when we first started in 2008, we had 6 people who were pretty much dedicated to following the different races that we did. We're well over 60 active members right now that help. Sometimes they're there for 2 to 3 races throughout the year. Some of them are there almost every single weekend. Different expenses we come across. Fuel is obviously a big one. Hotel accommodations. If you're taking 40 people to a race to help people, there's 40 beds. You've got to find a place for people to sleep. So hotels, medical equipment, extrication gear. Our team has been extremely fortunate over the last several years to have great financial donors who have helped us step up. The off-road community has built this truck. They've built another one matching it. They've helped equip 6 other rescue trucks with everything from suspension to rescue tools, firefighting capabilities. We've got UTVs, we have motorcycles.
I was about to tell you, dude, I'm like, this thing is fire. Well, they were watching the video. Maybe fucking good video of the fire. That's what you say the wind shifted.
Yeah. Can you give me a hand over here?
Yep.
I'm gonna have you carry this, and I'm gonna.
I know. Yeah, we were just pacing Travis Chase in front of us. We knew that Connor and all those guys, they got a flat, so we were just trying to run a clear pace and, keep chasing our sights.
They got one in Tonopah, but that's when you're gonna get a hold of anybody. I don't know what the deal was there. Yeah.
Grab a gear into spring at 4WP with deals on tires, tops, accessories, and more. Take advantage of huge savings on BF Goodrich, Mickey Thompson, Falcon, and Goodyear. Transform your truck and save big with up to $750 back on select lift packages and save up to $200 on select soft tops. Grab a gear into spring and do your rig right at 4 Wheel Parts.
me too.
Fastest growing segment for probably the last 10 years. This guy has been one of the leaders in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liquid Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
been on our side for a while, Pete. Did you find the pin? It should be over here. How's it stay in? Well, it's supposed to. I'm shaping up to be fucking bad. Huh? All I know is Chase was getting hard to catch, dude. He put a fucking minute on the left bit. He said, "You're 2 minutes." We were 1 minute, and then you were 2.
Between pits, all of us created roads.
He is trying to strong faster. I didn't realize. I mean, is that the? That would have to be the Well, let's see. I mean, is that it? I mean,
You could hear that.
yeah, we can do that. We didn't get into some fucking rough shit like this. This bullshit, that fucking comes fast. Were they just getting out? They were both out. I don't know. Oh, when we went by? That didn't look.
Yeah, everybody's okay. Yeah, our tranny in the sand wash got pretty hot, and so we were just trying to put down a couple laps.
All right, guys, I'm enjoying some cookies and milk here in the studio. Loving it here. Great to hear from Travis Williams. While we were at the break there, if you guys were still watching the live track feed, you guys got to see Connor McMullen come through this section right here in a hurry. So Connor McMullen having a lot of ground to make up. I know his mother, Kim, is home watching her son. But now that Travis Williams is out of the way, Connor McMullen only has to worry about Travis Chase and Chasen Gaunt. So it's going to be exciting to see can Connor McMullen finish it up and wrap it up with a strong finish. Earlier development from some of the bikes. Somebody was asking us to give the bikes some love. Well, Robert Sanchez, the number 169, I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the comments made on the live track feed on the YouTube channel, but there was a guy there trying to give some pointers to the number 169, Robert Sanchez, the open expert. Well, as it turns out, unofficially, Robert Sanchez was the first bike to finish. So with that having to happen, that means he went around the pro of 1X of Danny Cooper and Taylor Stevens, so the expert and pro bike classes. So I think there was a little shenanigans here on board. I was earlier saying that Robert Sanchez was sandbagging. Well, after a 630-mile race, and he was the one that finished first, I might go on to even that being 97 to 99%. Yes, that young man was sandbagging, or I don't know what the story is there. So as I know more, hopefully, to do that. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to do something that I just did with Travis. I know Kim's listening, so Kim, your phone should be ringing here. So, Kim, answer your phone. Hey,
I love this.
well,
I'm super excited to be able to watch it.
well, you're actually on the air right now live, so everybody's listening to you. So, you got to be a proud mom watching Connor McMullen live there from home.
I am super excited too. I'm bummed that I can't be there, but super excited for him because he was so stoked this morning. A little nervous, but stoked.
All right, well, very good. I brought you on a little prematurely. I got to wrap it up because we've got some podiums we got to get to. But as a mom, man, you got to be pretty proud of Connor. So, what do you have to say to him?
I want just to say to him that I love him and I'm super proud of him. Wish I could be there.
All right.
Go, Connor, kick ass.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Mark.
You're very welcome, my love. I'm glad everything's going good. You know, I'm gonna have to call you when I get back just to chat it up a little bit. All right, Kim.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk to you
take
later.
care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
So there you go, talking with Connor McMullen's mom. That's Kim, and she's a great girl. I enjoy being her friend and friends with the entire McMullen family because, as I said, I've been watching them, their whole race career come through there. I went a little too quick there as we're getting ready to come back into break. But what a great live track feed this has turned out to be. Stephanie and Paul, everybody doing a great job here. As you see this 10 car flying in, the SFA car, that's not a 10 car. That is a 1 car, the 1526. That car is the 1526 of Nicholas Carolyn out of Tucson, Arizona. Let me make sure I got that. Carolyn, that's correct. Nicholas Carolyn out of Tucson. And that car looking here. And here we got the helicopter footage of some of the bikes. Now, in contrast, we've been having the cars mostly on the feed. But we're 60 seconds away, and we're going to go to the interview, the first interview on the podium. And we can see the camera here, but there we go. I have no number on this bike right now, but here's what it looks like to be in the middle of one of the largest desert races in the United States. 635 miles of the 814? Let's see if I can get that bike here as quickly. Now everything's going crazy here as we come to the conclusion of this race. As we go to Jake Johnson right here coming in his Class 1 car. And it's like chum being dropped in the water. These racers right here as we see the N814. I just messed up my whole paper program here. But in contrast, you can see the cars in a hurry, and this is what it's like to be on these roads, on a dirt bike, all by yourself, and we are just moments away. All right, heading to Liz here at the podium.
Marlo, correct?
Yes.
Did you have fun today, Marlo?
Yeah, we had a good time out there. It was a cold morning. Wasn't expecting that.
Awesome, thanks.
After that, we just went out there and battled with the guys up front and tried to stay clean and not tip it over, So overall, we had an awesome day. We didn't have any problems. All my guys did great. I mean, couldn't ask for anything more,
Perfect
Just
day.
a good day. Good day out riding.
I like it. Eric, you got anything good to say?
Yeah, man, this event was just absolutely amazing. You guys did a fantastic job. Can't believe we just finished the longest off-road race in America, and I would dare say the fastest as well. So it was awesome. Thank you.
We love to hear that. Tyler, what do you got to say?
I just want to give a thanks to our pit crews today because they woke up early and drove a lot of miles to get us to the finish. So they carried our race. They carried our race basically.
4 a.m. was definitely an early one. Anybody want to thank?
Yeah, just all our sponsors, man. We got ODI, DDC Sprockets, Kenda Tires, FXR Gear, Factory Connection, Fast Company, Tits Pits, Factory Backing, and anybody else that's kicked in to help us get here. Thank you so much. Again, thanks to all our pit crews. We had 4 chase trucks, and these people just killed it today. So awesome. Thank you.
We love to hear that. Well, we'll let you have the stage for a minute, get some photos with your family, and we'll let you get on with your day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Trav, I'm in a hurry. Fucking hanging out. Hey,
Well, you know what? The ongoing drama happens out there at the Williams truck out there. You can see Travis and Pete. Both are out of the truck. Both are okay. If you guys did get any hint that they were hurt by the flame that actually came into the truck with them via the chat or via anything that came in, you heard Travis over the phone. I was able to call him. He was keen enough to have his phone with them again. Travis, I just do want to let you know, I'm pretty sure we just made off-road racing history of me actually calling you while you're out on the race course and you actually having a live interview with us here in the studio. That was pretty awesome. So I want to say thank you on a personal level for that. But here we are looking at, you can see Motorsport Safety Solutions. They are out there and that truck in full effect on the course. And they're going to be hooking up, as you see Pete Toller right there. An incredible off-road racer himself and probably the best co-dog in the business. And Travis Williams, both are out of the truck and okay. So that's shaping up to be great. And this truck has been eluding me all day long. They have the lights. I think they have a few lights on that truck. There might be one or two. But that is the Fluid Logic truck, the 6137. And that truck has been just rock solid all day. So let's get the name out on that track, 6137. Or is it 30? No, not 39. That's not LD Smith either. That is the, wow. Do I not have that truck? Now that truck did show up late, Ian. That's why I said that truck's been eluding me all day. So yes, both Class 11s are out. There were two cars. I did want to mention that earlier of Eric Driscoll and Gary Leavitt out of Crump, Nevada. They're both Class 11s. DNF did not finish the 635 miles. But man, I'm really still trying to get, I think that it's a 6131 truck of Michael Osborne is that truck right there. So, and that is a Mason-built truck. Beautiful, beautiful truck. So, I do believe that is that gray and orange truck that we just saw. But trying to get some interviews in, as we just saw, Tyler Harvey and Liz Marshall. She got to take her hand at being the interview there at the podium. I think she did a fabulous job. So Liz Marshall, if you are listening to the live track feed, did a great job. A little more creative there on the questions, but that's just criticism. Don't mind me, because I desperately wish I was out there in Tonopah with you guys. Not desperately. I do love being here at VT Construction Things and doing whatever my part is in this family of Legacy Off-Road Racing. I am very happy to be part of it and do what I do. Honored is what Stephanie's saying, my producer here in the studio. Finding out that, and I found this out just recently on this event, that I thought VT Construction was one of our sponsors, but turns out half of Legacy works here at VT Construction. Lad Gilbert out here and Sean Gilbert in that beautiful Class 1 car. I even got some inside on that Class 1 car. So unfortunate they recorded a DNF, but you're right. Everything's still safe, guys. Don't worry. Remember, I was told not to say anything, but it was very good. So here we go. That's right. We'll be right back with some more interviews.
Yeah, we saw him broke. What did they break on it?
I don't think the four-wheel drive was working when they did qualifying. So.
Yeah.
race. Group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Come on up, Jeffrey. You are our first Ironman Pro to finish. How did your day go?
It was rough. It's a long day. I'm so tired. But the course was awesome. I mean, it was tough to push for a little while, and then the sun came up and we was able to get into a groove, and I just had a ton of fun. It was so much fun out there. I wish there was more people to ride with because I was kind of lonely for like 9 hours, but other than that, it was a great day. It was a really great day.
No issues?
Not really, no. The only thing that we had is I only had one chase truck, and so coming into pit 15, I missed him. But we were able to bum some gas off of some really nice people, and so thank you very much to them, whoever you are. Other than that, no, it was smooth sailing all day, no mistakes, no crashes. Bike was flawless, everything was perfect. So I couldn't have asked for a better day, and to come home with a first is pretty cool.
We love to hear that. Anybody want to thank?
Yeah, for sure. My dad, Brad, thank you so much for doing this. TBT, Gilgrave for doing the chassis. Let's Ride for prepping the bike. Blood Lubricants for keeping me solid. Dunlop Tires, Achurbis, Moto Cuts MX, DDC, IMS, just everybody. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it, and looking forward to doing the next one.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Good job on getting first place.
Appreciate it.
You want to get a picture of him, Dad?
Let me get one up here.
Okay.
Come on, old man.
And do you want to get up here? I can take a picture of the two of you together.
Yeah, let's do
That'll do.
Give me your camera and I'll take your shot. Get up there and...
Yes. That's a tough day.
Yeah, well, that's 630 miles.
630 miles.
How hot did it get out there?
This was the hottest it was. There was a lot of sections where it was actually really cool, like going up into the trees, into the mountains. There was only like this half of Hawthorne to here that was just killer hot. But fortunately you're doing 100, so you got a lot of wind in your face and it keeps you kind of cool, so.
Okay.
You ready?
Almost, buddy.
Cheese.
Well done. Cheese.
Okay,
Thank you
All
guys.
right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Good day.
You're welcome.
Okay, I want to go home.
Well, good thing is you get to.
Yeah. Amen. Amen.
You gonna ride the bike home?
I probably could.
the day go?
Today was awesome. I couldn't ask for anything better out there. Yeah, overall the course is great, and you know, we were able to get a lot of traction down on that rear wheel. So, but yeah, no, it was nice out there. Really enjoyed it. Weather was great. Teammates were great. They all rode hard, and can't ask for anything more.
I think your teammates need to join you up here. Say a few words. Thank some people. Smile for the camera. Let you take your helmet off.
Well, I don't think we can show that here.
We're good. Okay, tell us how your day went.
Day went great. Sponsored by Dayquil. Perfect. Had a cold all week, not the Rona, and came out and raced with these guys. I feel good. Had fun.
Well, we love to hear that. What do you got to say?
Had a great day. Want to thank our chase team over there. Couldn't have done it without them. My teammates, my wife's at home. You guys, Legacy, thank you for putting on a great race for us. It was awesome out there. Thank you.
We'd like to hear that. Okay, thank your sponsors. Oh, you got one more thing to say?
I was just going to say, let's go Brandon.
I love it. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Let's step back, let you get some photos together as a group.
We're our sponsors, by the way. Self-sponsor.
I like it when you sponsor yourselves.
Good? Good. You want to get up here, Matt?
I can do a group photo.
There you
Come
go.
on, group photo. Come on.
You got plenty of time.
Come on, Kaylee.
Guys,
get up here.
Get my good side.
Okay.
Make me look skinny.
Okay, just kind of stand on the side. Just kidding.
Wait. Chin up a little.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect. Okay.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Thank you,
Nice
guys.
job, guys.
Yeah, good
nice
job.
job. Where we at?
Congratulations on a good ride, man.
Thanks, bud. We'll be back.
our core values, quality work that comes from the safety on our job sites, the teamwork that makes it happen from employees that are guided by integrity, and making a commitment that we are proud of at Stronghold Engineering. Our values have been instrumental in our success and ability to build or facilitate anything imaginable. Stronghold Engineering, building construction excellence since 1991.
There's nothing wrong with looking good, but when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
The all-new Apache by CST Tires. CST Tires' first steel-belted offering for the side-by-side market is designed for heavy loads, long trips, and smooth rides. With an aggressive, light truck-inspired tread pattern and ample sidewall protection.
Perfect. Surround yourself around great people. A lot of years of experience. Cooper, Danny Cooper, Cooper Motorsports. He did so much, even though he had his open pro team, to make sure we were okay and taken care of and had what we needed. So, thank you. Team Aggie, we didn't miss a pit, did we, bud? Never. Team Aggie, my brother David, having Truby as a partner, Nakoma, it's unreal. Carrie, Sierra, Lisa, Kellen, everybody, thank you so much. And thank you, Legacy. That was an awesome race.
Thanks. Truby, you gonna come up here and talk? Where are you at?
Come on.
Let's go. Don't be shy. What do you guys say, Nakoma?
That was excellent. A lot of training changes, a lot of fun. No issues all day. Just had a blast.
We like to hear that. Okay, Truby, what do you gotta say?
Just want to say thanks for the invite here to Mr. Snack Tray. And it was really good. All the years I've known these guys, I've never actually raced with Chris, so that's really cool. Appreciate all the effort. I know how much hard work it is to get ready for these things, and I didn't do anything other than just come ride around today. Had a great time. Bike was perfect. Thanks, Cooper, for a great dirt bike, and Nakoma for all the work. Aggie did a great job with the headlight this morning. I could see well. And had to put a lot of effort in to get that thing to work. So just everyone, thanks everyone. My wife and son are here, pitted all day, and we're here safe and can get back to work. So thank you. The course was great too. I had a lot of fun. You can tell you put a lot of effort into it. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Anyone you need to thank, Chris?
Oh yeah. Cooper Motorsports, Team Aggie, my brother, and my partners, pit crew. I mean, it's just unreal to have some around you, and longest off-road race in the United States, I'll say it.
We love it. Thanks. We love you guys and your support. Let's do a group photo. You guys want to get up here and take a photo?
No.
You take your helmet off?
I don't think we even got the rubber side down. We were so worried about these grips, dude. I think we made them better with our age. I think we wore them in a different way.
Dude, that's unreal, bro. Oh man, what an unreal day.
Man, we got legends up here, Aggies, Frylines. We got Frylines coming up. Where's Sierra? Oh, there you go.
Behind you. Ready?
Right.
Okay.
Well, at least there's two young bumps up there.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, these two?
Yeah. Hey,
fantastic.
Dude, is good for another 500.
Yeah.
Bruce is still good. Yeah. Impressive, dude.
Great run, man.
The all-new Apache by CST Tires. CST Tires' first steel-belted offering for the side-by-side market is designed for heavy loads, long trips, and smooth rides. With an aggressive, light truck-inspired tread pattern and ample sidewall protection, The Apache is built to withstand the toughest conditions. From dry desert lake beds to Rocky Mountain trails, the Apache will get you there. The all-new Apache by CST Tires.
To tame me, you can't catch me on the run, cause I'm gone, yeah. I blaze trails, set fire to what's behind me. No, I'm never looking back, I'm on the run. I could only ever be what I'm made to be. Feels good when I'm living on the edge. Watch me now, roll like thunder, gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now. I come alive when I'm in the face of danger. Bring the pressure, but I'm gonna rise above, yeah. Bet the house and I'll take that wager. They say you know a legend when you see one. Watch me now, I'm gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now.
my first open expert. How do you feel?
Tired.
Tired? You shouldn't be tired. 630 miles, that's nothing, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah, what do you got to say back there?
It was an amazing day. We kept it on 2 wheels for the most part, except me. But it was a battle all day long with the 250 expert guys, and it was a really fun race.
We like to hear that. Anything exciting happen besides almost tipping it over?
No, just we ran a pretty clean race and just clicked off the miles as best we could. So.
Brett, how was your day?
It was good. Very eventful. Couple long sections. Can't really feel my hands right now, but other than that, it was a very fun race.
Who'd you like to thank?
First of all, Randy Wells for building this bike, basically brand new, getting us to this race. Our parents, all sponsors on the bike, Perry Concepts Racing, Epic Garage Design, Max's Tires, FMF, Fast Company, TBT Racing. That's really good. Thank you. Love you.
Just a couple that are helping us out. Arlington Cattle Company and 25 Farms. Without them, this whole thing wouldn't be possible. So.
Well, good job, guys. Let's get a group photo if you'd like and get some pictures done. You guys want to get out there? I can take a picture.
The first expert.
Yeah, it's over right there.
I thought you said
Well, he's the first expert. He is the first expert. Yeah. Okay. You guys
What are we looking at?
okay. And I can take, you all want to go up there and take pictures. Okay. We're good. Right? They're like, I'm done.
This last section, everyone's saying it's tight.
Yeah, it was tight, but it was.
Yeah. That's like, which
Awesome
group?
job, man.
Right?
No back breaks.
I'm
Awesome
done. I'm
job.
tired.
Yeah, awesome job.
No back breaks.
Good job, man. No back breaks? Oh, shit.
No front brakes, no back brakes. You don't need brakes.
Yeah, brakes will slow you down.
Spongy front brake, no rear brake. I got excited.
All right. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Being here.
All right, Liz doing a great job out there on the podium. Liz is there, and our new guy, Bradley Callahan, he's stuck in some of the traffic out there trying to get out there to Tonopah. So it's great to see Liz Marshall up there on the podium. Vision Canopy, the official canopy of Legacy Racing Association. My man Kyle is out in the track. He's going to be out there in his side-by-side. Speaking of side-by-side, as you can see it coming into there, and this is at race mile, just about, what is that, race mile 5, right? 500 right there? But Vision Canopy, the official canopy of Legacy Racing Association, having a great job, great time out here in the studio here at the VT Construction mobile studio that we have set up here for a few races. And we got the bike finishers right now, and we're going to keep knocking them down here, but we're going to continue the live coverage that we got to present you guys. We've got a long list of racers to finish, and they got a lot of time before we close down any of our pits or checkpoints. So good luck to all the competitors that still have to finish here. Let's talk about some of the people that make our race program happen here at Legacy Off-Road Racing. I always say Off-Road Racing Association, though. But we are off-roaders, so you can say that. But Liquid Moly, the official lubrication, and I looked back over and I had the wrong graphic on the screen, but Liquid Moly, official lubrication of Legacy Racing Association. Motorsport Safety Solutions doing a great job making sure that all our drivers are safe out on the course. As you saw, Motorsport Safety Solution making sure Travis and Pete were fine after catching fire. Both were absolutely fine, but man, that is quite a way to end the day after being in there. Here's the Curtis entry now on the screen here. If you guys are still with us on the live track feed, Kevin Curtis, and I know the Curtis crew has got, and that truck just beautiful. First legacy race. We were told that that was their first race, but not their first race. It was their first race with Legacy. Diamondback Materials, Travis Williams and everybody there at Diamondback Materials doing a great job. A big supporter and sponsor of the 6100 class out here, and that is Travis that had to check out after potentially being in the lead. I was pointed out by Chad Soren, so if Chad was paying attention, Chad said, hey, it depends on how far Travis Chase was in. Indeed, but you also got to think about what position they both started in. If they started one after another, then that truly matters. But if you've caught up to them and you're right behind them, that puts you in the lead on corrected time. VT Construction. As I said, we're here actually at the VT Construction office buildings right now, and we have made our studio. We have set up shop right here at the VT Construction office. It's been an absolute pleasure. And actually, the young lady that you see on the podium right now, Liz Marshall, I am literally sitting at her desk here at literally. Is that the way, how do you say it? Yeah, we'll go with that. ATC, All Terrain Concepts, out here making sure that All Terrain Concepts is part of Legacy Racing Association's family, and we just keep them coming. Graphics are going. UTV Sports Mag. And if you guys want to know all the latest and greatest on your UTV and side-by-side, make it UTV Sports Mag. Speaking of UTVs, look at this one here, and just by the wheelbase of this car, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is an unlimited UTV or a turbo UTV, and it is. It's the Colton Husted, and this is a very modified car. It's the Husted car of Colton and the T938 car out of St. George, Utah. And Colton is the son of our current reigning unlimited truck champion, Eric Husted. And you know what, with that being said, we got to check here on the map and see how far out until our first four-wheeled vehicle of Eric Husted. We're going to get in here on racingtracks.com. And you can see we're going to actually switch to the big map. Boom. I'll give you guys a full screen, and let's see where that number one is. We're going to take it out. Back out here and come back in and see if we can't find that number one close here to the race mile. They should be coming in at least into pit 15 right here. And let's see if I'm right. Nope, not even close yet. Okay, no, right here. Let's keep zooming in. And here's the last of the bikes. And that should put, let it refresh here. That should put, let's see if we can click and find Eric Husted. Unlimited truck. There they are. And Eric Husted, where you at? And I don't know why it chose Connor McMullen again. Oh, it just won't deselect him. No matter how many times I click to close that bubble, it just won't close. But you can see me clear. Oh, it closed! Yay! All right, let's see where Eric is. 6101 of Travis Chase right there. As you saw, and they're just the backside of race mile 425. So let's see if we can find us an unlimited truck. And I'm just not seeing it. So it looks like we're still a few hours away from our first four-wheeled vehicle coming in to Tonopah for the finish. But at this moment, I don't even see, okay, could this possibly be Husted right here? Okay, this isn't Husted, but that number 26 right there is the other unlimited truck that we had, the entry of Jonathan and Jordan Brenthal. So there, and I do believe that red right there determines that they have been at rest for quite a while. So let's pull back out here and see if we can find any other purple. I'm wondering, and I haven't heard any reports of Eric Husted pulling out of the race. And I am just not seeing that number 1 purple tag anywhere. So I'm wondering if we might have had a deal that we have to contend with the number 1 unlimited truck of Eric Husted. I'll probably get a hold of Gary Clough, see if we have anything. Okay, so most of the racers coming into race mile 420 right here. You can see them just exiting pit 1. And this is a great development here. As we look at this map, we're going to zoom in here and we're going to pay attention to these numbers right here. So, not sure if this is a latency issue, if it's a transponder issue, but this has been the same distance the entire race. So I'm going to assume that there is some sort of latency issue or something happening with the 6101 because they've never separated, or, you know, so in other words, it's not the same transponder transmitting the same information, and because there would have been a bigger discrepancy than that you can see right here where my pointer's at in 6101. But if you look right there at race mile 10, it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be the victor in the 6100 spec, the unlimited truck spec class, the 6100 class, because a great day has definitely been had for Travis Chase, and what a day for Connor McMullen. So we're going to see who's going to be the victor of that. And again, whatever I call out is unofficial. So hopefully Connor McMullen can make up for a little more time and bridge that gap from being first on the road and corrected time. Can Connor McMullen do it? At this moment, he is definitely within striking distance. As you see there, coming into pit 11, if you look right next to the 6173 as 6101 now coming into the 420 race mile. These right here are city blocks, just regular city blocks. So that just to give you an idea of how close 10 miles is. So Connor McMullen could definitely catch up very easily if there's a place where the 6101 of Travis Chase is weaker in, or his truck isn't just dialed in, or barring any mistake. So we'll see how it shapes up here as we're coming to the conclusion of the Vision Wheel 2022 Baja, Nevada from Legacy Racing Association.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Several years of working in off-road, we got asked by a sand drag group in 2008 to start following their entire racing series, and that's when we decided to start Motorsports Safety Solutions. So when we first started in 2008, we had 6 people who were pretty much dedicated to following the different races that we did. We're well over 60 active members right now that help. Sometimes they're there for 2 to 3 races throughout the year. Some of them are there almost every single weekend. Different expenses we come across, fuel is obviously a big one, hotel accommodations. If you're taking 40 people to a race to help people, there's 40 beds, you've got to find a place for people to sleep. So hotels, medical equipment, extrication gear. Our team has been extremely fortunate over the last several years to have great financial donors who have helped us step up. The off-road community has built this truck, they've built another one matching it. They've helped equip 6 other rescue trucks with everything from suspension to rescue tools, firefighting capabilities. We've got UTVs, we have motorcycles, we've got a trailer to cool people down and act as a first aid station. The off-road community is what has 100% made this possible for us to be as successful and have the great equipment that we have.
Born wild in a world that wants to tame me. You can't catch me on the run, cause I'm gone, yeah. I blaze trails, set fire to what's behind me. No, I'm never looking back, I'm on the run. I could only ever be what I'm made to be. It feels good when I'm living on the edge. Watch me now, roll like thunder, gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now. I come alive when I'm in the face of danger. Bring the pressure, but I'm gonna rise above, yeah. Bet the house and I'll take that wager. They say you know a legend when you see one. Watch me now, I'm gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now. Won't quit, I'm here to stay. Where there's a will, there's a way. Won't quit, I'm here to stay. Yeah. Watch me now, roll like thunder, gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now. Hey!
Here we go.
You made it to the finish line. How was it?
Fun.
Did you have any problems out there this race?
A couple.
What'd you have going on?
I'm not sure. They all know that stuff.
Well, how was the ride from this morning, 4 o'clock this morning to now? Must have been pretty brutal out there. How was you doing on temperature as far as your body heat?
My body heat's fine. It was cold. It got back to hot. It was fun though.
That's good. You guys have any problems as far as tires go, or pretty good on tires the whole race?
Ran the same tires we started with the whole race.
Well, that's good. Who makes this thing roll down the trail?
Danny Cooper, my dad, everybody.
Permafried.
Permafried.
This is a long race.
Well, it's good to have you here on the finish line and on the podium. We'll see you at the next one.
Appreciate it, guys.
You guys want to get a group photo, your team? Yeah. Go ahead and come on up and have someone get a photo. And
All right.
Nice. Good.
great job, guys.
Thank you, guys. Man, of so many words.
get stronger as we go. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it. This is how our kingdom comes. This is how we do it. Our will will never break. Through blood and sweat and tears, we've made our way to here. On and on we go. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it, do it. This is how our kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it, do it. This is how a kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. This is how we get it done. This is how we do it, do it. This is how a kingdom comes. This is how we do it, do it. How a kingdom comes. How we get it done. How we get it done. This is how we get it done.
All right, as we're wrapping up here, we're actually not wrapping up. We're going to have a lot more finishers here throughout the night because each class, unless we get through them, but I know there was a lot of challenges for a lot of the drivers here to make it this far. Eric Husted, as you see right here, let's zoom in here. Let me maximize the window here. Big shout out to Chad Sorn out there. He is listening in, and Chad Sorn, and I got to give a shout out to Two Apparel Clothing, and this represents, in fact, the very computer that I'm on has the number 2 for Pete Sorn. If you guys remember, Pete Sorn tragically involved in an off-road accident, which took his life, and trying not to bring the energy too down, but I know Chad is out there listening to the Legacy Racing Association's event. But let's look here, right here, and Chad just chimed in here. Let me see what Chad said. Chad said, Husted at race mile 430. So as we look here, I've got the number 1 here a little bit further now than 430, so that was quite a while ago. The number 1 truck having a great day out there. I have seen no messages or anything that the Husted truck now passed race mile 460. I get to see him coming into pit 13 with just 3 more pits to go. So we're just probably less than an hour away from Eric Husted being the first overall 4-wheel vehicle into Tonopah for the 635 miles that we have to travel here in this Vision Wheels Baja, Nevada here for 2022. It just sounds crazy to realize that I've lived into 2022. By the way, wasn't 2021 when Mad Max was slated? Like, weren't we supposed to be dressed like Mad Max at this point? All right, but here we are, still off-road racing. We don't talk about it. Having a great time here in the studio, though, and it's been quite a day. Very exciting. Everything's been going great for us here in the studio, as I've heard. No qualms out on the field, too. The only drama that I know about the race is, so far, Travis Williams catching his truck on fire and having to withdraw from competition. So the Diamondback Materials, Travis Williams, and I know he's probably already back at M with a cocktail in his hand. No, not yet. Not there yet. So, all right. So let's zoom out here and pay attention to who else we got here coming in. As the 6100 race does develop, though, it is coming right down to the wire. As you see, we were talking about now with, and this saddens me to talk about it, but now with Travis Williams out of the way, that opens the door to a battle between Connor McMullen and the 6101. And I still haven't figured out what the story is here on both of these transponders here, but I have seen no other truck in that battle that could possibly be. But that's going to bring the number 6146 of Brent Fox now into the battle. So it's going to be very interesting to see how corrected time plays into this. 6146 out of Highland, Utah, Brent Fox. And he's got Caden McCachran. Now, I heard Rob McCachran in the interview earlier with Bradley Callahan. Let's hope that Caden, if I heard correctly, might get the steering wheel today of the 6100 truck. So that's going to be very exciting to see Caden come together. And you heard Bradley mention that it's good for Caden to be rocking, the McCachran name, but Caden making a name for himself, loving to break away from all the hype with the McCachran name, and it sounds like Caden is doing a fabulous job. I said it when I found out who he was, that he's doing an absolute fabulous job on his own. So good to have him there in the Brent Fox entry right there in the 6146. So this is where the race is going to be. Connor McMullen right here in the 6173 is going to have to bridge this gap here and make up for that time in the starting position that he started with down in Bonnie Claire. So if he's made up that time, we could have race leader there of Connor McMullen. Now, Connor McMullen rock solid here all day long, and there you see the numbers adjust. Now, one thing I've learned here with racing tracks, don't let that, you just saw the 6146 just jump around 6173. Now, if I was to comment on that, my knee-jerk reaction would be that the 6146 just passed a sitting still 6173. So let's hope that's not the case rather. And I know Kim's sitting out there watching it as well, and she's probably seeing the same things that I'm seeing. So let's do this. I'm gonna back out and refresh. We'll refresh here. It's gonna take my markers away. Go back to the markers here. If you guys are seeing how I do this and you're out there paying attention as well, make sure if you want to refresh the window, you do it the way that I just did it. And let's see if anything changes. All right, so nothing changed. So that's telling me that I'm up to date with the exact data that racingtracks.com is sending me. So we'll watch this right here. If 6173 doesn't change, then indeed Connor McMullen does have a problem. So what I'm going to do is use one of my resources here, and I'm going to text Gary Clough and see if Connor McMullen has had any issues so far. So here we go, 6173 stopped, question mark. And we'll see if that is indeed the case, or if we're just watching the computer that just hasn't refreshed yet with the transponders. But without that, a great day of racing for Travis Chase. Pretty much been out front and not looked back. And, we were talking about $20 on Connor McMullen. Well, I think it's time to take some odds in that, because we are in Las Vegas. So it makes me now wish I would have said 100 on Travis Chase. I would have had two very, very good friends pretty mad at me if I would have placed that bet. So, all right. Let's look now back into the Class 1. Now, Class 1 has been quite a challenging day for the Class 1 drivers as well. As we've learned, a couple of them that are already out. Bill Zemak. In fact, you can, if you look on the racingtracks.com site, you can see that 1535, if you zoom out, is well on his way, or if not already home. I got to see this because somebody had mentioned it. In Los Angeles. There it is, the 1535 car. A little bit off course there. It is Los Angeles, so that's telling me that somebody left with a transponder. So that still, he's down there at LA. And you can also see these other cars here that have checked out, such as the 6087. They're on their way hot and heavy here coming into Las Vegas. So let's see whose cars these are. So 1562. And that's the car that we're looking for heading back here. So I'm trying not to giggle at this because here we are at VT Construction. And that 1562 car right there is the Lad Gilbert, Sean Gilbert entry of Class 1. And they're headed home here to where we're at. And right now I'm located somewhere right here off the 15. No, we're not off the 15? Oh, just don't tell us where we're at. Okay. Las Vegas. I'm on this hemisphere of Las Vegas. How about that? But that's where home base is for the VT Construction, which is very easy to find on the internet, I'm sure, though. So, but we're just not going to do it here. So they're coming back here, and it looks like they're going to be here within the hour, and I'm sure we'll be here by the time they arrive. If the car does come here. Does the car store here? Do they prep and everything here?
I believe so.
Okay, so everything comes here on site. So maybe Lad and Sean will come in here and we can get a live interview here in the studio. Maybe. So do you have their number? Yeah. All right, let's try to make that happen. They were one of the first out. First out, though, was Bill Zemek, and he claims that his hometown is Denver, Colorado, so the car's back there. But let's get a recap. Enough of that. Filling some airtime here, but because we've got a long, I won't be signing out to almost 10 o'clock tonight via the schedule here. So we'll see how that transpires. But out in front, let's zoom in here on this yellow right here. The 1546 car of Jake Johnson. Now, Jake Johnson, what I want to do here with this one, Jake Johnson out in front of the 1512 car of Blaine Conrad. Blaine Conrad in the single-seater Class 1. We're going to back out here and go right here to the points and see how the Class 1 points are shaping up. So, Class 1 right here in the lead in points with 300 points. A good lead over Blaine Conrad. Jake Johnson, and he's showing you why right here that it's 1 and 2 in that facet. Blaine Conrad, we'll go back to the maps here. Blaine Conrad with quite a battle on his hand, as you can see right here as it refreshes. Blaine Conrad coming out at race mile 435 has the potential to reel in who appears to be our leader, Jake Johnson. Now, once again, I'm going to say it again, can't say it enough. My views are unofficial. And there we could talk about the 6173. It finally refreshed. And Connor McMullen is well with it. And if you look at this, the separation between, they're pretty much even right here. So it can be any one of these trucks between, we'll click on these, Travis Chase, Connor McMullen, and let's click on the 6146 of Brent Fox. So has the potential. Let's see. So we click on this 61. This is Travis Chase. And who's this one? It says Travis Chase. So I have no idea what the malfunction is here with two 6101s. But that is not a legacy deal. But here you go. You can see that with this update of Racing Tracks, they are equally spaced out right now. So that tells me any problem or any slip up right here could spell disaster for any of the race teams here at the end. As you see them coming into pit 13. We'll zoom back out here to show you the 6100s pretty much on pace with Eric Husted. Eric Husted coming just out of pit 13. But as we zoom out even more, so now the 6100 cars and that unlimited truck, along with the Class 1 cars, a good, we're talking 475 all the way down into Tonopah here. So 500, they've still got another 150 miles or so to cover here to finish today's race. So we still got a ways, kids. I know we were looking at the bikes, getting the interviews on the podium, but we still got a good hour, maybe even 2 hours before we start interviewing the four-wheeled vehicles. And if you look at the large list behind them, we got the UTVs now coming in, the first UTV. All right, let's zoom in on that. So if you start looking at the light blue, you can see the 6100 class. You see the 6131 there. More than likely had some issues there because the UTVs, that's Michael Osborne. But here we are with the first UTV, U929. Let's look and see who that is. That's the 929 car. And according to Racetracks, that is... There's our T and our U's. Where are you at? 929 of Bill Baker out of Stevenson Ranch, and he's in the Can-Am. So there is your side-by-sides. They're going to start coming into play now. Bradley Callahan, who's on the podium finally, he got there. This is the man. This is where he shines. He is actually a side-by-side racer, and it's great to have him on the field. Here's an update from Gary Clough. Haven't heard we're at the finish line already, ready to do interviews. He goes, the guy was asking about an amateur running up with the faster guys. Could the amateur be doing so well because he took the sportsman cutoff? Somebody said this. I have not heard of a sportsman cutoff. So I have no idea what this cutoff is, this elusive sportsman cutoff. And the only thing I can think about is in the earlier days, we would allow, in other words, you would do 8 laps for the pros and only like 5 laps for the sportsmen. But I think they raced the same course. I don't remember them being able to cut the course or take some rougher things out of the course. You know, I've even known at some of the races that if the pros are doing 6 to 8 laps, that the sportsmen only did 2. But the sportsmen, and I never understood the sportsman side when you're racing a 4-wheeled vehicle, because if you're gonna have to race the same course, why not pay the extra money and race pro? You don't have to qualify. You don't have to have a card. You don't have to have. My attitude is I'm gonna go as fast as I can on the same course. I might as well try to win some money, right? Am I thinking about that incorrectly? I mean, I've been in a race where there were 10 vehicles and I was the only one that finished. So, you know what I mean? I mean, I've seen that happen. I've been an announcer for so long. I have seen an entire class not man, you know what? It's where I say desert racing definitely points out who you are, what you're made of, what your grit is, what you truly have inside you. You're racing a hot truck. You're trying to get it to the finish. You have to, your logistics, your crew has to match. Everything has to be perfect and right on time. So, all right, we'll be back. Sit tight.
Take your new rig from this to this and get it ready for this. Bring it to the experts at 4 Wheel Parts, where we'll transform your Bronco with the all-new line of 4WP factory accessories. Whether you want to order the best parts online, shop in store, do the work yourself, or have it built by a pro, all trails lead to the truck, Jeep, or Bronco of your dreams, because nobody knows off-road like 4 Wheel Parts. Do your Bronco right.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
All your pit stops were good. All the fuel was every
I gotta
time.
give a huge shout out to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Dave called me Monday,
Yeah.
this Monday, and said, "Hey, Thomas got hurt. Let's go racing." Sounded crazy. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
So I called on some good friends, and they showed up, and they didn't have to, but they did, and they came out and they ran flawless pits all day. Huge thanks to
Just
Alex.
the three of them?
Just the, well, three
Thomas.
and Thomas.
Thomas!
He's over there jibber jabbing. But Josh, Tom, Alex Krebs, his wife, Josh's wife, Brittany, and then Thomas, and they ran flawlessly, and we got here last night at midnight. It was midnight.
That's awesome. As far as the second half of the race, were you overheating at all, your body, as far as racing was? Because I know you started early in the morning. It was pretty cold out, so.
Well, we actually flip-flopped throughout the day.
Oh, so it was more or less.
Legs.
Yeah.
We ran legs, but I mean, we just split it 50-50.
Well, shoot, that's easy on those guys, huh?
Yeah, but the course went from, it became a man course after halfway, man.
Definitely.
They kicked it up a notch.
Which one of you guys started?
I did.
Brandon did.
Well,
Yeah.
Did you guys have to run headlights then? I'm assuming it was dark.
I'm going to give a huge shout out to Cyclops Lights.
Yeah,
Stock,
Daryl and Wes.
Stock,
Yeah.
head unit. We're having some light issues with some other lights, and Cyclops, been running this light for 2.5 years now, and it is by far, it has never left me stranded.
That is amazing. I know headlights are hard to come by, especially on bikes. And on a two-stroke, you've got all that bar vibration, so it's tough to have them being going in. What do we have here?
Yeah,
Gone
man.
but never forgotten. Sergeant James Cincérone?
Yep. Yeah, this is a great organization, Race to a Race 22. They do a fantastic job raising
That's good.
awareness for military suicide.
That's good to know. We're glad to have him ride. Did he ride with you all day then?
All day. He hasn't left me since one of last year's races. He's on me all the time.
That's good. Who would you guys like to thank for making it all the way to the finish?
I'd like to thank New Image Patio Covers,
Yeah, man.
Ride Happy, Kansas City Rally Team, and then a good friend of ours, Paul, and then obviously our chase crew and our wives.
Yeah, our wives.
Our wives. Yeah.
You got to convince the wives to make it happen.
Yeah, well.
Happy wife, happy life.
Sometimes that's hard.
But you guys want to get up here and take some pictures? I'll get some pictures of all the guys together.
Get up here.
Thomas!
Let's go.
Grandpa! Grandpa ran away.
Who's got the phone? I'll take all the pictures you need.
Oh, awesome, man.
This is awesome. I can't believe you guys did it all the way. Flip-flopping.
On a two-stroke.
Yeah,
Only
that's
one.
You'll probably want to get on the ground to take the photo.
Yeah, the only one.
Here, I'll get some of you and then we'll take some more. You guys ready? 1, 2, 3, say two-stroke!
Two-stroke!
Dark side!
Dark side.
Dark side!
You don't
Gotta
want to
get Pops over here.
Yeah. Awesome, you guys. Thanks for racing.
Great job, guys.
Appreciate you guys coming out. I don't know who.
What's next for you guys?
Broken. Home.
What about race-wise?
Back to night racing.
Back to the night racing.
All right.
Yeah, we ran the night series for Moran, and this is actually Legacy. Actually, popped my cherry for one of my first long distance races. So I've never done a Best in the Desert race or Legacy race. This is my first time out.
It's always been at nighttime, or have you run night-long races?
Well, I wouldn't call them long. They're short sprints, but nothing like this. Anyways.
It was good having you guys up here. We'll see you at the next one.
Appreciate it. I'll give you my dick here in a second.
only time would tell them, 'cause I know I'd prove them wrong. I was made to be a legend, for the kingdom, for the throne. This is the moment I've waited for all of my life. This is my legacy, this is my moment to rise. I was born to win. To win. From the first day I stepped in, I knew I would heed the call. I was destined for glory, rise above and never fall. This is the moment I've waited for all of my life. This is my legacy. To win. I was born to win. To win. Born wild in a world that wants to tame me. You can't catch me on the run, 'cause I'm gone, yeah. I blaze trails, set fire to what's behind me. No, I'm never looking back, I'm on the run. I could only ever be what I'm made to be. Feels good when I'm living on the edge. Watch me now, roll like thunder, gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got a lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now. I come alive when I'm in the face of danger. Bring the pressure, but I'm gonna rise above, yeah. Bet the house and I'll take that wager. They say you know a legend when you see one. Watch me now, like thunder, gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now.
happening, boys?
Have you had that helmet on for long enough today?
Yeah, I've had it on for a while, yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Kelly. Last name is Pate, P-A-T-E.
Kelly, how was it today?
It was wonderful. Really enjoyed it.
How was your pits? Everybody there every time?
Nope. That damn construction messed us all up.
Oh, man. Do you have any issues with fuel, or were you able to bum some fuel from people?
Yeah, one of our guys bumped some fuel, so, yeah.
How was the bike throughout the whole race? Did you do it all by yourself? Or
No. There's 3 of us total. Come on up here, guys.
Yeah, let's get you guys up here. How was it? Oh. Well, what were you guys doing?
They were doing the pits.
How was the pits?
Chasing. They were chasing.
We didn't even make it.
We chased one and chased 2.
They bummed gas the whole day.
They did what?
They bummed gas the whole day.
Oh, man. So you guys are going to have to owe some gas because now we're, $6, $7 a gallon. So
yeah,
you're going to have to
exactly.
pay up.
Yep, definitely.
That's how we can afford to race.
Yeah, it's all that big contingency money, right?
Yeah. How was your flex handlebars? They do pretty good for you?
Excellent. Yes, they really did. This is not my bike. It's the Writer of Records bike, Clint Chew.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had Coley Potter also.
Do you know about how many miles you did today?
Myself, I didn't do as many because of the pit screw-ups, but about 165.
How was it for heat out there for you now that you're in the last leg of the race? Did it get hot?
No, not really. Not compared to Mexico.
That's good. Well, let's get these other guys up here and tell us about your race. Since you guys did the other half of it, huh? Who do we got here coming up?
Clint Chew.
Clint Chew?
Chew, yeah.
How was it?
It was fun. It was a good race. A lot of virgin terrain, fun washes. The nighttime start is always fun, especially in America. It's the first time I've ridden a night here anyways.
How was your headlights?
They were great. Got the big boys on the front and used them to our advantage.
That's perfect. You were the first half, and your name is?
I'm Coley Potter.
Second half? Or second, third?
I did 6 pit sections, so we had trouble getting our truck to the spots because of the construction. So when no one was there, I ended up bumming gas from some guys at 13, so that kind of saved. So yeah, it was really fun, really well organized, and I love riding the bike. So we're getting older, but we still love it.
Did you guys have much prep coming into this prior to the race event to get you ready for this 603-mile race?
A lot of bike prep. This and that.
Whole bunch of 12.
There'll be some tequila sips here in a moment.
Who would you guys like to thank to get this thing
These 2 guys, obviously, for riding smooth. The Chase crew did a great job. John Jr. and Chris. And then Motor Masters helps them with the motor stuff. Enduro Spec suspension, great binders. Uncana CBD is great. Those are the main ones.
Was there any challenges, not, talking crap or nothing, but going from a guy like yourself to these little bit skinnier guys, was there any suspension changes that needed to happen between the riders?
No, I run the springs a little bit softer, so it's soft for me, but it sure turns really good for me, so the guys can jump on it.
We didn't have any problems. The Enduro Spec really did a good job on the suspension. I mean, I didn't have any problems with it, and I don't think Coley did either.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, look at that. All the way down through here with it.
Gotta run the mooses as well.
All right.
Well, thanks for coming out and racing with us, guys. Glad you guys could make it all the way down here to the finish line. You guys want to get some pictures? I can hold camera. You guys all want to get up here? You're all part of the whole deal. Let's do it.
Let's get everybody.
You too, Chris. He'll get some shots. It's a team effort.
They're sending the piece out that goes in the center. It's a stop.
I've never broken my own camera before.
I don't have a pocket.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, say cheese!
Cheese!
We got like 3 of them.
Awesome.
Nice.
Thank you.
I didn't run this over to the tractor guy, or you can take it, so get the really off.
Yeah, he should take it off right here. The trailers, well,
no, it's over here.
Right there, yeah.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job. That was pretty cool. I'm glad you guys made it all the way down.
Natalie, are we going into a stand-up right now?
I was wondering if that was for dust or what that was from.
No, he had a hole. Comes off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he has no nose. He looks like Ghost Rider when he takes it off.
Well, at least it stayed on the whole race, huh?
Yeah. He has a couple of spares, you know. I think lost.
All right, we're going to do a little stand-up to let them know what we're doing.
Hit the whole, watch us, hit like, and subscribe. Talk about Travis, the fire, the interview. They can scroll back and watch it if they missed it. All cameras are repositioning, so they're looking for upcoming live racing action as they get closer to the finish line.
Do I need to talk about, like... Hey, this is Brad Callan out here at the finish line. Hey, it's Brad Callan out here at the finish line for the Legacy Racing, the Vision Wheels Baja, Nevada off-road race. We've had some pretty interesting things happen today. We had Travis Williams catch on fire. You can go back in the feed that's been on YouTube. Everybody that's watching right now, whether you're watching on YouTube, wherever you're watching, be sure to go back. We've got a lot of live in-cam footage that you can go watch. I don't know if there was any flames, but they definitely threw the hood off. You can see a fire extinguisher there. It's going to be awesome to see. And also, while you guys are out there watching, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, because the more viewers we get, the more likes we get, the better traction we get, the more this gets put out. The more it gets put out, the more support we can get for not only us as a racing, the Legacy Racing Association, but the riders as well. It's really hard in today's time to get support, more or less, if you're in a series and you're not getting a whole bunch of attention. So help us push for getting more views, more likes, more subscribes, and it'll be good for us. Out there today, I know we had quite a few flat tires. I can't speak to who had flat tires, but as we were in the pits, you could see a lot of flats being changed out on the back of trucks. Construction has been heavy on the roads going through here, so there was a big issue early this morning with bikes, people trying to get to pits, get fuel. As you know, bikes can't go as far as trucks, so fuel mileage is definitely a key role in planning your logistics, getting people to the pits to get you what you need. So it's been a really good race so far today. The weather's been great. It's not been too hot. The wind has been decent. So with that wind, it blows a lot of the dust out of the way for anybody that may or may not be behind you. We were out at race mile 233. And it's amazing what these trucks can do, especially the unlimited trucks, the class 1 buggies and cars. The technology that comes from today's stuff, the Brenthal trucks, all the manufacturers out there, setup is key. So if you guys are looking into getting into off-road racing, make sure you do your homework. There's a lot of R&D that needs to happen before you come out here. You can't pre-run some of these legacy races, so if you can get out in the desert, do your homework, get your cars set up, don't have a failure prematurely. Especially with the UTVs, there's a lot of people trying to run stock stuff, which is great. There's a lot of people trying to run aftermarket stuff. stick to what you know. Try not to change up your setup right before a race. It could be disastrous unless you have plenty of time to do a lot of testing. That's what needs to happen. So from all of us over here at Legacy Racing, we will talk to you guys here in a minute. We're having bikes coming through. Trucks are going to be around sometime around 8 o'clock, so be sure to tune in and watch all of our interviews as they come across the block.
Thanks, man.
are built on our core values, quality work that comes from the safety on our job sites, the teamwork that makes it happen from employees that are guided by integrity, and making a commitment that we are proud of at Stronghold Engineering. Our values have been instrumental in our success and ability to build or facilitate anything imaginable. Stronghold Engineering, building construction excellence since 1991.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
Of working in off-road, we got asked by a sand drag group in 2008 to start following their entire racing series, and that's when we decided to start Motorsports Safety Solutions. So when we first started in 2008, we had 6 people who were pretty much dedicated to following the different races that we did. We're well over 60 active members right now that help. Sometimes they're there for 2 to 3 races throughout the year. Some of them are there almost every single weekend. Different expenses we come across, fuel is obviously a big one, hotel accommodations. If you're taking 40... Of working in off-road, we got asked by a sand drag group in 2008 to start following their entire racing series, and that's when we decided to start Motorsports Safety Solutions. So when we first started in 2008, we had 6 people who were pretty much dedicated to following the different races that we did. We're well over 60 active members right now that help. Sometimes they're there for 2 to 3 races throughout the year. Some of them are there almost every single weekend. Different expenses we come across, fuel is obviously a big one, hotel accommodations. If you're taking 40 people to a race to help people, there's 40 beds, you've got to find a place for people to sleep. So hotels, medical equipment, extrication gear. Our team has been extremely fortunate over the last several years to have great financial donors who have helped us step up. The off-road community has built this truck, they've built another one matching it. They've helped equip 6 other rescue trucks with everything from suspension to rescue tools, firefighting capabilities. We've got UTVs, we have motorcycles, we've got a trailer to cool people down and act as a first aid station. The off-road community is what has 100% made this possible for us to be as successful and have the great equipment that we have.
The all-new Apache by CST Tires. CST Tires' first steel-belted offering for the side-by-side market is designed for heavy loads, long trips, and smooth rides. With an aggressive, light truck-inspired tread pattern and ample sidewall protection, the Apache is built to withstand the toughest conditions. From dry desert lake beds to Rocky Mountain trails, the Apache will get you there. The all-new Apache by CST Tires.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
All right, guys. Ongoing hurling racing coverage continues here at the Vision Wheel 2022 Legacy Racing Baja, Nevada. On the phone, I've got Lad Gilbert. He was the driver of the Class 1 car out here. So, Lad, I'll tell you what, we were just talking about the car, and one of the gremlins just came up and bit you guys here and took you out of the race. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we've been having the gremlins in our CV joints, and we thought we keep working on it, but it bit us again today.
Well, the rear end of that car actually is a unique design. It's not a swing arm typical transaxle car. If I remember correctly, that is a full independent rear suspension. Could that be the culprit?
Well, it's something that we're trying to work through. It definitely is part of it. It's an A-arm independent spooled rear end, so it has a few challenges that we're trying to work through.
Man, that car though just seems like a beast. Once you do get everything engineering wise ironed out on that car just seems like it's going to be a monster.
Man, when it goes, it goes. We were doing really good today. I mean, once we got some clean air, I think we were reeling in. I think we got even to number 2 until the famous words.
Well, let's talk about that car. That thing is pretty unique, and then we're going to talk more about VT construction, some of the things that we got going on there. But that car also being a little bit different on the rear end. The engine sits between you guys like one of the Unlimited trucks. Is that right?
That's correct. It's kind of it sits in between us, and it has a rear transmission. So there's a drive line that goes from the engine back to the transmission that's in the rear that goes straight to the diff.
So a divorced transmission, or is it a transaxle?
No, it's a transmission. It's a 3-speed 400 turbo 400.
Oh wow! Hold on, really quick, Lad. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna go to the podium, Lad, but just hold on.
Can we get up here? Yeah.
Go.
Rob Church, how was it?
It was awesome, man. Great experience. Glad we conquered it.
How many miles did you do roughly?
Me personally?
Yeah.
About 170, I think.
And your crew behind you? You guys all kind of switched off?
Yeah, we switched off every pit.
Nice. How many pits did you guys end up having to make with the fuel stops?
We made 16, but we skipped the 2 remote ones, so we didn't fuel stop there.
Nice. And I see you've got some duct tape here on the seat. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Rich lost the seat, broke one of the mounts, had to carry it back in his backpack, and then we were able to duct tape it on. We had to recirculate the duct tape about every 3 or 4 pits, keep adding more on there.
That's because you were going so fast and blowing the tape off, huh?
Yeah, and then caused a short in one of the wires, so at 15 we were kind of pre-celebrating, and then we realized the bike wouldn't start.
Oh man! So did you guys have some extended pit times then?
Yeah, just with the seat, and then we had to replace the fuse, and we got back going again. So
perfect. So who started the race?
I did.
Fred.
How was it?
It was pretty gnarly. It was dusty, black. Yeah.
Were you following quite a few people then?
No, I was out maybe 5th out, 6th out, but then we broke the. So this was a metal bracket, and it ended up breaking the metal bracket there. Look at it, broke its shirt off there too. So then it was just bouncing all over the place. So.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. So it made it exciting right out of the gate.
Did you guys have any tire problems? Anything?
No, not at all. We did one swap in the back. We did one swap in the back on like pit 9, and yeah, no Dunlop.
We run the Nitro Moose bibs as well.
Nitro Moose?
Yep.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a lot of competitors out here running the Nitro Moose, so that's good on them. Who got on the bike second? Tell us your story, man.
Well, always wanted to do a long race, and well, I'm just glad to finish this longest race in the United States of America, to be honest. It was great. I mean, first time riding at night, second to go in the morning, first time riding in the dust with sun. I mean, no sun, and headlights kind of sketchy. Very sketchy, I'll say.
Did you guys do very much prep to get ready for this long race? Are you guys doing a lot of riding on the off time, or what do you guys have going on between the four of you?
He actually owns.
I do dirt bike tours, 220 off-road tours, so we ride just about every weekend of every day, usually about 80 miles a day. And the last, I think probably month, we were running at race pace, not doing tours or anything, just out running it hard. But Brett's the one that put the whole thing together, got us all together. So.
That's good on you guys. I'm glad to see you guys going. And you were the third competitor on the bike?
Yeah, I was the third rider on the bike, so I had the seat issues. So it was interesting. It was fun. I fell off about 4 or 5 times, and just finally put it on my backpack and rode with it for about 40 miles. So.
For all our fans at home, anybody that doesn't really know dirt bikes very much, did you guys have to do very many suspension changes like between two of you? Because I know you guys are kind of all different build types. So do you leave it all the same, or how was it?
We took it out yesterday. It was my first time on this bike. I think we clicked a couple clickers on the rear shock, and we didn't mess with it the rest of the day.
That's good to hear. Well, thanks for guys coming out. Who would you guys like to thank to make this thing go all the way down through here?
Yeah, I'd like to definitely thank the Normans, and Tucker put this bike together in a day. We got the engine back from Twisted Development with it last minute, and this thing was down to a frame the night before. So that guy did this entire race prep and took a bike that was from a frame to finish the Baja 650 in one night, and that's pretty incredible. So they worked their butts off. Our pit crew, our girls, like that support system is crucial. So
I can only imagine, especially coming for a long race, you don't want to be coming unprepared. So to have somebody on your team like that, to be able to do it in a whole night, get everything going, and at least you finish the 630 whatever mile race. I mean, that's impressive, especially from your guys' pit crew. That's awesome. Is there anybody else you guys like to thank that helps you make this thing happen?
I think Legacy, they put on a great ride. Everything was properly marked. Pits were a little tough to find here and there, but otherwise it was a great race. And yeah, I think that's it.
That's good. Donald Jackson puts a lot of pride in marking the course, so I'm glad you guys were thrilled with that, and it was good for you.
Oh yeah.
You guys want to get some pictures? Y'all want to come up here? I'll take some pictures of everybody. I got 2 hands. I can hold 2 phones.
All right, we're back live there. Thank you very much, Bradley. I still have Lad on the phone. We're going to come back to Lad. I wanted to point out there, we were just looking at Connor McMullen there coming into the race mile 5:13, and I do believe that's going to be pit 13. So as we talked about, I have Lad back on the phone here. Lad, well, we were just talking about Connor McMullen. That's probably going to be his last splash of gas right there.
That's what I would say. He's going to bring it on home from there.
Well, let's talk about some of the logistics that we were just talking about since we brought up Connor McMullen, and let's also talk about in your race day, you were able to get Blaine off his side or back on all fours out there while on actual time of the race.
Yeah. Well, we come around and I saw that bright orange car sitting on its lid, and I go, oh no. And when we were pulling up there, he was already out and was able to get a strap hooked to us, and we spent a little bit of time there and got him back on all fours and got him going again. So that's what's great about this sport. You got to help people out.
Well, that is quite the thing. We are definitely out there for the competition and to get out there and beat them. But when you see somebody on your lid and you can't help out, you flip them back over, say, hey, you're on your own. You catch me. If not, I'm out.
That's right.
And that's one of your competition right there. So.
That's right. You want to beat them fair and square. You don't want them to DNF out.
Yeah. So he was turtling. We call that he was a turtle.
Yeah, he is turtling.
All right. Well, what's coming up next for your guys' motorsports efforts? So what's in the future here for Gilbert Racing?
Well, we've had problems today, so our big focus is to try to focus on seeing and getting that rear end dialed in to where we can finish some races. It's been pretty disappointing, to do fairly decent and not been able to finish anything. So that's our focus right now.
Well, now that's a lot of money in R&D for that rear end. It is definitely one of the most unique. I mean, I have seen it done in the past, but it is a unique setup. Do you entertain the idea of going back to a traditional setup?
Well, a lot of people tell me that, but I still believe, and when this thing does run, it runs so good. So I still got a little bit left to try to see if we can get it all worked out. And there's some other people behind us to try to help.
I mean, there's got to be an advantage to weight distribution, having that engine in between the drivers, similar to an unlimited truck. And then, having the engine in a traditional Class 1 car, such as Jake Johnson's car or even Blaine's car, the engine is actually aft of the transaxle. They're not necessarily mid-engine cars, so the majority of the weight of the engine well after the axle. But having that weight distribution that your car has, I mean, I imagine, as you said, when that thing is on top, it just must work incredible.
It does. It drives well. It works. It works great. The weight distribution is 40-60, and it's planted pretty good. We still got some issues to get it to ride right. It's not still riding completely right. That's another issue we have. But a race like today, that's not that rough. It works very well
on the smoother courses without a lot of the whoops. Let's talk about the course now that you brought it up. A lot of familiar terrain out here, being lots of parts of the course that are used throughout the year here in Nevada.
Well, a lot of it is not either. We got a lot of stuff that's new that I haven't been on.
Okay.
And it was great. I actually commend Donald on the course because he put a mixture of everything. And you got some fast stuff. You got some real technical stuff, as you're going to hear from other or probably already have heard from other drivers. Some real technical, but some nice fast, a little bit of everything. So I'm really sad I wasn't able to see the rest of the course today.
All right, well, I always say there's one of a couple ways to get your sponsors. You either crash out or you get it to the podium. So let's talk about the people that make your race happen.
Well, it's really my team. I mean, we have a great team. Brandon that takes care of the car, and it's just mainly the VT team. Kevin Bunderson, obviously, is the guy that kind of behind the car, that's kind of designed it, and Jordan's going to come over and start doing some stuff. But we got a pretty good team that works on it all the time, and they're great. They just keep plugging away, even though we haven't been able to finish like we'd like to, because that always brings the team morale up. But they're still behind and still going.
Well, and this was a race that I'm sure you guys would love to have chalked up to at least a good finish. So, well, all right, I'll wrap this up and say, man, thank you. Quite a facility you have here. I haven't really taken a tour of this yet, but there was a lot of energy here when I got here this morning. This is a great facility and a great thing here at VT Construction.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right, lad. Good luck, and we'll see you here at the next race. All right. Bye-bye.
wants to tame me. You can't catch me on the run, cause I'm gone, yeah. I blaze trails, set fire to what's behind me. No, I'm never looking back, I'm on the run. I could only ever be what I'm made to be. Feels good when I'm living on the edge. Watch me now, roll like thunder, gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now. I come alive when I'm in the face of danger. Bring the pressure, but I'm gonna rise above, yeah. Bet the house and I'll take that wager. They say you know a legend when you see one. Watch me now, like thunder gonna shake the ground. Can't stop me now, I don't give up and I won't back down. I'm a force of nature, can't be contained. I got lightning running all through my veins. Watch me now, watch me now.
into spring at 4WD with deals on tires, tops, accessories, and more. Take advantage of huge savings on BF Goodrich, Mickey Thompson, Falcon, and Goodyear. Transform your truck and save big with up to $750 back on select lift packages and save up to $200 on select soft tops. Grab a gear into spring and do your rig right at 4 Wheel Parts.
All right, guys, back to ongoing coverage here of the 2022 Vision Wheels Baja, Nevada. I'm sitting in the studio here at VT Construction, and let's look at our map here and see what we have as an update. A lot of the bikes here already finished here. We're gonna, let me pull out of here and refresh everything. We're gonna back out, totally refresh the page. You'll see the tags disappear with a clean course. And while we're waiting for that, don't forget about Motorsport Safety Solutions. Making sure that all our drivers are safe out here today. You saw Motorsport Safety Solutions make their way out to Travis Williams after their car caught fire. They were out there lickety-split, made sure that both were okay, and were able to get Travis to safety. So let's take a look here as we are looking. Let's give you a full page here. As we are looking at the racetracks. So right here, as you see with the checker flags, this is the finish. We started way down here at Bonnie Claire. Great looped out course, as you see here. And let's zoom in to this number one, this purple marker right here. Eric Husted and TJ Flores in that car, and they are coming up on race mile 560. So they're in between 555 and 560, and they got 5 miles here at each race mile. And now that I do look at the course and realize that the race miles are in 5-mile increments. So that should give you a bit of a scale. They're coming up on the backside of pit 7 and pit 15. So pit 15 coming up pretty soon, and pit 16 will be the last pit, and I'm pretty sure that there will be a lot of gas exchange there for the mad dash into Tonopah. So I anticipate that we are just an hour or so away, just a little over an hour from the conclusion. And Eric Husted, running strong all day, has not had any issues. And as we're looking right here at this purple number 1, let's take a look. Let's back out a little bit, and let's see what is transpiring behind him. And it does look to me like Connor McMullen was able to gain a little ground on the 6100 car of Travis Chase. Now, Travis Chase has got to know either from radio or from one of the pit stops that Connor McMullen is hard charging and is right there. Now, as it was pointed out to me, and I just started thinking about it, Connor McMullen was your number 1 qualifier, so that would tell me that Connor McMullen was the first to start. Now, if Connor McMullen is behind Travis Chase, Connor McMullen is going to have to find his way around him and make up for that deficit on corrected time. So very interesting to see how this is going to shape up. If not, it's going to stay like this. And what you're going to have to worry about, since Connor is behind, if Connor started 30 seconds ahead of Travis Chase, he now has more than a minute or 2 deficit. Now, with that corrected time deficit, we have to look at what's going on right here with the 6144 car. Now, the 6144 car is telling me that would mean that we're looking for the 6146 of Brent Fox. Now, let's come back here. And now, 6144, that's going to really shake things up here on the winner's podium, as Todd Jurgensen now finds himself in 3rd place in physical on the road. And that is 6139 of Adam Householder now coming into play. And what is important about that is we have to find the 46 of Brent Fox, because that's going to tell me just by looking at these markers that Brent Fox must have had an issue. So let's pull out here, pull back and see if we can find where Brent Fox went awry. So 6181 that we got right here. And the 6131 been consistent all day. And that 6131 car is the car driven by Michael Osborne out of Los Angeles. So looking for the 6146, and there we go. So 6146 was not there a second ago, but that is Brent Fox. Now, as we pointed out earlier in the course here, before we got into the 500s, race mile 500s, I pointed out that they were pretty much equidistant. And nothing has changed right here amongst the top 3, as you see the 6100. And I'm not going to allow that to alarm me, because just a moment ago, the consistency is being displayed by the top 3 competitors between Brent Fox and Travis Chase. You just saw Brent Fox right there. So it's going to be interesting to see how this shapes up here as we come to the conclusion of the 6100 class. Who is it going to be? Is Travis Chase going to cement him into history as the second winner of the Baja Nevada, for the second year? Or is he going to allow Connor McMullen in the 6173 car to find his way around and find that top spot on the podium? Great turnout of events out here, and definitely full of drama, as Travis Williams literally going up in flames here, ending his day as they had transmission fluid pour out and catch fire. Come right into the cab with him. If you guys haven't seen it yet, you can go to Travis Williams' personal page or Travis Williams' Instagram, and you can see they have already posted that video if you didn't catch it here on the live track feed. Brought to you by Hurling Racing. And Hurling Racing making sure that we have all the footage that we need. Hurling Racing also in conjunction with Fusion Off-Road. Fusion Off-Road, a Hurling product, and they have built some incredible trucks here. As we see this truck that I've been trying to get a number on all day. This truck actually has been consistent, and if I know it right, this is the 6131 car that there it is, of Michael Osborne. Looking like, though, having some problems. Doesn't look like that is too rough of an area, so I'm wondering what's going on there. Seem to get off the throttle there intermittently, but as you see now, if you look here on the course, you can see coming in. Let's back out again. You can see right here as they come into, I believe this is pit number 13, or pit 14 rather. You can see that the courses here are, I mean, they're not even within a mile of each other. So they're within a half a mile of each other. So as you saw the 6131 truck here, you could see in the background the race course, and I do believe that's the race course going the other direction right here. So lots of race course here side by side. You can see a lot of dust from the competition. As you see this truck already having lights on it. This truck's got a lot of lights on it, at least 6 in the grill there, and what appears to be like 12 to 14 lights in the up above in the A-pillar section. As you see another truck coming into, this is race mile 513, so indeed this is pit 14 right here. As you see the 6100 trucks come in here. I love this shot. And you can see the course in the background. You'll see a plume of dust. There you go. As you see that other car coming the other direction. Now, I do believe that's just how close the course is between pit 10 and pit 14. So they are literally back to back. So that was my point exactly. What was going on is that you can see here, as we see the 6131 car, and I do believe it's 6131. If we stay with it here, I'm going to confirm this because this Liquid Logic truck has eluded me all day for me to make sure that this is the truck. So if we get a side shot, come on, 6131. All right, so that is for sure. I will take it. 6131, the Fluid Logic truck, driven by Michael Osborne out of Los Angeles, California, and it is for certain you no longer elude me and your number. Michael Osborne out of Los Angeles. Turn 2 Productions, bringing you all the great coverage that you see today. Several camera personnel out on the course, strategically located, and not to mention here at VT Construction. We got Stephanie on board, making sure that everything is going smooth. She's also here giving me my cues while Paul is producing, making sure that you see the cuts as you see them. But what a busy pit here, backside of pit number 10 and pit 14. You can see one of the 6100 trucks, as the only unlimited truck left is Eric Husted. So Mr. Husted, bring that truck on home. It is going to be quite the taste of victory. And let's pull back here and look again here at the map and see just how far. I do believe the update here has Eric Husted at 565. Race mile 570, actually. So we are just literally 60 miles away from a finish, and that is definitely going to be done here within the hour. Eric Husted, our first four-wheeled vehicle finisher. As we look at the number 6122 truck leaving pit 14, this truck belongs to the driver known as Connor Pyle out of Draper, Utah. And you see a little bit of different setup there, as the spares aren't quite horizontal. They have a little bit of an angle to them. And this seems to be the way that tires have been lately on the new modern trucks that try to maximize the rear view. And some drivers definitely drive in the rear of the truck to see what's coming up or who's coming or what's going on. And I know I put an old NASCAR wink mirror in my truck because I want to see everything that's coming behind me, so that way it gives me a better forward vision. And I do drive in my rear view mirrors just as much as I do forward. So beautiful views here. It's been a great day of racing out here at the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada here, brought to you by Legacy Racing Association. Been a great day. Hurling Racing, bringing you once again the live stream that you guys are hearing from me right now. We couldn't do it without Hurling Racing. Very proud to have them on board again for the 2022 racing season, making sure that you guys have the images that are coming through to you on YouTube. Let's go to the YouTube. In fact, brought that up, and let's see what we have, any questions or more concerns. We'll get to the most recent ones. Mike McLaughlin, you guys have been there with me almost since the beginning. And let's see, is there any camera crew at the tight tunnel at race mile 494? My answer to that, Sick Nick, is I haven't seen one. So I haven't seen the tunnel covered yet from our, that would be race mile 494, at least I haven't seen. So, okay, so Paul just heard me answer that question, and we do believe we could not get network signal out of the tunnel. So, and this is news to me. This wasn't brought up to me that there was a tunnel, so that's pretty cool. So, Sick Nick, unfortunately, we could not get network down there. So you know how this works is signal has to be, a network has to be available to have a live stream event like this. So some of the parts of the course we could not get network out there. What's that? Oh yeah, your network comes in via cell phone data. So no way to get the network out there, so we can transmit it back here to the studio at VT Construction. But again, thank you to Hurling Racing. We couldn't have done this live stream without you. A lot of people really loving the format of the live stream, as we're just moments away from the first four-wheeled vehicle of Eric Husted coming into Tonopah. And that's going to be quite a day of racing for him. And I know Eric Husted and his crew are going to be quite happy with this world, global, can't even tell you how phenomenal. Their performance today has just been just top-notch. So got to give them the international performance that they deserve. Trophy Tractor, the tractor company that makes sure that we have everything here that we need, as far as there's a great view of pit 14 Trophy Tractor, making sure that those pits are groomed perfectly, and if we need to cut the dust down, they are here to make sure that the water trucks and all the tractor needs we need of Legacy Racing Association. Let's go back to the questions. Michael McLaughlin said give him a bumper, as I'm assuming that was from a lot of the what I call trains when they come in, just bumper to bumper. Sick Nick. Let's see. Michael McLaughlin. McLaughlin, you also said, can we get a steady of the course instead of the same qualifying runs on repeat? Well, Michael, you got to think about this here. Although you're a very dedicated listener, we started coverage today at 9 a.m. So here we are coming into, we'll be well into the 12th hour of broadcasting. So the thing is, you kind of blast through a lot of the commercials, and we do have to do the commercials. And even the studio, the people in the studio with me, they are just overhearing me talk over and over and over. Now, as you know, if you know me from other events, they always ask me, Mark, I don't know how the heck you don't run out of things to say, and I guess that's why they pay me to do it. So here I am. You don't want to hear me talk for 12 hours straight, and don't think. I didn't say I get paid. Did I say I get paid? Or what did I say? Did I say they pay me the big bucks or something like that? I didn't tell you this is voluntary. Blaine Conrad now coming into our field of view. And Blaine Conrad, this is a beautiful car. If you've never seen this thing close up, this is a single-seater Class 1 car. And this used to be Class 1-2 1600 or Class 1-2. And Class 1-2, if you were running a single-seater, you were limited by the certain amount of engine you could run. Thinking that, okay, if you have a single-seater car, you save some weight, so you couldn't run as quite an unlimited engine. And then they said 1-2 because it was a two-seater car, and their engine was unlimited, so you had the driver and the co-rider. So now in modern-day racing, I'm assuming they just don't see an advantage to a single-seater car any longer. So they've opened up the rules and made Class 1 unlimited. The difference is between Class 1 and the unlimited trucks are open wheel. First of all, the unlimited trucks have to have fenders, so that makes for a design difference. but you'll always see the Class 1 with the swing axle rear end or independent rear end as opposed to the live axle rear end of most unlimited trucks. And the reason I say most unlimited trucks, there were people in the infancy of unlimited trucks, such as Danny Lettner. Danny Lettner used to run independent rear suspension on his unlimited truck. And, you know, again, even with the weight that he cut down on in such a design, it didn't really give him an advantage. So I'm assuming as rules change throughout the years, they didn't see any advantage to a single seat or a two-seater in Class 1. And you can see that Blaine Conrad's car here, very well designed. No tubing that is just plastered on that car just for strength. Every piece of tubing there has a purpose. So you can see the triangulation as he leaves pit 14. And what a beautiful day as sunset comes along the valley here coming into Tonopah. And it is literally a valley here, and Tonopah sits right up there on the mountain range as you start getting into the hills there. So seeing these cars come in and finish at Tonopah, what a great, great course design here for the 2022 Vision Wheel, Baja, Nevada. Let's talk about some of the sponsors here that keep this going. We haven't talked about Quantum. Quantum, one of the sponsors out here. Quantum here coming on board for the 2022 season. Diamondback Materials and Travis Williams bringing it out here. Liquid Moly, the official lubricant of Legacy Racing. And we got a bike coming in here at the podium. So with that up, I'll wrap it up with Four Wheel Parts for WP, our last sponsor. And I'm going to turn it over. We're going to go back to the podium live at Tonopah with Bradley Callahan. So Bradley, let's talk to this racer.
Your PA on?
It will be. Scared.
So yeah, get close to him so I can get you in the. Get pretty close because I'm shooting. Natalie might know.
Well, as you guys can see, we've got Colton Scudder. He's over there talking to Donald Jackson, getting all his stuff wrapped up. But this is an Ironman that did the complete race all by himself. So pretty impressive to do that on a bike. I mean, they started at 4 o'clock this morning, and here it is 7 o'clock. So you're talking 12 plus hours of riding a bike as fast as you can ride it. I knew I grew up riding bikes, and I mean, we'd go for a couple hours, and so I can only imagine what these guys are dealing with, especially going from early morning time temperatures to what we are now. I mean, it's not super hot, but on a bike, moving your body, it can definitely wear on you. So I would say hydration is a key factor in this race. Pit positioning, as far as where he gets fuel, we'll talk to him more about that and how he had that kind of playing through. But I can only imagine 12 hours on a bike. Couldn't do it. There ain't no way. See me? I'm a skinny guy. I can't. There's no way. That guy, he's probably like benching 350. I don't know. Probably not. But as soon as we can get this guy over here, interviews over here with Brad Callahan, your host, out here for Turn 2 Productions for the Legacy Racing Association, out here for the Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada race, off-road race. I mean, we ain't road racing here, but, you know, we could be. That could be a thing. But as you guys know, we've got Mark right in the studio. He's been giving you all of the play-by-play. We've been out here chasing racers down, trying to get good cell service. Hurling racing, especially with them putting all the equipment out here, they can't put satellites up in the sky, so we're limited on some of the stuff that we can do, but hurling racing has definitely brought you guys this production, especially with all the people that are involved in it, myself, the camera crews. It's a great thing that hurling stepped up to the plate and was able to bring it to us. Especially VT Construction with their studio that they've got set up for us. That's a huge help. Rugged Radios. I mean, I'm just coming up with stuff right now, but it seems like everybody out here has got a rugged radio, and communications have been super key in keeping everybody safe. So being able to have that communication from Rugged Radios is huge on their part. Trophy Tractor, as Mark has told you guys, I'm sure numerous times, we're going to be grading the entire 630 miles after all of this. So being with all their tractors and their water trucks, it's going to be great. So we've got Mr. Scudder coming up here on his KTM orange bike. He's getting distracted. We got squirrels all over. We're coming. Here we are, Ironman of the hour.
Oh.
How was it, man? On the old KTM here.
Oh, that was a long day. It looks like just over 15 hours. I mean, it was a solid day. Just tried to find a pace early, and night riding I found out isn't my forte. But that's okay. I kept it clean. I never went down all day long, which is good. Didn't have any major bike issues, just a couple minor things. Overall, though, a solid day. The purpose of today was to just finish. I mean, obviously in a race like this, you finish and see where the results kind of lay out. I'm looking like second place Ironman Pro right now, and then officially taking over the points lead, which is the goal.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for is to finish, like you said. I can see you have a water symbol on there. I'm sure. Are you having a problem drinking water while you're riding, or what do you got going on?
I have a history of not drinking water while I ride. I always forget about it, and so just all the training going into this race has just been water, water, water. And my whole crew has made sure I was on top of it with nutrition and drinks, food, everything to keep me energized and keep me going. They're the reason why I'm standing up here right now, because if I went about my normal ways, I probably wouldn't be right here. I don't know where I'd be right now.
Let's kind of talk about that training. Is there a specific kind of thing that you do before each one of these races, or are you going through day-to-day life and just getting on the bike and going, or how are you handling all this?
You know, I gotta go to the gym 4 to 5 times a week with my dad. He's pretty much my trainer. And then my fiance, she pretty much works on nutrition, all the food at home, and then all the preparation and hydration coming into this. And so it really is a group effort. It's not just me doing my own thing. It really, to make this program what it is and get up on the podium and continue, like I said, take over the points lead, which is just so huge to leave here with that after a big race like this. It's a group effort. It's not just me as an Ironman, it's literally an Iron team. That's what we got right here.
As far as, yeah, good job, guys. Keeping him, you know, water, I mean, that's crucial.
Yeah.
As far as bike prep goes, what are you doing to keep this bike prepped? Are you doing all your work? You got somebody doing it for you?
This is all me, man. I spend many hours in the garage working on this thing. Thank God I have another bike as well that I use for training rides and stuff like that. But no, this thing gets framed all the time. I'm constantly tinkering on this thing, and so for it to come up here with and finish the way it did, with the very little issues that we had that you couldn't prepare for, you know, I'm just stoked. And you know, obviously I couldn't do it. Again, my crew, they come in here. I just kind of kick back, get my water, get my stuff. They take care of it. They did a whole air filter and one over with the bike and everything halfway through. And so they killed it. Ian was lightning fast on that. Yes, sir. But no, a lot goes into this. It's me prepping the bike, but tons of people helped me out to even make this bike what it is today.
You know, speaking of that, who is some of those people that help you out doing this race and getting this thing all the way 630 miles?
Yeah, coming in huge this year with my title sponsor, Scudder's Performance. Really couldn't be here without them. That starts number one right there. But Big Valley Honda, Lane down there, helps me out a ton. I can't even believe it. I don't even have to ask for anything. He just helps me. He just throws stuff at me. He kind of helped me come up with a strategy today, or for this race, and it really paid off. And so I got to thank him for that. Flow Vision, Keep It Dirty, Blood Lubricants, making sure this thing runs just absolutely flawless. Fly Racing for all the gear and everything like that, and DDC, they helped me out. They're a local company of ours, and you know, anyone else that I forgot, all the friends and family at home, and especially these 4 right here. Shout out to them. They're the ones, the reason why I'm up here.
Dream team.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you guys with us, and now your new points leader. Here we are on the stand. Let's get you guys up here and take some pictures. I'll hold your guys' phone. Who's on?
Here.
I got 2 hands.
Mine's dead.
I don't even know. Actually, there was one time down a dirt road, I actually heard a chime. I was like, oh, it's like I got a text message.
Oh, on your back?
Yeah, on my back. I could hear it.
Hi, I'm the shortest.
Want to hold on to the bike or?
Yeah, got it. You guys ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, say Scudders!
Scudders!
There we are.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you guys for racing with us. This is awesome.
Yeah, we'll be at the next couple ones too. We're chasing the whole damn thing.
You did it. Good job.
Right.
Oh man.
Okay, let's go put some liquid inside you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Some more water.
Yeah, right.
Water.
Yeah.
Some more hydration.
Water in a silver can.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay.
Good job.
Let's where are we at? We're right. Oh, we're just right there.
Do we take it or you
No, I'll just ride it off. We're good. I got a couple 100 yards left in me.
Okay, good.
That's an Ironman.
Drink your water. Yeah.
Hell yeah, we'll be
Yeah, your points later, you can't leave.
Yeah.
You want to throw it back to him? I don't know if they're shooting us, but
Yeah. BT Construction Studio. We're going to throw it back to you. We just had Mr. Scutters up here, the Ironman Pro, now your points leader. So let us know how it's going for the trucks. I know they are about an hour out. Last time I checked, we're probably closer to the 45-minute mark. So be watching, be ready to watch these guys come across the line.
All right, Brad, that is awesome. What a great job out there on the podium. If you guys don't know about Bradley Callahan, he is brought on here for this race. We tried him out, and man, what a great job. It looks like it is awesome out there at the podium, Bradley. All right, as you heard, he said that we're about an hour out. Let's refresh here. I'm going back to a full refresh here on the racing tracks. Let's maximize the window once again so you guys can see it clearly without any tabs. Here is the race course. Before I click on this, I got to let you know at about where we're going to probably see Eric Husted. Eric Husted at last glance was right here. So he's going to be anywhere here from race mile 590, probably here coming into pit 16 in this loop that you see in this area right here. So you'll see him out front, and that's going to leave him here with, as you heard Bradley say, at about another less than an hour to go here. So we will be concluding here at the first four-wheel vehicle to finish, and then it's just going to be a shower from UTVs and everything. And Bradley, you're really going to get broken in here tonight. And in fact, as you see nightfall coming across the valley here, coming into Tonopah. So let's go ahead and open that up. Click on all vehicles here. Or we can search, or we'll just go, let's see if we can just click on the unlimited truck and show the Eric Husted. There it is. I kind of like this too. So let's go back here, and we'll pull back here so we can see the map. And now you can see that his color has changed to orange as he is just soloed in here. And there he is. I did tell you he was going to be right up here at race mile 590, but indeed he is just now leaving pit 16, and that is officially the last pit before he comes into Tonopah. So I've been saying we're about an hour away, but I'm going to say even less than 40 minutes away from Eric Husted getting that beautiful unlimited all-wheel drive truck. And who's going to be in the truck? Is it going to be Eric Husted, or is it going to be TJ Flores? And what we've been trying to get Bradley to say out there in the Podium 2, if you guys are watching this on the YouTube channel and on our channel, please like the live stream. Also subscribe. The subscription will allow you to know when our next event is coming by notification. So please click the bell, click the subscribe, click the like, and we can continue to bring you the live coverage. Hurling Racing, making sure that we have it going on right now. Hurling Racing, great to have you on for 2022, keeping the live stream hot as always. And I've got to pat our crew on the back. In my opinion, this has been one of the best live streams we've had since the inception of Legacy Racing Association, and I am stoked to be part of it. Hurling Racing, we are very grateful to have you on board and making sure that this live stream becomes nothing but epicness. So far, a lot of good comments that I love to see and read on YouTube, so let's actually float back to that. We kind of got down to 150 viewers, so let's go back to our thing, and let's see here. So right now, again, another 150 viewers watching right now, and that's good, a good consistent number. And as Paul said, there have been over 2,000 different addresses logging on. 2,700. I'm coming up on 3,000. That is, I do believe that is a new record for us. So that is awesome. We are glad that we are finally reaching the demographic that we want to get here. So please do me a favor. If you see me on the screen here, click the like button, click the subscribe. You can see that I'm subscribed. If you want to know that right now there's 387 subscribers. If we had over 3,000 views, we need to get those subscribers up. So let's get those subscribers. I would love to see the subscribers up to at least 400 before we get out of here for this race. So 400 is let's go. We're going to take an old school Jerry Lewis style. Let's go to the phones and see how we got it. And we're going to talk live here with Cooper Johnson. So that's what we're going to do here. Oh, and that's another thing we also have to bring up. We're going to start doing some Jerry Lewis here, telethon style here at the studio. Let's also talk about Legacy Racing. You can go to legacyracing.net And you can click on, I love this, shop right here, apparel, hoodies, hoodwear, any accessories. They have just gone crazy. And Stephanie, you were actually at our booth earlier at registration here this weekend. And what a great bunch of new hats out, really feeling the cork. I do love the acid wash one that Bradley has on coming on board. That's what it's called, vintage? There was one more that I love, and I've never seen Joe from Vision X wear a hat, but if I've ever seen Joe wear a hat, you guys had the Jimmy Buffett looking hat that I loved so much. And then I don't know what else to call it, the official Country Girl starter kit hat. He had it all. I mean, I am just loving the fact that we are really getting some great apparel here. But as I look here, if you click on the legacyracing.net, don't forget that you can buy T-shirts of past events. I'm looking at the 2021 Baja Nevada Racer shirt. In fact, it sure was. And in fact, sitting here thinking about it, I have a bag somewhere. My bag is here, I think. Or where was it? Yeah, I'm glad I said something. So one thing that I do love about working for Legacy Racing that I always had to talk about with other organizations is, hey man, don't I get a shirt? So not with Legacy. I've got one of each shirt so far, and I've done every single event so far since day one, and I'm very proud of that fact that they have allowed me to be their A1 announcer out here, and I am very proud to have Bradley Callahan, and I hope he does stay on for many, many, many more events to come. So very proud to have him on there. I got a big special thanks to Chris Johnson out there, and I'm loving the other shirts here, the maroon and the clay shirts. You can go online and see the shirts. Click out of there, the hoodies. I ended up with a couple of the hoodies. You can't have enough of these hoodies, and the accessories. I guess I really haven't checked out the accessories. Legacy tall and skinny koozies. Woohoo! You got one right there. Oh, they do. They fit the Trulies, so that's very important. I mean, again, we were talking about fads earlier. I thought Truly was just going to be a fad, but they're definitely firmly here. Here we go. This is probably going to be one of the Class 1 cars, and if this isn't a Class 1 car, that could be a Class 10 car now coming in to Pit 14. And the reason I can confidently say that's Pit 14, if you look in the background there, you can see the course on the other side, and they are back to back. And if that is not a Class 1 car, that is going to be one of the faster Class 10 cars. And as you can see him slowing down, coming into Pit 14 at race mile 462. Great aerial footage here from the drone. I do believe the helicopter was airborne at the last view, so this could be from the forward-looking camera on the helicopter, but more than likely it is from the drone, yes. And you can see the drone footage there, as you can't even see the race course, but you can see the dust being kicked up here, and that again shows you the tenacity of the pilot here on that drone. Just a great aerial view there of the course. And as we draw in a little closer, you can start to see a little more detail of the terrain there. And what a rugged part of the course here, as you see where that car had to traverse here on that very rugged terrain here. Very interesting to see the vegetation out here on this part of the course. It appears to be some sort of lake bed that apparently had water flowing through it. I'm no geologist, but I mean, I'm just looking at it. It looks like it. Yes, I am no astrologist or astronomist, and I'm definitely no geologist. So, but I have played in the dirt a lot. How about that? So I just am giving you my rendition of it. It's funny that when you talk about things that you just experience in life. You talk about how gas and oil and everything mixes, and water and oil doesn't mix. I don't have to know that. I don't have to be a scientist to know that. It's something I could have learned. A geologist. Stephanie, you just pointed out that I need to mention something else. All right, YouTube. All right, back to that. Gotta have you guys go back to YouTube. We got YouTube questions here. And man, I don't know if you guys have been bombarded by the Tinder ads on here, so I definitely want to apologize for that. Definitely beyond our control. This is a public page, so and it's clearly under attack of some of the things from Tinder and so on and so forth. We're doing what we can. We'll find out about that, and hopefully we get that taken care of. In the meantime, just do us a favor. Click on the bullets and report them, because hopefully that will definitely put a dent in their thwarts. So 6013 Trophy Light running in third, says Gene Addison. And the 6113 Trophy Light truck, or what do we say, 60 or 61? 6013. So that is the Trophy Light. Blonde to John Ferrari out of Denver, Colorado. So John Ferrari in third place, according to Gene Addison. So Gene, thank you for that tidbit of information. Let's go up here and see if I missed any other one. So 6075. All right, let's see what we got here. 6075, the truck that belongs to Chad Woodruff. And so Chad, Gene, there's a couple ways I can look at that. First of all, let's go back to the racetracks. Okay, so depending on where you got it stopped yet, I'm going to click on the menu here, bring on all the racers. Or actually, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to erase everything. I'm going to click on just the 6075 of Chad Woodruff. I'm going to go into this is what you guys can do if you guys are following along what I do here. I'm going to go into and check the Chad Woodruff Racing. So I'm just going to click on his car, Indeed, and you see this little red arrow here. That red arrow at the bottom of the number demonstrates that they have been stopped for a moment, and the red comes on there to show that they are no longer moving. So they are stuck in between race mile 395 and 400, so they're within 5 miles of race mile 400. They do have the red arrow on the bottom of their cursor coming into pit 11. But luckily, if you are displaying, as we see, one of the 6100, and I do believe that is the Canadian here. But if you look here, the 95 highway here and our pit 11 right here, these are all accessible easily. If they're right here at 6075, more than likely their crew can go right here on Highway 95 and access and get that car mobile again. I do believe they do. In order to leave the pit, I think they got to get permission to go back on the course here and rescue that truck. So by the red arrow here on the bottom of 6075, that's telling me that they are disabled. I do not know the story on there, but I maybe can contact my producer, Gary Clough, and make sure, see if he has it. But let's now, since we've refreshed, let's go back and actually take a look at all the entries. Before I do that, I'm now going to also click on the Class 1 car, and we're going to click on Jake Johnson, and we're going to see where he's at in reference, in retrospect to the unlimited truck. Oh, and what do we have here? 1546, Jake Johnson on Highway 95. That's his marker. So I don't want to speculate anything, but I'm seeing movement of the 1546 on Highway 95. Do we have a development knowing that Jake is out of the race? All right, so a couple things that I'm going to have to find out here and get back to you. And that's exactly why I clicked on it as such. We'll go back here, and let's click on Blaine Conrad. All right, so Blaine Conrad now, you can see him coming into race mile. Let's zoom in here. You can see Blaine Conrad coming into race mile 540, and he's definitely right on top of it here, according to racetracks.com. And that is going to be a very sad turn of events as well for the Johnson efforts here. And here you can see them both together. So if that is correct, now that does make a little sense here, as I was watching here at race mile 513. Watching them all come into pit 14, I did not see the car of Jake Johnson. I did see Blaine Conrad, though. So that's telling me that Blaine Conrad has inherited a front-running spot. And again, once again, All my results are unofficial. I'm just talking to you about how I view it from the data that I am presented here. All right, so let's see status here as well. Somebody came in, and let's go back to the YouTube channel. And that's why it's important. I got to tell everybody once again, subscribe and like it. So far, 25 likes, 387 subscribers. Apparently, I need you guys to click on that subscribe button and also click on that little bell right next to the subscribe button after you have subscribed, and that way you can get notifications when we go live again. And since we are talking about that, we will be going live again at the Dirt Revolution October 7th through the 9th in Cedar City, Utah. This is open to side-by-sides, quads, and motorcycles, and this will be happening October 7th through the 9th here at 2022. And last year's event up there in Utah, absolutely beautiful. It was a wee chilly, but man, I have not seen countryside like that in a long, long time. Just simply beautiful. And our final event for the year, let's go back to our race schedule here, is in December 1st through the 4th, and that's going to be in Jean, Nevada, and it's the VT Construction Battleground. And this is open to all competitors here in desert racing for the Legacy Racing Association's 2022 season. As you see, one of the Clarks now in pit 14. And I love the way that back in the old days, I wish we would have thought about this. You actually put the pylon on the hood so the driver knows not to leave the pit as long as that pylon is on the hood of the truck. If the pylon is there, that tells the driver not yet, and the person that removes that pylon is the pit chief. He is able to assess that nobody is underneath the truck or nobody has a tool in their hand putting on the tire. The crew at the time of completion step back from the truck. They lift their hands in the air and off the truck goes. All right, race mile 6021. And that is Eric Husted, the #1 unlimited truck, and there is nothing slowing that truck down. What a great race day, and what a great accomplishment for that entire team. Eric Husted showing you why he is the unlimited class champion here, and he is all alone. He's just basically driving the truck into Tonopah as fast as he possibly can. There is a possibility that is TJ Flores, and look at Eric Husted right here, or TJ taking us to school, showing us what an unlimited truck looks like on the course, uninterrupted. Race mile 6021. You've been sitting me, 621. You've been sitting here hearing me talk about being over in 40 minutes, but hey, we're talking less than 10 miles out right now. So we're talking 15 minutes. Eric Husted is going to be the first four-wheeled vehicle to finish this race. So sit tight for that, and Bradley Callahan will have the interview coming up within 30 minutes. So sit tight for that. It's going to be great. But now one of the Clarks is out of the car, and if I have my numbers right, or out in front of that deal was, let me find it here really quickly. Valerie Clark, the 6141, was out front of Stacy Clark. So very interesting to see who is what there. And you can see another driver getting in the truck. And nobody's in a hurry here, so I'm wondering what the strategy is there, or if the truck is injured, if they just can't run full out anyhow, so now they're just trying to record a finish. But Eric Husted entry right there. Wow, what a great image that was coming through here at race mile 612. So stick around for the conclusion of our unlimited class coming up soon. And I got to remind everybody, like and subscribe. Come on, everybody. It's almost like I'm begging you. 387 subscribers. I haven't seen that number go up, and let's make sure you click the like button, and please, please, please subscribe and hit the bell to get notifications. Very important. And don't forget, check out at legacyracing.net. All of the swag you can handle is available online, so make sure you sign up. If you're here at the race, it is not too late to get into Tonopah. You guys are competing, and I know the Jacksons. They'll whip out a box out of the box van and make sure that you get that T-shirt you want. And actually, I'm pretty sure it's already set up there, so The swag is there at the finish line, and I'm sure we'll see that. We sell it all the way up until it is loaded in the truck, and I've seen the girls dig for a box just to make sure to sell a truck. So you have dugout boxes? I've been standing there at the end of these races when we're going through all the course markers, and man, it is quite a machine to watch those guys just get everything done, and then have somebody walks up, hey, I need an extra large of this race. We'll get you. Get her done. All right. Just got told TJ is driving. Was that confirmed via YouTube, or did you get that as a message? Oh, look at that. PK's mom. That is TJ. Now, that is awesome. TJ Flores. I don't even know how to tell you my thoughts and things of TJ Flores. My earliest run-ins with TJ Flores, he used to run a Class 10 car, and he was incredibly fast in Class 10. He stepped up to Class 1, but if I remember correctly, he raced Class 1 in his Class 10 chassis that he just put an unlimited motor in and started running Class 1. Well, we'll save that for conversation, not for... But TJ Flores then making his way, he campaigned a unlimited truck for a minute there. You know, that's the first time I did that too. So he campaigned an unlimited truck there for a while, and now he is happy at home in the Houston unlimited truck here at Legacy Racing Association. So TJ, hats off to you, man. Great job. You are quite an addition through the Houston efforts there and the class champ. So a lot of those points that brought there, you were definitely responsible for. You were behind the wheel, and I was able to interview you. You know, we talk about the, you know, Rob McCachrans and Steve Olagus and, you know, Steven Serapis and all the legends in off-road racing. But you know what? I've known TJ forever, but it's time that, in my opinion, TJ Flores joins that list of legendary drivers as we see him getting it done right here, bringing that all-wheel drive unlimited truck home for the victory, and it's just going to be sweet. And I got to tell you, man, I've never won an unlimited race or got the checkered flag in an unlimited truck, but I have won races in Class 7 in other organizations, in Class 3, and it just doesn't matter what place you're in when you see that checkered flag. It all comes together at the podium, and it's just emotional. And I know with TJ, it never gets old to see that checkered flag, especially realizing that all you have to do is drive it on home right now, and you've got another one in the history books as the winner, and more than likely the overall here at the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada.
You said coming up to the block. JJ Flores? TJ?
That's what I say. Can we leave right now? They stopped it.
TJ Flores, first unlimited truck to pass over the block, huh?
Yeah, Eric drove all the way to pit 13. We got into the last 150 miles and we had just flawless run. Eric had a flawless run. We had a perfect truck all day. Pits were awesome. You know, thirsty.
Did you guys have any problems out there? You said you had a flawless run, no tires, everything was golden?
Yep, never got out of the, none of us got out of the truck. He had a leaker coming into his first fuel pit and they changed it. We came here on a really limited crew, so you know, to run up front all day and them to keep up with us was pretty impressive for our crew. Yield engineering, Whittle, King Shocks, Dugan for the power plant, BF Goodrich, all of our pit crew, and most of all Eric that funds all this stuff, so lets me drive.
Did you guys have any like major preps coming into this? Anything wrong with the truck prior to this, or was everything pretty good?
He raced San Felipe, and I didn't get to go with him down there. I've been moving to Florida, so yeah, they had a pretty extensive prep after San Felipe. They had some transmission, you know, just these things are big and they go fast and they eat parts. So you know, it's just normal maintenance. I can't say it's normal maintenance. It's normal maintenance. These things just eat parts. It's 1,100 horsepower, you know, and it's just a testament to how strong, like the transmission, drivetrain, the 7/4 weld spindles, the Triton front end. I mean, just so many good parts we've been developing over the years with these guys, and you know, it should prove today.
Yeah, it's a lot of R&D that nobody really realizes goes into these trucks, and for you guys to come out here and compete, do the whole race with zero issues is a super huge achievement.
Yeah, especially here in Nevada. I mean, it was hot. This is so technical, rough, rocky. So for this truck to just, you know, keep hammering it all day. I mean, I got after it when he put me in. I just went, and you know, we just kept picking up the pace and staying smooth, and the truck just kept wanting more. So you know, it was pretty exciting to drive.
Did you guys have any temperature issues? I know it was kind of cooler this morning going in like towards the end of the race. Did you guys have any temperature changes?
Not really. The motor got hot once. We were doing like 130 for a long time. We had a little vibration, so we were trying to hold it right in that, you know, safe zone of vibration and not chuck something. But I mean, really, these things are so strong, and you know, they're such well made. You know, just the whole package is really, really good on this truck.
Yeah, I'm sure it takes a huge team to put this truck together and keep it prepped. Who are some of those guys that help you out as far as prepping the truck and things?
Well, Eric pretty much preps the truck in-house. I used to help him all the time, and I helped build this Triton. He did the front end on this thing, so it's, you know, we've just been working and working to get it to this point, and it's good.
Well, I know Eric's in the working on planes and stuff like that,
Yes.
so I'm sure his prep is super extensive. Do you have any insight into that?
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, I spent many years, you know, going up back for shop to, you know, working on this, his other truck. I mean, it's just all the people we have involved is just put our heads together. There's no ego, and you know, don't be scared to ask questions and learn and keep evolving it. And Eric's not scared to, you know, throw a couple bucks at it to make it go faster. So you know, really, Eric's the whole driving point for this.
Well, cool. Is there anybody you specifically want to thank before you get off this block?
Our guys right here, Eric, you know, Triton Engineering over here, making good parts over here, and some sweet design work on it, and we're sitting in the Navigator with me, but Eric, Preston, that helped come up, prep it and ride it with Eric the whole time. Eric went to pit 13, so I just did the last 150 miles. I got the easy route, so, and he had a great day, and I mean, like I said, he was really pushing himself, and I think he did a fantastic job.
Well, let's get this crew up here, get some pictures taken. You guys did a great job getting this truck all the way down here, 630 miles. First unlimited truck to get through the block, first place finish. Good on you guys.
Careful with the cable, guys. All right. Just don't want you to trip.
Just tried to stay smooth there. Did a great job. So I was just. That was the good luck. That was off my whole truck. Oh man. Woo!
Thank you guys for coming out. We'll see you guys at the next one. It's going to be in Cedar City. I'm sure you guys are going to have a blast there. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good prep. Everything comes down to prior planning prevents poor performance. So seems like you guys got that handled. We'll see you guys at the next one.
Thank you.
Watch.
.com. Well, I think it's .net. But anyways, type in Legacy Racing to your web browser. It'll pull it up. Click on the links. Go through their website. They've got tons of stuff, tons of merch. I mean, you guys can look fancy just like me as long as all these other crew members. They've got Legacy stuff all around. Also, they have a Legacy Racing Facebook page. Make sure you like all of the comments, all of the pictures, all of everything that's on there, especially the YouTube stuff. They've got a live coverage that you're obviously watching right now for all the people that are going to be viewing this later. Make sure you like and subscribe. The more people that we get to see this, the more content that gets out there. You know how the algorithms work, so the more likes, the more subscribes, the more people that are using the service, it will get pushed out there more, and that's what we need. We need more sponsors. We need more people to be involved in this. So make sure you like and subscribe. Get in touch with Legacy Racing if you guys want to come out here and race. There's rules and regulations is all on the website. Look them up, build your car, come out here, race, have a good time. Mark Wright in the studio, we're going to pass it back to you. We've got another truck here coming pretty quick, so we'll see you here in just a minute.
All right, guys, man, some great developments as we are winding down right here in the 6100 class. I got to be able to make some of these announcements, but I'm going to say it again. My announcements are unofficial. Connor McMullen, through the battle, finds himself out front on the road. That means he is out front, but here is the deal. If Brent Fox started within the deficit that he has, I think he started 4th or 5th, and he can make up that time, that is going to put him in the lead on corrected time. So I need to emphasize 100 times that I am not the official. I'm just looking at the road. Connor McMullen already came through, and I got Connor's mom glued to the TV right now, paying attention where Connor is. But I'm gonna say this as a preempted or this is just a shot in the dark, but it looks like Connor McMullen is gonna be the victor here in the 6100 class, and that is just my prediction. That is not anything official. I just saw Connor here on our screen come through, and I do believe that was just past Race Mile. Let me click him on here, and we can get a look at what Racetrack says. I do believe Racetracks is also commenting in here on our live track feed here on YouTube. So there it is. If you can see Connor McMullen now coming in the Racetracks. He is at race mile 623, 624 coming up on no, it's 625 rather. It's gonna be 626 or so coming up on race mile 630. So he's coming up at 630. Got 5 miles to go, and my prediction is that Connor McMullen, as long as he can get over, and this is where desert racing gets, you know, everybody says, well, I don't understand how that can happen when Connor McMullen was first to come in, but one of the cars behind him came in, you know, 3 or 4 minutes later. Well, with 19 cars, and what I have here is that Brent Fox started in 5th position. That tells me that he has a 2.5 minute deficit. If Brent Fox comes in at 2 minutes 29 seconds, Brent Fox is your winner. Connor McMullen was first off the line, and here's how it works. Regardless of how the position is on the road or the time, each person starts the race at their own time and just has to record the lower time for the win. So like if Connor McMullen did it in 8 hours 5 minutes, but Brent does it in 8 hours 4 minutes, Brent Fox is your victor. So fingers crossed. We're going to talk with Connor McMullen here within about 5 minutes. He's only 5 minutes away, 5 miles away rather from the Tonopah finish line. We'll see Connor McMullen coming in as we're seeing another one of the 6100 trucks right now on your screen. They got the lights on. This is live from the Hurling Racing. It's a family thing. They are making sure that we have this live track feed, but the drama is getting thick. Can Connor McMullen stay out front? Can Connor McMullen record the fastest time in the 6100 class? Stick around because Connor McMullen is coming into race mile 630. I'm going to refresh one more time. And let's see if he better. I'm going to click on him as well. Again here as we're going back and forth to my map. We're going to come down here and click on Connor McMullen right here from Brenthal Industries. And there he is. You can see him rounding into, I zoomed in quite a bit here, into race mile 630. No red arrow right here. So let's zoom in here and see if we can actually watch Connor McMullen's number 73 rather, come into the finish line here. And we'll go back and forth. What a beautiful shot that we are having from the drone footage. And the cameraman, that's John out there on the drone. And that's Tay. A big shout out to Tay. That is one beautiful scape of just beautiful colors here as we see back here at pit number 14. That's Bill, and we've heard Bill's name because he's drifted off there a little bit off the cars. Bill. But the one that I'm really impressed about as we see Adam Householder right now coming into the frame, and this is the last shots here of him coming into Tonopah. He's about 20 miles out right here, as you can see the very dusty section here, and this is really getting the trucks of that beautiful 6139 spec unlimited truck, and they will be coming in. You can see the dust now, and that generally happens here just before sunset. the wind kind of dies off, and now you're going to see all that dust just kind of accumulate and dissipate at a slower rate than if the wind was carrying it. So crazy to see how that changes things and how it's going to be plays into how they finish. The competitors from here on out are all going to be lit up, so it's going to be very hard for me to tell who we're looking at unless they go directly by the camera and I can clearly see the numbers, because as the lights shine into the cameras, they flare out, and it's very hard to announce who we're looking at. But right now, 61-73, Connor McMullen. Let's back out here and also click on Brent Fox, and let's see where they are in relation. And there you have it. That is too close to call right there. If you look at the distance between Connor McMullen, I'm going to refresh this and click on them both again. Because this is just too good of a battle. And I mean, if you guys are following at home, Travis Chase, unofficially, I got to call it, they've just, I've heard reports on the live track feed that Travis Chase is out. So Travis Chase, after being out front, and he's been out front because if he got around Connor McMullen, it's been a chase for Connor McMullen to make that time up. So there's Brent Fox, and here we go. Let's click on Connor McMullen. And now you can see, well, no update. So Racing Tracks is not doing us any good because Connor McMullen's somewhere in right here. So there it is, another 61 truck here coming into pit, number 14. And now it is a sprint for the end. Who is it going to be? 19 trucks. That's 8 minutes that they have to dice it out. So it could still be anybody's race. If Connor wins by 8 minutes, there is nobody that will be able to take it from him. And if I know Connor McMullen, he is capable. Kim says that Kevin has already seen Connor come in. Let me see what she says here. Kevin said he's heading to the finish, so that would mean that Kevin has physically seen that orange livery of the Brenthil truck that Connor is driving for this race coming in. So beautiful sunset right there, and the drama's so thick right here. I'm going to stay with you right up until I look over and see the truck here on our screen. Since I've been given attaboys to the camera crew, I'm missing my podium. I really love the podium, but I'm glad that I can be part of the legacy crew here in the studio here at BT Construction. But I've got to give a big shout out to Pat and to Bradley Callahan at the finish line. Let me see if I got it here. I'm going to lift up the mic. I do see Bradley looking at somebody. That is Connor McMullen. He has finished. So, okay, everything's going to get a little crazy. You can hear the excitement in my voice. Bradley's talking about it right here. And look at this, Connor McMullen. We're getting ready to switch over. So at this point, I am going to be quiet. I'm going to allow the director here to switch us over to Bradley on the podium with unofficially your first finisher in the 6100 class, Connor McMullen. I can do it.
So when you have him get out
Connor McMullen's going to be coming across the block, top 3 overall, first in class finisher. We're going to get him over here and see how his race went. There's word on the street that he potentially is the only one to Ironman the entire race, this 630-mile race, so we'll talk to him about that a little bit when he gets up here. He was able to make it right before it got dark, so he didn't have to use his lights. Luckily, that's pretty good. He was behind Eric quite a ways, so I'm sure he had clean air the entire time while he was racing. So when he gets up here, we're going to have a chat, talk about his day. Hurling Racing, as you guys know, put all of this media stuff together, bringing you live coverage as we are here now. Legacy Racing Association, this is the 2022 Vision Wheel Baja, Nevada off-road race. And it's looking pretty good. We had a pretty cool day today, a little bit of wind, blowing some of the dust off the course. We didn't have, a ton of bad vision. I haven't talked to everybody that's come across the block yet. They're still coming. They will be in the dark Is he coming?
We're waiting.
I mean, we're doing good up here. I'm good. Well, what you can do is get on YouTube and search for Legacy Racing. You can watch it live or watch it again anytime you want. It's going to be on there. Hey, thanks. It's my first time. Yeah. Well, I am pretty natural at everything I do, so not really. Connor McMullen has a background in short course, so we'll talk to him a little bit about that. I know he used to race a few different things, so should be a pretty good day for him. I know he's probably going to be stoked, Ironmanning the entire thing. I know he's younger, so he's got pretty good stamina. I know a lot of these older guys are getting out of the truck, swapping it over. Whether that has anything to do with it or not, I don't know, but it very well could be. I'm not trying to be, say anybody's old or nothing, but that is a Brenthal truck for anybody that doesn't know. Those trucks are pretty one of a kind. They normally perform very well out here. Donald Jackson's over there probably telling him all the good things. He did design this course from start to finish, so I'm sure he's telling him all the great things that he saw. He's like, oh yeah, what did we do here? And Connor's like, oh yeah, I seen that over there. I'm no Mark Wright. I can't pull tons of stuff out, but I can definitely talk to you guys. Legacy Racing, as you guys know, this is the second annual race of the year. They've been doing races now. This is, like I told you, the second year. The Baja Nevada race is usually a 2-day race, as it was last year. This year it's all been packed into one. So we had bikes take off this morning at 4 o'clock, and they just barely got here. I think the first bike rolled across like 6:30. So they're 12 plus hours of racing. And we got a second truck behind them holding up the line. As you can see, those amber lights cut through the dust. Anybody that doesn't know, they have amber lights and the more or less white lights like the ones shining on my beautiful face.
All right, guys, listen here. A couple things have been brought to my attention. Oh, no. Okay, well, I have to say this, so here we go. First of all, Travis Williams texted me and said they were not 30-second intervals, they were 1-minute intervals. So let's focus on this. 19 trucks, that means there is, wow, that means there's an 8-minute interval that has to be between Brent Fox and Connor McMullen. Also, Gary Clough just clued me in and said that you can click on corrected time. There is, here we go. Connor McMullen's finish at 10:17:19. 17:19, and here is the deal. Brent Fox with a 10:18:40. I do believe that Brent Fox made up the difference and is your unofficial winner of 6,100. Not allegedly, unofficially. I am going to wait until I hear this back at me. Kim, I am sorry. I hope I'm wrong. Brent, good job. I have to, as an announcer, I have to be unbiased and unfavored here. But here it is, unofficial, the difference between Connor McMullen and Brent Fox, 1 minute, 21 seconds. I do believe that makes Brent Fox your winner of 6,100. Stick around for that. The drama's so thick. Connor McMullen, the first to finish. Brent Fox, it appeared appears that he has finished as well. And Adam Householder at race mile 600 was only 15 minutes off the pace of first and second. I'm going to say it again. Connor McMullen with a 10 hour, 17 minutes, and 19 seconds. Brent Fox, 10 hours, 18 minutes, 40 seconds. I do believe that Brent Fox has made up the deficit. Again, unofficially, do not count me in. As soon as I know, I'm going to say it. Again, I am not the official. I am only the announcer. But we have the drama that we thought about in racing. I did it in 30-second intervals on the start. But as Travis Williams pointed out, again, it was 1 minute intervals. So that increases here. But anyhow, what a great day of racing here. Hurling Racing, making sure that you guys hear my voice loud and clear, and the images that you see brought to you from Turn 2 Productions, and all the camera guys and girls doing an absolute fabulous job. As you see the drone footage here, my man John doing a great job here. And this, what a great area John has got here with that silt that's just sitting above the course right there. You can see that is soft as baby powder right there. It is worse than baby powder. But silt, part of off-road racing. And we're at the finish, and when I'm looking over here, and as soon as my man Bradley Callahan gets Connor McMullen, I do believe there is going to be some disappointment, but I have wait to see. I have not had the official word yet. In fact, we are in Las Vegas while you guys are out there in Tonopah, and stick around, because as soon as I know, I'm going to tell you. And in fact, I'm going to text Gary Clough and say, hey, get me the winner. I'm going to say, get me the 6100 winner officially, please. Officially, please, and thank you. Because, hey, me, get me rather, please. And here we go. Let's go back to the person that, let's talk about Brent Fox, man. Brent Fox has been consistent, consistently strong. He is quite the competitor. He's finished almost every single race he has entered. As I remember, I have been able to. Now, here's another thing. I heard rumor, if I heard Rob McCachran's interview with Bradley earlier, if I heard it correct, there is a possibility that Caden is in the driver's seat of that 6100 car. Now, if that is the case, Caden has always talked about, I just want to be my own entity. I want to be my. The leaderboard is already corrected time. Okay. Please let me hear it officially. Say official. Did you mute me for a second? Oh, don't mute me. Not yet. Not until I sign it over to Bradley, because this is the soap opera of off-road racing right here, waiting to know if you actually won the race or not. Connor McMullen, the first to finish. He was the fastest qualifier, so for him to stay there after chasing Travis Chase, that would tell me that there were some unseen incidences either in a pit or on the course, because Travis Chase was able to check out. But Travis Chase right now out of the race, or not out of the race, but apparently stopped. I don't know the story on that. I'm contacting Gary Clough right now for the official. Okay, Racing Tracks said it already, corrected time, but not official. All right. I'm going to type in. What do you type in there? All right. I'm just going to keep you guys sitting on the edge of your seats. We do not have an official winner yet of the 6100 class. I don't want to continue to fill that boat. So let's talk about sponsors. Turn 2 Productions. Turn 2 TV Productions doing a great job here, making sure that the footage that Hurling Racing has brought to you in this live track feed, they're making sure that you can hear my voice come through loud and clear. Paul, Stephanie, and all the people here at Turn 2 TV Productions. Aaron out there, Natalie, John, Tay, Bill out there, even though we've been Bill, Trevor. Who else we got out there? Patrick, and Patrick, you're my man, dude. If I'm ever on that dang podium again, it looks like I've worked my way right into the studio. Trophy Tractor, though, the official tractor of Legacy Racing Association, making sure that all the tractor needs that we need, water trucks, front loaders, bulldozers, as you see the bulldozers there, and the Trophy Tractor Inc. That is just a play on words, as we know, Trophy Tractor. And I'm just typing in mad exclamation point to Gary Clough. Come on. I need an official result. I'm going to say literally go to Liz or Donald. And let this world know, because I'm sure if I were to yell right now, where you at, people? If I was on the podium, I said, where you at, people? Who's our winner? Is it Connor McMullen or is it Brent Fox? I'm sure that we would have people just literally, I know that Kim is sitting at home waiting for the official results. Gary keeps telling me it's unofficial on the racingtracks.com. But you don't get any more operatic than what we're seeing right here. No more dramatic, more just anything like a soap opera. Yeah, operatic. Isn't that the correct use of that word? Like a soap opera? Soap opera, yeah. Like an opera that somebody would make that has drama in it. Isn't that what the word opera is? I'm just making sure. I don't know. Vision Canopy. My man Kyle, he's out there in the race. You just saw him coming into Pit 10. So I'm going to be really excited to see the interview with Kyle of Vision Canopies, our official canopy here of Legacy Racing Association. I'm texting Gary. I know Gary's out there. I don't know if he's listening to the track feed or hearing my audio, but Gary Clough, man, you're my boy, Blue. I need you. I know your name's Gary. You're my boy, Gary. We just simply got to know they are going to figure it out. Possible. Oh, okay. The plot thickens here at the studio. Gary Clough is standing by the race officials, and he's got parentheses here. He says they're going to figure it out right now. So I'm going to stay on the microphone as long as Paul's going to have me, because I literally, did we say that right again? Literally. Figuratively, literally, and ghostively. I don't know. We could just sit here and make up words all day. I'm good at operatic. Isn't that right? I'm going to look up operatic right now while we're waiting for the literally official results. Operatic. Here it is. Dictionary, operatic, related to characters of an opera. Extravagantly theatrical, overly dramatic. So I used it correctly. 100% overly dramatic. This is so incredible right here, sitting here at the Voice of Margaret. Let's make sure you guys know exactly who's talking about this. I love it, though. Great time here in the studio. We've been here all day, and it has boiled down to this. Eric Husted and TJ Flores, just an uneventful day for them. As you heard TJ Flores said, hey, man, we just climbed in this truck and drove it. Had to fight a slight vibration, as that is an all-wheel drive truck. There are a lot of drive lines in that truck. So they fought vibration and kept it right there in the sweet spot. And I am literally just waiting for the word right now. Travis Williams, no worries, buddy. We're gonna drown our sorrows tonight. I'm not gonna read that one over the air. He's so bummed. Exactly. All right, we're going to the podium.
Potentially top 3 overall. How's it feel?
It was a long day, but it feels good to be here. I'll be up on top of the box again. I have no words. My entire crew and team and Brenthal, obviously thank you to them for sticking with it, being on their A game the whole 630 miles. My co-rider Jenica, she was outstanding the whole entire time. Definitely a long race, longest race I've ever done. But yeah, it was such a fun race. obviously Legacy, thank you to them for, you know, making course marking spot on every single mile. The way they laid this race out, it was so much fun. So I enjoyed it. Like I said, thank you to the crew, my co-rider Legacy, everybody. You know, I appreciate it.
Yeah, word on the street is that you Ironman this whole thing. Is that true?
Yeah, I did the whole thing.
The whole thing. How many hours were you out on the course?
Took off at 10:09. We just got done. How many hours is that?
I got to do mental math. I'm not very good at it.
Don't ask me to do it for you.
Not this long.
Yeah. So, so coming into this race, did you guys have anything that you prepared for as far as maybe driving skills that you tried to do training throughout the week before?
Well, we knew we had a long race coming up, so just trying to condition, just kind of get mentally prepared. Know we have a long race, you know, kind of get a strategy set, what percentage we're going to run, you know, through this split and then this split and this mile, you know, just kind of taking it, you know, every 100 miles or so, just kind of setting the pace and getting comfortable, trying not to make any mistakes, have no flats. We had only one flat today. You know, obviously there's tons of rocks out there, so it's hard not to get one. But yeah, just one flat today. But you know, just trying to. The biggest thing is it's just mental. It's all mental stuff. So you know, it's just trying to keep yourself kind of eased up and you know concentrate, stay focused. You know, take it mile by mile and just you know get to the finish. We have 630 miles that we got to finish. So yeah, just get it to the finish.
One more question for you. Do you think any of your short course experience has anything to do with your success here at Legacy?
100%. All these short course guys, obviously Caden McCachran, Rob McCachran, all the Dickerson, the Hager, everybody that comes out here, you know, the short course definitely gives you that drive and that edge that, you know, when you come out to desert, you've just, you know, exceeded over a whole nother level that short course gives you for sure. And, you know, you come out here and dominate. So, yeah, 100%. If people did short course for a few years, they would come out here and be a whole nother animal for sure.
Well, thanks for coming out and racing with us, and congratulations on your first place finish. Do you want to get out of your truck and get some pictures in front of your truck with your whole crew out here that helped you make this all happen?
Yes, sir.
Back to back, dude. Come on, Dad. Careful the cable. Back to back. Nice job.
Woo-woo.
Way to go. Come on, Dad. Congratulations.
No, you gotta come over here.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Get over here, Eileen.
Back to backers, man.
Yes, it's awesome.
There's no cheating over here, buddy.
Congrats, guys. Thank you. John, hold on. Hold on one second. John, come on.
Yeah, careful that cable there, boss. I'm assuming that puts you in the points lead, right?
Yeah. Needed that, for sure.
Way to go, brother. Awesome race again.
Thank you.
Connor McMullen, great job on your first place finish. We'll see you at the next race. Next driver we got coming up is Caden McCachran. He drove the last leg of the race. For anybody watching, that is Rob McCachran's son. Caden McCachran, how are you, man? It's good to see you behind the wheel of a truck.
Yeah, it's good to be here. That light is very bright in my eyes, but that's okay. It's good for TV. About the race. About, I don't know, maybe a year ago or so, Brent Fox right here, through a connection with Daniel Foltz and my dad, asked me if I'd come ride in this truck because he was looking for a, semi...
experience?
Yeah, not experience, but a reliable co-rider. So I said yes to that offer, and I've been riding with him for, almost every race for a year. I missed a couple, but finally this race came up, and it was a 650-mile endurance race, and Brent's idea was for him to go, about 2/3 of the race and have me hop in, do the last third as a little, get fresh eyes and fresh arms in there. So that's what we did. We had I don't know really what happened to Brent, but I'm sure he was stuck in the dust a little bit, just trying to get up to speed. And honestly, with how many casualties we had out there, he made the right choice of just keeping a steady pace. And, look where we are now. We're up on the podium. So, big thanks to Brent. Honestly, everybody on the side of this truck, VP Racing Fuels, Mach 1 Race Prep, everybody. But Brent and his family, they're really great people, and I'm very happy to have them in my life.
Yeah, so this last race that or the last leg of this race that you did you guys have any problems coming into this, or did you get in the car or the truck and it was ready to go?
No issues. We started on basically scuffed BFG tires, and they went, I think, all the way to pit 8, changed rear tires, and those rear tires came all the way on. I believe no flats today. No flats for me. I believe no flats for Brent, and that's what you get when you're on BFG.
Brent, how was the first half of the race? I know you started this, gave you a good old handshake at the beginning.
We started out in 5th, and our goal was to just kind of keep the truck clean and get about race mile 200 and start picking up the pace, and that's about what we done. We tried to play it safe and keep the tires on it, try to stay in contention to give ourselves a chance to win, and we had a chance there at the end. We had a whole lot of dust out last little bit. Caden was doing really good, but that dust, probably the last 40, 50 miles, just hung right there in the valleys and in those washes, and it took all our chances away of trying to get him on time. But we had a good, clean run. I'd like to thank everybody that come out and help. Mach 1, thank the McCachran family for all the help they give us. Daniel Foltz, Mach 1 Race Prep, all the guys from Utah that come down here to give our fuel stops, stuff like that. It takes a lot of people to come down here and do this race, and we got the truck and we got a 10 car, and it's running real good too, and it just takes a whole lot of help to come down here and do this. And thank the Johnson family over there. They covered a couple of pits for us. We kind of got spread a little thin the last couple of pits, and they took care of them, and I'd like to thank all those guys. They're always there to help us, and we appreciate it.
Thanks for coming out for Legacy Racing. It's always glad to see you guys up here and crossing the finish line, especially with Caden up here. We'll look forward to seeing you guys at the next one.
We'll be there. So yeah, thank Legacy. Awesome, incredible race. Trying to put 630-something miles of race course together is a feat in itself, and they had a whole bunch of new course. It was a lot of fun. It gave you a whole bunch of variety. You had some real fast stuff. You had some real tight technical stuff. You had some washes down there that when we went through there was only 3, 4, 5 tracks in there, and it gets a little challenging to try to find which way to go and dodge the rocks and stuff like that. So thank you for Legacy for putting on such a great event. And anybody ever wants to go to a good race, come to a Legacy race.
I'm sure your co-driver had a lot to do with navigating through some of that stuff, especially in the dust.
Brooks out here. Brooks right here. Brooke rode with me, kept me calm, and stayed calm for a while. And finally he said, "Hey, it's time to go, buddy. We got to pick it up." So we picked it up then and went for it.
That's good to hear. Well, let's get all your crew up here and everybody that makes this happen. Let's get some pictures going.
Nice job, buddy.
Glad to see you guys crossing the finish line. No problems.
Come on, boys. Almost had him. I'm sitting at the end. Rob, where are you in up here? I'm your photo man? For today. My hair look like Rob's.
All right, everybody ready? Over here.
Thanks, Johnson boys. Thank you. Go, boys. Go.
Thanks, bro.
You know, tell you when we get down there.
Yeah, okay.
Where's it at? It's a corner over there. Well, if they pull me in, they pull me in.
got, man? Who you got?
We have got the Jurgensen boys out here coming up across the block. Which Jurgensen are you?
Kyle.
Kyle, did you do the whole thing yourself, or how is this going down?
I did not. My dad, Todd, did the first 300 miles. Him and Jeremy did an absolute great job. They qualified 8th, and so all the fast guys were in front of us. We kind of got to just watch the race. And then attrition became a factor, and this old girl, Fragile, just kept on kicking. You know, we've been working on her a lot, and never missed a beat. My co-driver, Sean, was just killing it especially the last 50 miles. I've never been in dust that bad behind Fox, and we were doing 100 miles an hour, and we couldn't see our hands for minutes at a time. And we should have hurt stuff, you know, because we could still go off course sometimes. But what a wild second half, you know, going into pit 15, we had the lead, and then we lost it with the dust and a flat right at the end. So, you know, it's racing. Our crew, everybody down there, one hell of a job today. The pits were perfect. No drama, you know. You know, that's
Drama's a pain.
Yeah, it's important who you bring. You know, everybody gets along. It's a good group of people, and we had a good time today.
That's good. So you drove the second half, correct?
I did, yeah.
How was the first half?
So the first half was tight and rocky and just a lot different than we you know, Vegas to Reno type stuff. You think you're just going to be wide open all the time. It wasn't. We were up on the bike, you know, get your elbows up, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it was great. There was stuff that we have way back in like early 2000s with Casey and that other group. Anyway, it's okay. Anyway, that they were on. There was stuff that didn't have barely had ribbons and no tires. It seemed like nobody had gone through it, you know. So it was pretty cool. And then we came in. I gave it to him in good shape. All the brakes, you know, everything, motor running good, you know, clean, and he does what he always does. So.
Makes up the time.
Yes.
Bringing a fresh face into the car always helps out. Who makes this thing go down the road? What's all your guys' help that you got going on out here?
So we have our pit crew here, and Jeremy, my co-driver, we work on this thing a lot ourselves with Kyle. And then we farm out, you know, engine work and stuff like that, but this one we prep ourselves. Once in a while we'll take it to somebody, like a guy named Matt, and he helps out.
What are some of the things that you guys have to do to prep for a race like this, especially being 630 miles? Did you guys do any kind of conditioning as far as on your bodies to get ready to go on this?
Well, he's a natural athlete. Okay. Me, not so much. So yeah, you're supposed to work out a little bit. Do we? Not really.
At the end of the day, it's 12-ounce curls get the job done, right? Well, it's good to see you guys out here. I'm glad you guys were able to make it across the finish. Get your guys up here and let's take some pictures. You guys made it across the finish. It's a great job by all of you.
All right, Robert, bring him out.
Thank you, Aaron. Great run, man.
Almost.
We've got the Householder boys coming up next. I think Terry is in the truck right now. As soon as he gets up here, we'll figure out what his race day was like. 630-mile race for the Baja, Nevada. This is a legacy racing series. Obviously, you guys know because that's what you're watching. But these Householder boys are usually points leaders. So we'll talk to them and see what their strategy was today and how well it went. I know there's a lot of people talking about flat tires out here today. There was a lot of rocks. As you heard just previously, the first half of the race seemed to be very rocky. The second half seemed to be very dusty. I know this morning there was a little bit of wind, so that could have played a factor in getting rid of some of that dust. So as soon as Terry gets up here, we will talk to him and see how well everything went today. He's got some squeaky brakes. He's got some sweet lights on. Red and blues. Mike. Terry, we got a whole bunch of noise coming from this thing. What's going on?
It's just got some noisy brakes. It's gonna make sure I don't fall off the podium here. I fell off everything else today, so it's all good. No, it's all good. We made it to the finish line. It's great that it's the longest race of the year, or longest race in the USA. So it's awesome on that part. So our day was flawless. Other we had no flats. We had zero issues, except pit 3. We lost 2 brake rotors in the rear. We had to stop and change those. That's what put us behind, so we couldn't get caught up today. So. We're still the Ford truck to finish in 6,100, so that's awesome that way. So I'd like to say thank you to Legacy for putting on such a fantastic race. It's all good. I'd like to thank Justin, who rode most of the race today. He preps the truck along with Jonathan Cameron, all my team around there. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. So Adam drove the first 370 miles, and all these guys, like I said, they prepped the truck in-house. I can't thank them enough to do that part. Awesome truck. I had a great day.
Yeah, I did hear something about you guys came into the pit like you were telling me with the rotors. That was done in about 10 minutes. You guys did brake rotors in the whole 9?
10 minutes.
That is astounding. Seems like you guys got a good crew. What makes this thing roll down the track? What kind of stuff do you guys got going on in here?
Just like the Herb Smith chassis, truck on that part right there, and we've got a Colhane transmission, TubeWorks does all our driveline and stuff, and all the sponsors on the side that help us, Miller Signs and F&L Fuels and all that part. That's what gets it down the road. Most of all, it's the guys that prep the truck. They do an awesome job.
Yeah, prior planning prevents poor performance. That's a key in life. So, who else helps you make this program happen as far as getting here, doing all the things?
Probably the first 3 people would be Justin Hampton, would be Jonathan Cameron, Colby Scharf, Adam Householder, Max Smart, all my other crew out there, Brandon Homey, Chris Hughes, Luke, can I pronounce your last name, Luke Lewinsky? What is it? Leszewski, there you go. All those guys right there. It's my whole team does a fantastic job to get us here.
Well, awesome. It's glad to see you across the finish line. Let's get you guys up here. Let's get some pictures going. You guys were all involved in this. Let's do it.
Oh, I know. I know that part of the drill.
When you come down, go this way a little bit.
I fell off everything else today. I wasn't talking.
Wow.
Get on up there, fellas.
It's up to you. Pack it in. That's you over there. Yeah. Next to Pops. Yeah, perfect. Number 4.
Thank you.
Careful getting down, guys.
in that industry.
What these cars could do now is just really, really amazing. People want to go fast and not brake, and that's where we teamed up with Liquid Moly. Horsepower, reliability, and the maximum protection.
Extreme pressures and a lot of heat. We not only have an oil to suit those, but also an additive
to protect the turbo systems. One of those products is going to be our MOS2 additive, a solid lubricant that goes inside the motor. It puts a load-bearing film inside the engine and protects not only your turbo, but all the moving parts inside the motor. Don't be afraid of losing your warranty. We have all the latest specifications. Dive into your service manual, look up the actual viscosity that it calls for, jump over to the Liqui Moly website, find the same matching product for your application, and you're good to go.
The all-new Apache by CST Tires. CST Tires' first steel-belted offering for the side-by-side market is designed for heavy loads, long trips, and smooth rides. With an aggressive, light truck-inspired tread pattern and ample sidewall protection, the Apache is built to withstand the toughest conditions. From dry desert lake beds to Rocky Mountain trails, the Apache will get you there. The all-new Apache by CST Tires.
Grab a gear into spring at 4WT with deals on tires, tops, accessories, and more. Take advantage of huge savings on BF Goodrich, Mickey Thompson, Falcon, and Goodyear. Transform your truck and save big with up to $750 back on select lift packages and save up to $200 on select soft tops. Grab a gear into spring and do your rig right at 4 Wheel Parts.